Chief John Hodgins, Acting OEM Commissioner Christine Farrell, as well, and the countless number of men and women who are part of the FDNY and the police department responding to this emergency here. Right now, we have 8 injured, 1 fatality. Our hearts go out to the family members of the lost lives, but clearly the action of FDNY and NYPD and residents, their quick response really allowed many that were a part of this crisis not to in some way be seriously injured or to die in this issue. And so I want to thank them. Included in the 2 people in serious conditions at hospital, our hearts again go out to them. This tragic and frightening event after the inferno we saw just days ago just really add the pressure on the Bronx and all those who have experienced and overcoming this issue as it seems to continue to unfold right now. The professionalism that was displayed, the 5 officers that sustained injuries during this rescue efforts, we want to thank them for their actions, but we saved lives today. Our actions saved lives. And when you, as I stated, when you see the body cam video, you're going to see the quick response of the officers going into a burning building next door from the explosion, not realizing if there would have been an additional explosion, but they went inside and carried out a woman who was trapped inside, and we're hearing countless stories from those who are in the hospital, who are the homeowners in this area. So there's so much we need to find out about this incident. It's an ongoing investigation to determine what happened. Con Ed is here. The investigation will determine exactly what happened here. Right now, gas is off on the entire block. As the councilman stated, we want to get the gas back on as quickly as possible because we have a lot of seniors that live on this block. These are small homeowners, and it's really the bedrock of this community. And so the goal is to an expeditious but safe investigation so we can get people back into their homes. We want to make sure all New Yorkers are safe. And that is the goal of what we want to accomplish here. We're going to have the FDNY chief to give an official overview of what took place based on our preliminary investigation. But first, I just want to really turn it over to our councilman. This is his councilman district, and having him here on the ground, he's going to be here throughout the night with our services to make sure that we give the support that's needed to these families. As I communicated with them in the church, that we're going to be here for them to make sure they get the services they need. Councilman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate you coming down here to the South Bronx in our time of need. For many of you that know, the Bronx has always been a borough that understands, well, not that understands, that has always suffered back in the 70s and the 80s from fires. And this is nothing new here in the South Bronx. When you look around and you look at all these buildings, in the 70s and 80s, many of these buildings were burnt down to the floor. These homes behind me were part of the revitalization of the South Bronx that Father Gigante and Sister Thomas made back in the 80s, late 80s, beginning of the 90s. And to see these fires really breaks our hearts and breaks our homeowners' hearts. But what I did see here today was, as I was talking to homeowners, they knew who and the names of those individuals that lived in each and every one of those homes. They knew who was missing. There was one gentleman who they thought was missing, and they found him in Puerto Rico. They were able to call his family. I cannot say how thankful I am for the 4-1 precincts for really going out of their way, the captain and his other 4 officers risking their lives to save families. When the mayor and I were inside the church, we spoke to a family, spoke to a lady, said she was stuck inside her apartment. She cannot open the door, and the fire department were those that saved their lives. So I really have to thank FDNY and NYPD for really going out of their way and saving lives. En español, le quiero dar las gracias al alcalde por estar aquí con nosotros. Y también quiero que ustedes realicen algo. El sur del Bronx siempre nosotros hemos tenido la experiencia de fuego. En los 70 y en los 80 sabemos que teníamos muchos dueños de building que se querían salir, y lo que hicieron es que pusieron fuego a estos buildings. Las casas que tenemos aquí atrás de nosotros fue parte de realizar y traer el development para atrás a nuestra comunidad. Esta casa la está aquí desde los 80. Es un orgullo para estas familias de ingreso bajo que pueden ser dueños de casa. Lo que ocurrió aquí nos ha devastado a nosotros, pero sabemos el amor que nuestras familias tienen para uno al otro. Cuando yo estaba hablando con los dueños de casa, ellos sabían que los nombres de cada persona que vivía en esa casa, aunque eran dueños o tenants. Cuando estábamos adentro, hablamos con ciertas familias, dueños de casa, que dijo que el departamento de bomberos tuvo que forzar la puerta abierta y le salvaron la vida. Y también el capitán del precinto 41 con sus oficiales fueron y salvaron la vida de otra persona, y van a ver un video. Le quiero dar las gracias al departamento de policía y los bomberos y al alcalde por estar aquí, y realmente I thank you for really taking care of us in the South Bronx.
¿Qué tú piensas de esa respuesta tan rápida y eficiente de la policía y los bomberos?
Avanza.
We'll do questions after.
Yes. And now we want to bring on Fire Department Chief of the Department, John Hodges.
Good afternoon. Fire department received a call this morning, and we responded, and we were here within 4 minutes. There was a large explosion of one of the dwellings that was attached on both sides by other buildings. Our units quickly entered the buildings that were not collapsed to conduct searches, just in case there were any occupants that did not get out. We did not find anybody else, which is good news. There were 2 sisters from the fire building that were inside the building when it exploded, and our units saw them laying on the ground outside, and were able, and working in conjunction with our EMS units, we took those people and we got them to a hospital quickly. Unfortunately, one of them has succumbed to the injuries and has passed away. The other victim, it was the third victim of this, was the woman that was removed by the NYPD officers very quickly upon arrival. When we arrived, we also went in and searched those buildings, as I had already stated. This was a great joint operation between many agencies, Con Edison and our Bureau of EMS. We worked together just to, safely as possible extinguish this fire. We used approximately 200 fire and EMS personnel from our agency, and we're continuing to investigate, to drill down and to find out exactly what caused this. And we will be on scene, operating as we sift through the rubble just to look for any type of evidence.
And we know that first responders are on the scene. This was some of the cell phone video from earlier today when it was a little bit lighter out. As you can imagine, the flames just pretty amazing. They're trying to extinguish all of those flames, the smoke still going up into the air, and the scene actually still active at the moment. We're going to find Fox 5's Linda Schmidt, who is there at the scene right now. And Linda, we can see some of the crews behind you, those first responders who are still there assessing and trying to clean up. What's the latest from down on the ground?
Yeah, hi there, Daytona. Yeah, there are a lot of first responders still out here. The fire department's out here, still police officers. You have Con Ed, which is the utility company out here, as well as some massive construction equipment, because we're going to go ahead and push in. This is what's going on live here now. You can see that black, smoldering picture that you're looking at right now, that video, that is the townhouse where the explosion happened about 11:15 this morning, totally destroying that townhouse. There were 2 sisters who lived there. They're both in their 60s. One of them sadly died. The other is in the hospital right now. Now, this is a row of townhouses. There are about 12 of them that are here. Each townhouse, where the townhouse exploded, to the left and to the right of it, those townhouses also destroyed. So there are 3 townhouses destroyed. Multiple others have structural damage, so people are not allowed to go back in. The others that were not damaged at all through this, people still cannot return to their townhouses tonight because the utility company has turned off the gas while this investigation is ongoing. Sadly, again, one fatality here, a woman in her 60s, 8 others injured, 2 of them are in serious condition tonight. Now, within minutes, just 4 minutes of this explosion happening, the FDNY, the fire department, and police officers from the 4-1 precinct here in the Bronx were on the scene. There is going to be some body cam video that the NYPD is going to be releasing later on from those police officers running into these fiery townhouses after the explosion, rescuing people and saving their lives. You're about to hear right now from the chief of department with the FDNY, as well as the daughter of an elderly woman who lived in one of these townhouses, as well as a neighbor describing what she heard when the explosion happened. Here's what they all had to say.
We had a report of somebody who did smell gas in advance of it. There was an explosion, and right now we're just investigating just to make sure that we get to get it right on what was the cause of this explosion.
She wasn't ready to go to the pharmacy, to the drugstore when she felt the explosion. She got out even with no shoes because she was in the front of the door.
So she got out safe.
Yes, she
And
said.
how are you?
It was like a plane crashing the house. We don't know what was going on. It's like, in the first, we thought it was like a car crashing my house because it was so strong, you know?
Okay, now again, we're back here live. Numerous townhouses here sustained structural damage from this. So people are not allowed back in. Again, the utility company also turning off the gas here to all of these units in this block so people don't have any heat this evening. Not sure when that is going to be restored, but the people in the townhouses, it stretches this block here behind me, all of these townhouses in a row. So their utility, again, turned off. The gas is turned off. No idea when that's going to be turned back on, and no idea when any of those people are going to be allowed to return. Oh, here we go with the jackhammering. This is Con Ed. They've been jackhammering the street here as part of this investigation. And it appears as though this was a gas explosion, although the fire department will not say that definitively at this point. That is what is being investigated here, and that appears to have been what happened. And again, it happened about 11:15 this morning. And just a short time before that, they are saying that there were calls from people in the neighborhood saying that they smelled gas. Daytona, back to you.
Alrighty, definitely an active scene there tonight in the South Bronx. Fox 5's Linda Schmidt there on the scene for us, and we'll keep our eyes on the latest when it comes to the investigation. But Linda's actually been speaking with some of those first responders who were actually there when it happened, rushing into the building. We're going to play out some of that sound that she got from earlier today. Take a listen.
Grabbing the lady out and then putting her out to the safe.
I actually saw a little peek of your body camera video, knowing that the walls could collapse, ceilings coming down any second. What's going through your head?
What was going through my head was just helping people. That's what I signed up for. So that was the most important thing at the moment, just to help the community out as much as I could.
The hands in the body cam are actually Officer Diaz's. Well, you'll see at the head of the woman grabbing her arms. Officer Diaz at that point.
At that point, my partner Vito, we were the first to arrive on the scene. We actually heard the explosion. We were on the other side on Southern Boulevard, driving up to the precinct to get some gasoline. And we actually heard and felt the explosion. We came around, and then this Central pulled her over. And as soon as we pulled up, we realized this is more than anything we see. It's obviously an explosion. There were people inside the building, I guess next door to the house that was on fire. We pulled them out, and one person actually said, "There's somebody still inside." And we went inside immediately, and we could hear the person screaming, "Help! Help! Help!" That's when the captain arrived and all the other guys. For a minute, we thought about the building collapsing, but then we said, we got to get this lady out of here.
How long have you been on the job?
18 years.
Have you ever seen something like this?
Not to this level, no.
Have you ever had this adrenaline rush from a rescue like this?
Yes. Yes.
So
In my earlier years, I would say.
The woman you rescued, did you talk to her after when she was brought to safety? What did she tell you?
We spoke to her after we brought her out of the house, on the corner down the street. She was feeling cold, obviously, from having her clothes torn off from the explosion. We were just glad and happy that she was alive, and later on realizing, we were lucky. God was looking out for us.
All right, thank you. Your name?
Anthony. Anthony Diaz, yes.
Officer Estevez, your first name?
Christopher Estevez.
And
Officer Beato, my first name Francisco.
Francisco, tell us what happened as you were going in with your partner to be the first.
Like my partner said, we heard the explosion. We went to Brooklyn thinking that because they're doing construction in Brooklyn on the highway. We ain't seen nothing. We went to get gas, but then the radio rang. Call came over. I told my partner, let's go. We heard it. It's something serious because we're hearing multiple calls. We were the first on scene. We rushed to the house. Like he said, one of the civilians said there was a female inside. We rushed inside. We could hear her, but we couldn't identify where exactly she was until we jumped into the living room that was actually submerged. That's why it collapsed. So we had to jump downstairs with the captain and all my co-workers. It was a team effort. Took her out. We took her to the corner, and I stood with her. She was in so much pain, she doesn't recall what actually happened. But I just stood with her to try to keep her comfort.
where exactly did you find her?
She was in the living room towards the wall, towards the third house. So once we moved the sofa and the couch, we seen flames, so we had to act quick because we don't know if it was going to collapse on us as well.
Knowing that there was loss of life, how thankful are you for yours?
You have to be thankful. Every day, you have to be thankful.
Thank you for your service.
So pretty amazing firsthand accounts from those first responders who heard the explosion and headed over there as quickly as they could. We're going to play out that full press conference for you with Mayor Adams a little bit later into the evening. But when we have live news, you know that we bring it to you here on Live Now. This is a podium all set up for Senator Schumer as he is expected to hold a press conference, and as, of course, the Senate stands in recess until 6:15 Eastern Time as voting legislation is top of mind. We'll have more details after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox in our Phoenix, Arizona Arizona studio, 3:30 here in Phoenix, 5:30 out on the East Coast. Taking a look at the slate that has now been put up as the Senate stands in recess right now. As they are in recess, Senator Schumer is going to be holding a press conference anytime. But as always here on Live Now, we like to keep it nonpartisan, hear from both sides of the aisle. So here's some of the remarks from Senator McConnell down on the floor earlier today, talking about the voting rights bill and also killing the filibuster.
And their allies. The Democratic whip, Senator Durbin, put it this way: we need to protect the right of debate in the Senate, preserve checks and balances so that no one party can do whatever it wants. We need to preserve the voice of the minority in America. Dick Durbin, the Democratic leader himself, said in 2017 that we need to, quote, find a way to build a firewall around the legislative filibuster. Build a firewall around the legislative filibuster. And in a letter that same year by 32 Senate Democrats, our colleagues demanded that the 60-vote threshold stay right where it was. So until the last couple of years, senators on both sides have understood the Senate is not here to rubber stamp massive changes by thin majorities. This institution exists to do exactly the opposite, to make sure major laws receive major buy-in and have major staying power. And historically, Democratic allies outside this chamber have recognized this as well. So let's go back about 15 years ago, when Republicans controlled the Senate. A left-wing organization called the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights published a lengthy statement defending the filibuster, including, listen to this, including its relationship to civil rights. So here's what they had to say when Republicans were in the majority here in the Senate. On behalf of the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, the nation's oldest, largest, and most diverse civil and human rights coalition, with more than 180 member organizations, we urge you to oppose any efforts to eliminate the 216-year-old filibuster in the United States Senate. That's a coalition of 180 member organizations called the Civil and Human Rights Coalition. They went on. The elimination of the rights of the minority as embodied by the filibuster is contrary to the Founding Fathers' vision of the Senate as a body of equals designed to protect against the tyranny of the majority. The statement continued. The civil rights community has recognized and accepted the value of the filibuster even when it frustrated efforts to advance civil rights legislative goals. During the 1950s and 1960s, countless civil rights bills were filibustered. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 was not passed until it survived 75 days of the longest filibuster in history, and the Senate voted 71 to 29 to end debate and finally passed the bill. This legislation was enacted because of long, hard work to build support across partisan, ideological, and regional lines. We worked to bring Americans together, not to push them farther apart. They conclude, we never demanded the end of the system of checks and balances. In the end, we won the battle by changing votes and not by breaking the rules. These, Mr. President, were left-wing activists writing less than 20 years ago. So let's spell this out. Democrats want the American people to believe the filibuster was not a Jim Crow relic in 2005. Was not even a Jim Crow relic in 2020. Just miraculously became a Jim Crow relic in 2021. Briefly stopped being a Jim Crow relic last Thursday, but it's now back to being a Jim Crow relic this week. Now, to be clear, The partisan election takeover bills that Democrats want to ram through this week are not in any way successors of the civil rights legislation from the mid-20th century. It has been, is today, and will remain illegal to discriminate against voters anywhere in America because of their race. Period. That's the law. Now, targeting Americans' online speech and sending government money to political campaigns is not about civil rights. It's about tilting the playing field. Weakening widely popular voter ID laws and making it harder to produce accurate voter rolls is about making voting easier. It's about making cheating easier. Changing the law so that our partisan attorney general can rewrite voting laws without even having to win in court is not about promoting justice. It's about short-circuiting justice. This is about one party wanting the power to unilaterally rewrite the rule book of American elections. Now, interestingly, the Biden administration staff have gone out of their way lately to highlight my long, strong record on real civil rights and real voting rights. The President's secretary explained that I have, quote, a pretty strong record of supporting voting rights. She's right about that. And that's exactly why I have no patience, none, for the unrelated partisan takeover that some Democrats are trying to rebrand with that banner. The Democratic leader argues that his proposed elections takeover and his efforts to break the Senate are last resorts because of new state laws that passed in 2021. He says it's irrelevant that 2020 saw record turnout. And listen to this, 94% said voting was easy because this debate is exclusively about what happened in 2021. But Democrats have been pushing these same policy charges and the same Chicken Little rhetoric since 2019, a year and a half before the 2020 election, which Democrats now call a high turnout success. The Democratic leader gave an interview claiming that evil Republicans are trying to attack voting and disenfranchise people. Of course, when Democrats went on to win the White House, the 2020 election went from presumptively illegitimate to exemplary and unquestionable overnight. Around the same time, mid-2019, Senator Schumer began floating a nuclear attack on Senate rules. This is completely untethered from the elections issue. He just thought breaking the rules would make for a livelier stint as majority leader. Washington Democrats have wanted the power to rewrite the rules for political speech and election laws long before the events that are supposed to justify it. And the Democratic leader's effort to break the Senate long predates the latest pretext. We have strong disagreements about the substance of these bills, but even more broadly, we see decreasing trust in our democracy among both political sides. We have a sitting president of the United States shouting that United States senators are on the side of Bull Connor and Jefferson Davis for refusing to shatter the Senate. Was the Senate created to make these kinds of factional fevers worse or to help break the fevers? Does the Senate exist to help narrow majorities double down on divisions or to force broad coalitions to build bridges? This fake hysteria does not prove the Senate is obsolete. It proves the Senate is as necessary as ever. Republicans have supported this limitation on the majority's power, both when we've been in the minority, which these rules protect, and when we've been the majority, which they inconvenience. And last week, some of our colleagues across the aisle reconfirmed they have the courage and the principle to keep their word and to protect the institution as well. But too many of our colleagues across the aisle still want to respond to a 50-50 Senate with a rule-breaking power grab. Voting to break this institution will not be a free vote or a harmless action, even if their effort fails. An unprincipled attempt at grabbing power is not harmless just because it fails. Voting to break the Senate is not cost-free just because a bipartisan majority of your colleagues have the wisdom to stop you. It's amazing that our colleagues are this enthralled to radical activism. We have inflation, a pandemic, rampant violent crime, a border crisis, and possibly a war on the European continent. But rather than work on any of that, Senate Democrats want to mar their own legacies with a reckless procedural vote they know will fail. A faction this desperate for unlimited short-term power is a faction that must be denied it.
So that was Senator McConnell earlier today. We're popping in to bring you some breaking news out of Crosby, Texas, though. We're getting in from the Harris County Sheriff's Office that they have found 3 dead bodies, 3 dead teenagers inside of this home right there. There are signs of trauma. Homicide units are on the way right now, and as well as other responders, too, as they've shown up to this residence in Crosby, Texas. Not a lot of details at this time, just 3 dead teenagers found inside of this home here. They've blocked off all of these streets with caution tape as the investigation is underway. Skyfox overhead. So hopefully we'll be able to get some more details. We don't know if these teenagers were living inside of that home, how they got there. Still just very, very preliminary at this time. So we are going to try to get some more information on that, and we're going to take a commercial break. We'll be right back with some of the other details and top stories of the day, including a family filing a wrongful death lawsuit in that tornado that ripped through Illinois and Kentucky, all of those tornadoes that ripped through. Well, a family is not happy about how Amazon has handled everything. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just over a month ago, tornadoes ripped through southern and Midwest states, killing dozens. That includes 6 people working at an Amazon warehouse in Illinois. One victim's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit claiming Amazon could have done more to save those workers. Fox's Madison Scarpino is live in Edwardsville tonight outside of that warehouse in Illinois. And Madison, what else do we know about this suit at this time?
Daytona, the main accusation is that Amazon knew or should have known that a tornado was coming and could have easily sent their workers home. But the mother of the victim says that Amazon placed its profits over the safety of her son. And this is what the warehouse looked like after that tornado hit Edwardsville last month. The family of the 26-year-old delivery driver, Austin McEwen, filed the lawsuit. That suit claims Amazon had no warning process in place despite being in an area that they say tornadoes are common. The lawyer representing the driver's family also says the relatively new building didn't have adequate shelters for workers.
There's no evidence whatsoever that this building had an appropriate basement shelter or a storm shelter. And unfortunately, Austin McEwen and 5 others were on the south side of the building, sheltered at the direction of Amazon in a bathroom.
Amazon responded with a statement that reads, in part, this lawsuit misunderstands key facts, such as the difference between various types of severe weather and tornado alerts, as well as the condition and safety of the building. We believe our team did the right thing as soon as a warning was issued, and they worked to move people to safety as quickly as possible. And right now, when you look at the part of the building that was destroyed, it's clear that there's still a lot more repair work to be done. The McEwen family lawyer says that they deserve compensation and that Amazon should learn from this tragedy and prevent it from ever happening again. Daytona.
All right, Fox's Madison Scarpino joining us live from Edwardsville, Illinois. It should be interesting to see if other families follow suit as well. We'll talk to you soon. And we're going to go back into some of that breaking news that we are tracking out in Texas right now. Aerial from Fox 26 in Houston. You can see right here 3 dead in this home found inside of this residence, 3 dead teenagers. Not a lot of information at this time. Harris County is on the scene, though. Several units now heading that way for the investigation. A very desolate area, not a lot of other neighbors. This is in Crosby, Texas, closer to the Houston area. So as we get more information on that, we'll bring it to you as soon as we have it. But I've got a couple other live looks that I want to bring to you that we are going to be showing you through the rest of the evening here. Mayor Eric Adams has had quite a busy day today. He's going to be delivering remarks at a vigil tonight for Michelle Alyssa Go. She's the woman who was killed Saturday after being pushed into an oncoming subway train at Times Square subway station. So this press conference will be at Times Square itself. The suspect is awaiting arraignment on second-degree murder charges following a mental health evaluation. So that should be coming up here probably pretty soon, and we'll bring it to you live when it does come down. And then also we showed you Senator Schumer, the platform all ready for him, as there's a conversation going on right now between Senate Democrats about voting legislation. What comes next in killing the filibuster? We just heard from Senator Manchin not too long ago about what his thoughts are as he stepped up to the podium. We're going to play out that for you one more time here on Live Now.
A little informal today, okay?
Yeah, that's all good.
I've got to go to, we have a thing that's I got to go to. You want me to stand here?
Yeah. Yes, sir. The Democrats are talking about using the nuclear option to create a talking filibuster. Are you open to that idea?
Oh, I love a talking filibuster. I think we should be. I think basically there should be transparency in how we do our business here, or our lack of doing business.
But they're saying at the end of it would be a 51.
That has never happened. That's never happened in the history of our country. Basically, there's never been a simple majority vote to basically get off of a debate.
Last week, Congressman Clyburn was questioning why you would filibuster your own bill that you worked on.
by not doing a carve-out for voting rights?
The only thing I've been very clear about that, I just don't know how you break a rule to make a rule and thinking you're doing something that's going to. We've never done this. We have never done. I've been looking for every precedent I can, every carve-out. The bottom line is everything that we've done. They've told me about the debt ceiling. That was done by the rules. It was done by the rules, okay, and that was done with Majority Leader Schumer and Minority Leader McConnell coming to an agreement. That's what it's all about. So we've done everything along the lines of with the rules, and I don't know why we can't come together and find a pathway forward. But breaking the rules, there's no checks and balances in this process. The only thing we have is a filibuster. And think if you have a situation we have right now, where you have the executive branch of government and you have Congress, the House and the Senate, they're all the same, and there's no check and balance because basically you just sweep right through, and the same thing could happen if Republicans had everything. And the only thing I've ever said was this. The majority of my colleagues in the caucus, Democrat caucus, they've changed. They've changed their mind. I respect that. You have a right to change your mind. I haven't. I hope they respect that too. I've never changed my mind on the filibuster.
Senator, do you think it's smart for your leadership to hold this vote, given?
I'm not going to question. I'm going to find out what the thought process is. Burgess, I really don't know what their thoughts may be, but we'll find out pretty quickly when I go upstairs. But
does it make it harder for you to work with them going forward?
Nothing. I work with everybody. I understand. I've been around this a long time. I don't take anything personal, just my family. And basically, I respect everybody and I work with everybody.
You said multiple times that changes to voting laws need to be bipartisan, correct? So why has it been so difficult for you to get non-actual?
We're not. Let me tell you what we're doing now. We have a group of senators, bipartisan senators. The thing that caused the insurrection was what? The electoral vote count. We can fix that to stop that from ever happening again when people think they can steal the election after the votes have been cast. That has to be fixed. Protecting people that work on the polls, they should be protected by a criminal offense, federal crime, if someone tries to intimidate or harass or harm anybody. There's so many things that we can agree on. And we all agree, everyone. The Constitution gives everyone a right to vote 18 years of age, and we have to protect that right. It's not that. We just got to find a way that we can make this work to where everyone understands that we're going to protect their right to vote and them having access to the polls.
Senator, do you believe your party has...
What do you say to your Democratic colleagues who aren't ruling out you supporting a possible primary challenge?
I've been primary my entire life. That would not be anything new for me. I've never run an election. I wasn't primary. It's West Virginia. It's rough and tumble. We're used to that, so bring it on.
Senator, do you believe your party has the right priorities at this point? They're focusing on changing the filibuster rules, trying to pass this big electoral bill. There are a lot of concerns about inflation. There are a lot of concerns about COVID that you've expressed. Do your party leaders in the White House have it right now?
Well, let me just say this. I know what the West Virginia people believe, and my colleagues. I know what I hear from my friends around the country. They're concerned about inflation. It's real. This is not something made up. It's real. It's hurting them. And basically COVID, it's extremely hard on everybody. And getting people back to work has been extremely hard. Businesses opening back up has been extremely hard. These are things we should be working on. This is things that we should be coming together, cohesing around basically. How do we fix the challenges we have in America? We don't need to make up any new ones. We have enough already there for us. So I would think get your priorities in order. That's all. We all should.
Senator Manchin,
One more.
What did you make of the letter from Jerry West and your old friend Nick Saban?
Well, Nick Saban's letter was straight. They're all straight on. They all want the right to vote, right? Mm-hmm. We all want that. And Nick Saban at the bottom of his letter, which they didn't put, Paul Tagliabue did not put what Nick Saban wrote at the bottom, his footnote. Yeah. He supports the filibuster. Do not get rid of the filibuster. Right. Now, why did he automatically leave that out?
No, I was asking.
Yeah, well, no.
I read the whole letter.
No. I think everyone. We should all support the right to vote. Everyone. But not breaking the rules to make new rules.
Senator Manchin, what would you say to voters of color who say that your inability or your obstruction of the voting rights?
I'm not. There's no obstruction whatsoever.
But there are a lot of people out there who are saying that you're making it so that they're not going to be able to vote in the next election.
The laws there, the rules are there, and basically the government will stand behind them to make sure they have a right to vote. We have that. The things they're talking about now are in court. Mark Elias has an awful lot in court. The courts are struck down, like in Ohio, they struck down the gerrymandering. Things are happening, okay? We act like that we're going to obstruct people from voting. That's not going to happen.
Do you believe the Democrats deserve to be in the majority next year?
Excuse me, folks.
Okay, so again, remarks from Senator Manchin right there saying that his view hasn't changed on the filibuster. He does not believe in changing those rules, and he was looking forward to his meeting and conversation with other Senate Democrats there on Capitol Hill. Take you around to a couple of different live looks that we are awaiting right now. Senator Chuck Schumer expected to hold a press conference. This is after that meeting that Senator Manchin was actually heading to, directly following those remarks. That's why it was pretty quick, pretty brief. And then this is from inside of the Capitol. This is our Senate stakeout cam, the same cam that Senator Manchin was just speaking at there. So should be pretty interesting here through the rest of the evening. The Senate is in recess until 6:15. It is 4 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. It is 6 o'clock out on the East Coast. So in about 15 minutes, they should be heading back in to progress there to discuss voting legislation. And then, of course, a shot of the White House, as we have not heard much from President Biden today. We did hear from the White House via Press Secretary Jen Psaki, and we'll show you that later on into the evening. But this is what we're going to be talking about over the next half an hour or so here. We'll have a live report from down on the ground in Times Square as New York City Mayor Eric Adams is going to be delivering remarks at a vigil set up for Michelle Alisago. She's the woman who was killed on Saturday after being pushed into an oncoming subway train at the Times Square subway station. The suspect awaiting arraignment on second-degree murder charges following a mental health evaluation. So we're going to keep this shot up here, and we're going to stay with this as we continue to bring all of the live events from across the country. And as we wait for the mayor to step up and start speaking out, we have some remarks from him earlier today and an update on all things crime and safety out in the city.
Just really double down on our concerns that our system must be safe. It must be safe from actual crime, which we are going to do, and it must be safe from those who feel as though there's a total level of disorder in our subway system. Day one, January 1, when I took the train, I saw the homelessness, the yelling, the screaming early in the morning, crimes right outside the platform. We know we have a job to do, and we're going to do both. We're going to drive down crime, and we're going to make sure New Yorkers feel safe in our subway system, and they don't feel that way now. I don't feel that way when I take the train every day or when I'm moving throughout our transportation system. That is our battle, and that is what I'm going to do as the mayor of the city of New York. I also want to acknowledge Dr. King's weekend. An important weekend for all of us, and it really personifies that we have so much work to do as New Yorkers to deal with the battle of ending inequality in our city. And we are committed to do that with the team we put together. And New Yorkers, notice I have not said this at all. I didn't point to the previous generation, the previous administration, and talk about what they did or didn't do. We hit the ground running in this city. And we stated it is our responsibility, and we want the ball in our hand right now to turn our city around. Not what happened under previous administrations, but right now in this city, it's the Adams administration, and I have an obligation to make you safe and to deal with the inequalities that we're facing every day. As we mourn the deaths of those in the Bronx fire, bringing in the resources, I'm proud of everyday New Yorkers. We brought in millions of dollars to help the residents. We're going to look at what went wrong there and make sure that our agencies come up with a real plan, just as we did after the Happy Land fire that also took place in the Bronx. We can't have these tragic incidents happen in our city, and we're going to do everything possible to prevent that. And our hearts goes out to the families as we attended the funeral services and really stood by the members of the Bronx as they went through this horrific period, and announced the potential of new legislation with the senator. Yesterday, Senator Gillibrand and Richie Torres, the congressperson, to look at the legislation that we also introduced here in the city when he was a city council person. And we are thankful for the response from our entire city as we move forward in this difficult time. We want to just give you some good news on the COVID front, that it is imperative that we show New Yorkers that we are coming back, and we're coming back stronger. Our schools are open, and I want to thank you, Chancellor Banks. We were clear from the beginning, and I don't want anyone to get this mixed up. Our schools are going to remain open. We are not going to do anything that is going to stop our children from coming into schools. We said this over and over again. So please hear me, New Yorkers. Our schools are going to remain open. This city is moving in the right direction. New Yorkers should be proud of themselves. One of our success in moving our city back to a positive place is that we have the highest vax rates in the nations. And it's because of our work. We listened to the call, you told neighbors and friends, you sent a clear message that vaccinations and booster shots are successful. And this work, we just crossed the 16 million doses administered in New York City, including 2.5 million booster shots. We need to really commend everyday New Yorkers, but we have work to do. We're nowhere near where we ought to be, and we want to move even further to make sure that we get everyone boosted and vaccinated in the city. And this is going to help us get our lives back. It's going to help us open our city and do the things that we want to do, get boosted and get vaccinated. And this is going to include our kids 12 and older. Let's take full advantage of modern science coming together to solve this pandemic. But there's also more good news. And thanks to the actions of New Yorkers, Omicron wave is seriously, we're managing it in a real way, and Dr. Chosky would talk about that a little later. The level of cases in New York City, they are declining. They are declining. We know that there's work to do, and that there still remain a very high level, but we're seeing a leveling off, and we're seeing a decline because of what you did. You responded accordingly to this threat. But New Yorkers, we have not won yet. We have more to do, as I want to continue to say that over and over again. But let's be clear on this. We are winning. We are winning. And we are going to win because we're resilient. As I say over and over again, because we're New Yorkers. We're going to continue to monitor this closely. And now remember that hospitalization and death rates lag behind cases, so these indicators may peak later.
Okay, so we've just been listening to Mayor Eric Adams there from earlier today talking about the coronavirus pandemic. It looks like cases are trending downward in New York City, but also crime as well. In light of this news over the weekend, tragic news of 40-year-old Michelle Go. She was pushed into the subway at the Times Square subway station. She was killed. The suspect, who was alleged to be responsible for that, has been arrested, and we've been following this story ever since it broke early Saturday morning. Joining me now to discuss it a little bit further as we await for this event, Vigil to remember her, I'm being joined by Fox 5 New York's Arthur Sheehan. Arthur, good to see you. Where does the investigation stand, and what is the purpose tonight of this event there in Times Square?
All right, well, let's get into that those very good questions. The first one on where this investigation stands right now. The suspect was arrested, and he is undergoing a psychiatric evaluation. He has not been charged with a hate crime, but one of the difficulties in New York is for somebody to be charged with a hate crime, they essentially have to declare during the commission of that crime that it's driven by hate. In this case, obviously, the victim is dead. Let's show you what's going on behind us over here. Hundreds of people are gathered as this vigil is getting set to begin right now. There are different groups that are going to be here. There are colleagues and friends of Michelle Go who are going to be here, as well as our new mayor. Now, let's show you a picture right now of the latest photograph that we have of Michelle Go. It is released by her family. It shows her with her parents, with her brother, to underscore that this loss of life affects an entire family, that she was a beloved daughter, that she was a beloved sister. There's also a celebration of her life and a remembrance that's going to be held on the West Coast as well in California. So this will happen right now here, and at 9 o'clock tonight, you're going to have one out there. Now, the mayor has been talking about safety. He talks about a perception of safety, which New Yorkers sort of brushed back and said there's a reality that's a problem here. And today, he clarified it with these comments. Listen in.
We're going to make sure New Yorkers feel safe in our subway system, and they don't feel that way now. I don't feel that way when I take the train.
You see the bill? You see that? All right, coming back live, we're going to show you a picture of Michelle Go that's actually up on one of the large screens here in Times Square right now, as we read a statement that's been released by her family saying, quote, "She was a beautiful, brilliant, kind, and intelligent woman who loved her family and friends, loved to travel the world and to help others. Her life was taken too soon in a senseless act of violence, and we pray that she gets the justice that she deserves." Let's show you a video right now that we've been showing here in New York. One of the key issues here is the sheer number of people who now jump the turnstiles. Our own Fox 5 cameras have seen so many people doing this on a regular basis, not just at the station. This video that we're showing you is from the station where she was pushed, but it's happening everywhere out here. There are people in law enforcement and at the MTA who says that the vast majority of people committing crimes are entering the system this way. They want to stop to it, but it's a long road ahead. Have a listen in what one MTA board member had to say about it.
And Arthur, I don't believe we have that sound. We apologize there, but I did want to ask you as well, because a couple days after New York City Mayor Eric Adams was sworn in, he and Governor Kathy Hochul committed more and more NYPD officers to be on subway platforms, to be on the subway cars themselves. And so that was some of the criticism the mayor was getting after this tragedy over the weekend, that something like this could not have been avoided.
Well, we are 2 weeks into his time in office, so when somebody implements a new policy, I guess the question is, how long does it take for that new leadership to be responsible, to be on the hook for the decisions that are made? Widely in New York, it is seen as a step forward to include more police and for their patrols to also encompass subway stations. That's going to be seen as a plus, but there are others who say so long as people who want to enter the subway system can jump the turnstiles and just go right in, that's a leaky faucet. That's a major problem here.
All right, Fox 5's Arthur Sheehan, we appreciate your reporting. We're going to be showing the vigil once it starts there in Times Square. Arthur, thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, and let's go back out to Times Square in the meantime as we await this vigil there. New York City Mayor Eric Adams joining many other city officials, friends and family of 40-year-old Michelle Go. She was trying to take the R train at the Times Square subway stop Saturday morning when Simon Marshall, that's the name of the suspect, allegedly pushed her into the subway tracks. As an oncoming train came, she was killed, and her family, her friends, her coworkers are reeling. They're going to be remembering her life at this event there in Times Square. So we'll have this event, and we're going to take a quick commercial break. We also have Senate Democrats up to the podium as well. They just got there talking about voting rights, talking about what they're going to do with the filibuster. We'll be back in a moment with all of these live events here on Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's head back out to Times Square in New York City as this event is about to be underway, remembering the life of 40-year-old Michelle Go. She was tragically killed and pushed in front of an oncoming subway train Saturday morning. The alleged suspect is in custody. We're going to be hearing from New York City officials, her family and friends there in Times Square. Okay, so once this event does begin there in Times Square, we will go to it live as it happens. But in the meantime, while we await for that, we do want to continue with some of this Capitol Hill news at the moment. Senate Democrats have been speaking for about 15 minutes. They just came up to the podium there talking about the schedule now, about carving out filibuster reform to get voting rights legislation passed. They've been debating that on the floor today. We're going to start this press conference from when it first began. Senator Schumer coming up to the podium.
Okay. We'll just, that's okay. They're all going to be questions.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm delighted to be joined by Senators Stabenow and Klobuchar and Merkley and Kaine and Warnock and Booker and Padilla. There he is. Okay, good. We're not all going to speak. Some of us are. But look, for the first time, this is the very first time today that Congress has been debating a bill to protect voting rights on the Senate floor, on the Freedom to Vote Act and the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement. And win, lose, or draw, members of this chamber were elected to debate and to vote. And win, lose, or draw, we are going to vote, especially on an issue as vital to the beating heart of our democracy as voting rights. Democrats have tried for months to hold a voting rights debate on the floor, but we've been blocked each time by Republicans. This is a step forward, but there's still a lot of work to do. Now, as we debate these measures, the Senate is going to confront a critical question. Shall the members of this chamber do what is necessary to pass these bills and move them to the President's desk? The struggle for voting rights is one of the sagas in America. In 1789, in most states, you had to be a white male Protestant property owner to vote. That might leave out most of the people here and here. And there we have had an inexorable push for the right to vote. The right to vote is vital, and both the proponents and opponents know it. I'm reading the biography of Grant. The white Southerners, the number one thing they wanted to prevent the freed slaves from doing is voting above anything else, because they knew it was power. And we've had steps forward, and then we've had steps back. And unfortunately, right now, with the Republican legislatures, we're in the midst of a large step back. So, Senate Democrats, we are going to fight the fight. Fight the fight. We're under no illusion. We know this is an uphill fight, especially when virtually every Senate Republican, to their shame, is staunchly against any legislation to protect the right to vote. But I want to be clear. When this chamber confronts a question this important, one so vital to our country, to our democracy, with its long history, you don't just say, never mind, it's too hard. You keep pushing, you keep working, you keep fighting. And that's what we've been doing, that's what we are doing, and that's what we will continue to do. It's been a long, hard road to get to this point. All the members here and many others, because this has been such strong strength in our caucus, unity in our caucus, have worked hard on these bills. The Senate spent an entire year drafting, considering, and debating voting rights legislation. Senate Republicans have spent the same amount of time refusing to negotiate with our members, including Senator Manchin, or even debate this legislation. Over the past year, as you know, Republican-controlled legislatures have worked to pass legislation that would make it harder for Americans to vote following the president's big lie. And it's particularly aimed at people of color, at poor people, at young people, at disabled people, at elderly people, at people who live in cities. It's not aimed across the board. You know that, and we know that. It's an effort to jaundice the entire election process. If the Senate cannot protect the right to vote, which is the cornerstone of our democracy, then the Senate rules must be reformed. Must be reformed. If the Republicans block cloture on the legislation before us, I will put forward a proposal to change the rules to allow for a talking filibuster on this legislation, as recommended by a number of our colleagues who have been working on this reform for a long time. Historically, changes to the Senate rules have been necessary to adapt to changed circumstances. Even Senator Byrd, a traditionalist, said just that. To address voting rights in a timely fashion, there's an opportunity to do exactly that, to change the Senate rules, to promote a public debate that is restorative of the Senate's long-standing two-speech limit. We feel very simply, on something as important as voting rights, if Senate Republicans are going to oppose it, they should not be allowed to sit in their office. They got to come down on the floor and defend their opposition to voting rights, the wellspring of our democracy. And there's broad, strong feeling in our caucus about that. Once members of the minority party have exhausted all of their speaking rights and defended their position on the Senate floor, the debate will have run its course, and the Senate will move to vote on final passage at a majority threshold, which has always been the threshold for final passage. I hope every senator will embrace this practical reform. Dr. King said to us, keep fighting. They tried to pass voting rights bills year after year after year. 1964, they couldn't get it. They kept fighting, and they got it in 65. This process today is another step forward in the march to voting rights. We ain't giving up. You're going to hear from us plenty as we continue on this issue. And again, to anyone who says, oh, well, you may not win, don't do it, look at history. Look at history. If you keep fighting, the cause of justice, as Dr. King has said, will be renewed. He used to quote Amos, let justice flow down like the mighty waters. The mighty waters will flow down. You can't stop them. They can be diverted, they can be delayed, but if you keep fighting, they can't be stopped. And we are not stopping. We are not stopping. This is too important. This is sacred. This is vital. This is not just a political fight, which some people like to just talk about. It is a fight for the soul and the future of America. And we are strong, dedicated, and enthusiastic to continue that fight. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much.
Who has, by the way, done a great job as head of the Rules Committee in helping us lead this fight.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Chuck, and thank you to the incredible leaders gathered today, as well as our entire caucus. I just came back from Ukraine, and we were there, a bipartisan group of senators, to say we stand with that democracy against a dictator who is, as we speak, threatening to invade that country. It is America that comes in time and time again around the world to stand up for democracy. And we are here to stand up for our own democracy. And I know there's a lot of cynicism out there about everything that's happening right now in the country, the polarization. But you know what? If we just fold to that cynicism, the American people lose. Because we know every step of the way what's been happening. It is a concerted effort across the country to limit the right to vote. Because even during the middle of a raging pandemic, Americans voted in record numbers. They voted because they were able to vote by mail like they had never done before. They voted because they were able to do things like same-day register. And now, step by step by step, starting with Raphael Warnock's state of Georgia, they are pulling back those rules. One of my favorite examples is one that doesn't get any attention. That's Montana. For 15 years, same-day registration. 15 years, the last election, 8,000 people took advantage of it to either change their address or to register anew. Taken away. What does that do? Maximize confusion for voters, because suddenly that right is taken away on Election Day, and then makes it harder for them to vote. That is what this is about. So some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I know some of you have been watching these speeches, and I'm pretty appalled by it. Because if you look at history, actually, history shows, and my friend Senator Merkley, who is the expert on this and will tell you this, is not nearly as clear as they are making it. And in fact, there have been 160 carve-outs to the filibuster. There have been waivers. There have been changes of rule. They have changed the rules for things like making it easier to turn down arms deals. That's not a 60-vote margin. Republican priorities like reducing taxes under Bush and Trump, 51-vote margin, right? Reconciliation. Trying to roll back regulations like they did with the Affordable Care Act. Once again, rolling back regulations, 51-vote threshold. Putting on U.S. Supreme Court justices, 51-vote threshold. So basically what they're saying is our priorities are out there. We've found ways to adjust the rules. But when it comes to the voters of this country, what are we going to do? We're going to throw a wrench into the process, put it off the rails, and guess what? You voters, we're just going to throw you under the Senate desk because we're going home, as they have done repeatedly, without a debate. It is actually Henry Cabot Lodge who once said this. He said, and I think I got this quote from your speech, Chuck, because I liked it so much. He said,
give Henry Cabot Lodge the credit.
Okay, I'll try. To vote without debating is perilous, but to debate and never vote is imbecile. And that's what they are asking us to do right now, to just go on and debate and say things and never get to a vote. History is our guide in two ways. History is our guide by the changes that have been made to the Senate rules, and history is our guide in that we stand up for people, and we never give up. A great man once said that disappointment is finite, but hope is infinite. We will not give up.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. And now our historian and our expert on delving into the arcanity of these rules, and very effectively, is Jeff Merkley.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chuck, and to my colleagues standing here saying that our oath to the Constitution really means something, because that Constitution is founded on the foundation of every person's right to vote. And in each generation, we have to nurture, restore that foundation, and that is what our task is now. My colleague who has led the Rules Committee so ably just quoted Henry Cabot Lodge. He was in the House from Massachusetts, a Republican. And he proceeded to say what we are seeing happen after the Civil War, in which fences are being erected to prevent targeted groups from voting, from creating fences to keep black Americans from voting, is absolutely wrong. And the House had I spoke too long on the floor today. The House had a debate, and that debate on the Lodge bill said, you know what? The federal government is going to make sure the elections are fair across this land. Every one of us from any given state has a stake in the fairness of all the other states, because that's the only way that there's equal representation in the House and in the Senate. And so in that year, the House spoke loudly, and I'm ashamed to say not a single Democrat voted for that bill in the House. It was entirely Republicans, but they passed it, and it addressed federal supervision for registration, federal supervision for conducting the election, and federal supervision for counting the votes to make sure integrity across this land, more than a century ago. And then the bill came over to the Senate the following year in 1891, and it died because we could never get to a final vote. It was filibustered. Well, what Chuck Schumer is saying is it is time to make sure that we have a debate on final passage, not just on this amendment or that amendment, but on final passage. That we have every person accountable to the public on where we stand. And what happened in 1891 introduced 75 years of entrenched discrimination in our land, 75 years of trampling rights until the 1965 vote was passed, voting rights was passed. Generations may flow from us now in which the rights of Americans are trampled if we do not act. Now, It is the day to quote Henry Cabot Lodge. He said, if citizens of the United States are entitled to vote, are deprived of their rights, it is the duty of Congress to interfere. He continued, if congressional elections anywhere are tainted by fraud or corruption or perverted by violence, it is the duty of Congress to interfere. And I say to you all today, it is our duty to interfere at this moment with any process that prevents us from defending the most fundamental rights of Americans, to take on the dark money, to take on gerrymandering, and most importantly, to defend that beating heart of America, the ballot box.
Thank you, Jeff. Our last speaker will be somebody whose state has been through so many different awful changes in the voting law. Senator Raphael Warnock.
Thank you so much, Leader Schumer. This is a moral moment in America. I was at my church yesterday, the Ebenezer Baptist Church, where we held our annual service in memory of Dr. King, and I can tell you that in Georgia and all across our country, politicians did yesterday what they do every year. They lined up and they offered platitudes and praises to Martin Luther King Jr. On MLK weekend, everybody loves Martin Luther King Jr. And I have to sometimes sit there and wonder who they're talking about. And it is because as we have pushed forward this debate on voting rights, I've been hearing arguments against this legislation, and those arguments have sounded uncannily familiar to me as a student of the civil rights movement, and I was asking myself why. And then I realized that as Dr. King and others were pushing forward civil rights and voting rights, people didn't necessarily stand up and say, no, we don't believe black people should vote. What did they do? They pushed forward states' rights arguments. And these are the kinds of arguments that I've been hearing in this chamber in 2022. Let us be very clear. The legislation that we are proposing provides a baseline of standards that ensures that every eligible American can vote. The states still administer their elections. And as the pastor of Ebenezer Church, where Martin Luther King Jr. preached, I take great umbrage with members of this body who are arguing that somehow this is a federal takeover. They are marshaling old states' rights arguments, the same arguments that Faubus used, Governor Faubus, in response to Brown versus Board of Education. The same arguments used by Richard B. Russell of Georgia when he wanted to stand in the way of civil rights. The same arguments used by Strom Thurmond when he had the largest filibuster in the history of the Senate arguing against voting rights. What did he argue? He argued for states' rights. And that's what we've been hearing in recent days. And so let the message go out. You cannot remember Martin Luther King Jr. and dismember his legacy at the same time. You can argue whatever side you want, but you do not get to argue both sides. You do not get to offer praises and plaudits, praises and platitudes in memory of Dr. King, and marshal the same kinds of states' rights arguments that were used against the civil rights movement and against Martin Luther King Jr. And so this is a moral moment. And you have to decide. Now, we are one nation. E pluribus unum, out of many one. And that's what voting rights ensures, that people from various backgrounds get to speak. And at the end of the day, the people have their say. And right in Georgia right now, they're trying to get rid of ballot drop boxes in the middle of a pandemic. Why? Who does that serve? Who are they trying to help? Come on, give me a break. Who are they trying to help by proposing that they get rid of drop boxes in the middle of a pandemic? They're trying to take over the Fulton County Board of Elections. We know what they're up to. And everywhere I go in Georgia, my constituents are saying, stand up for voting rights, stand up for the voices of the people. The democracy belongs to them and not the politicians. And that's what I intend to do, and that's what we intend to do.
Senator Kaine is going to speak in a minute. I just wonder, remember what Mitch McConnell said after you heard from Raphael Warnock? There's no effort at voter suppression in the states. Can you imagine that? Shame on him. That is equal to Donald Trump's big lie. Equal to Donald Trump's big lie. Senator Tim Kaine has been great in this effort to try and bring us all together. He's our last speaker.
So we all get to decide what kind of senator we want to be. For 50 years, my Senate seat was held by Harry Byrd Sr., who was a governor of Virginia and then senator, and then Harry Byrd Jr. On Saturday, I was at the inauguration of a new governor in Virginia, and I passed by the spot where up until about 6 months ago, there was a statue of Harry Byrd Sr., a governor who had done a big highway and infrastructure bill, a governor who had helped create the Shenandoah National Park system. Statue was taken down. Harry Byrd Middle School in Henrico County was renamed 5 years ago to Quioccasin Middle School. Why? He did these good things like the highway building. His statue was taken down because he led massive resistance against Brown versus Board of Education, because he supported school closures that deprived kids of education in Prince Edward County for 5 years. We all get to decide the kind of senator we want to be. I want to just say one thanks to Chuck. Not only thank you for this entire effort, but Chuck, in listening to colleagues, and not just Democratic colleagues, Republican colleagues too, has decided that the rule reform proposal that we'll grapple with tomorrow is not an abolition of the filibuster or a reduction of the filibuster. It's instead switching a secret filibuster into a public and transparent filibuster so everyone on this floor can be held accountable for their actions, and that's as it should be. Thank you.
Well said. Summing up just to add what Tim said, sorry, glasses and mask. Just summing up what Tim said, a senator's job is to vote. And on an important issue like this, to vote. And we believe that this vote will actually help propel us forward. And it's one of the reasons we're doing it. And one other thing, as you heard from the great speakers here, and from Corey and Debbie and Alex in the caucus, I've never seen more passion in our caucus on this issue. This is just passionate with our members for the reasons you heard. We'll take a few questions. Yes.
Senator Schumer, I wonder if you'll talk to us just a little bit about Manchin's message to all of you tonight. And since you have also been at the NRSC twice, you know that there will be political backlash against both Manchin and Sinema. We're already seeing it with Emily's list. Are you prepared for that when they're up in 24?
Look, I'm not getting into the politics. The vast majority of our caucus strongly disagree with Senators Manchin and Sinema on rules changes. The overwhelming majority of our caucus knows that if you're going to rely on Republican votes, you will get zero progress on voting rights right now. Zero. Yes.
I just want to clarify to make sure I understand it correctly. So the rules change we propose would be to go to a talking filibuster, but just for this piece of legislation?
Correct.
And do you have any optimism that you might still convince all 50 members of your caucus?
We're always fighting day by day and week by week and minute by minute. It is so important to us. Yes.
This is a critical moment for democracy and a moral
It is.
moment.
Yes.
Would you support efforts to primary Senators Manchin and Sinema?
I'm not getting into the politics. This is a substantive, serious issue. Yes.
Senator Schumer, obviously black voters were a major part of Senator Warnock getting elected, Senator Ossoff getting elected, plenty of President Biden getting elected. What do you say to black voters that they turned out in earnest for Democrats, and Democrats can't even get a policing bill finished? They can't come to an agreement on voting rights. What do you say to black voters?
Well, look who's stopping both of those bills, and Cory Booker knows. Republicans. We don't have a single Republican to allow us to go forward and debate, except once. We don't have any Republicans supporting this, and I was at a lot of MLK commemorations yesterday. The African-American community is passionate about us continuing to fight. They, better than anyone, know setbacks, but they don't stop fighting until they win, and that is infused in our caucus. Yes.
Mail-in ballots, drop boxes, those are among some of the provisions that are in this bill. However, those started off as pandemic-related measures back in the day, and they were supposed to be temporary. How exactly did they fight racism at the time if they were supposed to be temporary and they weren't?
Okay, whoa. First of all, mail-in balloting has been the way of voting in the state of Utah. It hasn't been temporary, and that is one red state. Do you want me to, are you talking or am I? I'm talking. And mail-in balloting has been the way of life in many, many states, red, blue, and purple. And one of the things we've learned from the pandemic is that it's actually incredibly helpful in a pandemic, but it's also made it easier for people to vote. So what has gone on in some states is they've rolled back the very things that will make it easier to vote, leading to more and more, as I pointed out, confusion. The other thing it's important to know, and the reason I use the example of Montana and same-day registration, is they are also rolling back things that have long been the law in states. They basically, to quote a North Carolina court regarding a law a few years ago, are discriminating with surgical precision by looking at each state and figuring out how did more people vote this way? Well, let's change that. Oh, 70,000 people registered to vote in the state of Georgia during the runoff period. So let's do two things. Let's reduce the runoff period, which they have done, Senator Warnock, and then let's not allow same-day registration, not same-day, registration during that period. That's exactly what they've done. So I can give you numerous examples of both ways. They've rolled back things that they changed during the pandemic, like witnesses for mail-in ballots in South Carolina. Then they took that away, and things that were put in place even before the pandemic. But no matter which way they did it, it all adds up to one thing, and that is voter suppression and limiting people's freedom to vote.
And voter suppression aimed not at the general population, but at particular populations, particularly people of color, urban people, etc. Oregon, Jeff State, students, young people. Oregon has had mail-in voting for 30 years, long before the pandemic, ma'am. It also has the highest or second highest after Minnesota percentage of people participating. Isn't it good to have a high percentage of people participating?
Second highest.
Manu, you get the last question.
Senator Manchin suggested to us that Democrats don't have their priorities straight. Voters are concerned about inflation, the economy, COVID. Should you not be using your majority to focus on those issues rather than one that you know is doomed to fail?
We've answered that question a whole bunch of times. This is so sacred and so important. The right to vote is the wellspring of our democracy. We're not abandoning the other issues. We can do more than one. But to abandon voting rights, when you have seen how important it is in the country, when it is the wellspring of our democracy, when it is so vital to bringing full equality in this country, and racism has been the poison of America, would be a disgrace. We're not abandoning it. We will do other things as well. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Okay, so you heard there from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer being joined by fellow Senate Democrats at this press conference today, stressing and emphasizing how important these two pieces of legislation are to voting rights reform, electoral reform in the country. And so he was being asked by a lot of reporters there about really the unlikelihood of this going forward because of Senator Joe Manchin, because of Senator Kyrsten Sinema, who don't want to reform or kill or carve out the filibuster to get this through. And so there you heard from them, and they say they're going to fight, that they remain committed to getting this done. So, of course, that all remains to be seen going into this week here. I just want to give an update from Fox News Congressional Hill correspondent Chad Pergram. He says that Schumer will put forward a talking filibuster plan, but that the plan really is dead in the water because it would alter the 60-vote threshold to end legislative filibusters. Ending a talking filibuster would require a majority vote, but Manchin and Sinema, of course, are opposed to that. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll have more Capitol Hill news when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. We just had some breaking news to report out of Capitol Hill regarding the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot. The committee is issuing more subpoenas now to several members of former President Trump's legal team. They include Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, Jenna Ellis, and Boris Epshteyn. The panel not only wants to speak with them about what they knew about the moments leading up to the January 6th Capitol riot, but they also want to hear from Giuliani, who promoted claims of election fraud on behalf of the former president. So this is kind of the newest update into this saga, into this committee investigating the events of January 6th. And so we will make sure that we follow any of these latest developments. So really interesting to note there, former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, and Jenna Ellis and Boris Epshteyn, members of former President Trump's legal team, are now facing subpoenas. They're being requested to appear before the Select Committee in the House. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. It's been a very busy Tuesday. We'll have more political headlines in the next hour. Right now, let's just hear from more senators on the floor at the moment, Republican ones as well as Democratic ones. We just listened to Senate Democrats talking about the need to reform the filibuster. This is Pennsylvania Senator Bob Casey now speaking from the rostrum.
At least turned a blind eye to efforts at the state level that I just spoke of. I think it's also important for the record to note, Mr. President, and I won't read all of this, but to note what the Associated Press found about the election of 2020. Here's a copy, and I'll ask consent to enter into the record an Associated Press story entitled Far too little vote fraud to tip election to Trump, AP finds, dated December the 14th, 2021 by Christina A. Cassidy.
Without objection, will be entered into the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will just read the first graph of this Associated Press story, dated December of this past year. Quote, an Associated Press review of every potential case of voter fraud in the 6 battleground states disputed by former President Donald Trump has found that fewer than 475, a number that would have made no difference in the 2020 presidential election, unquote. And of course, Pennsylvania was one of those states that they looked at. So we know what happened in the election, and we know why we can say with certainty that the big lie is nothing but a lie. After the election of 2020, in June of 2021, Pennsylvania's Republican-controlled legislature became one of the many legislatures across the nation passing a voter suppression law. Here's what they would have done if they were successful. They passed it, and this bill would have imposed unconstitutional voter ID restrictions, restricted mail-in voting. The mail-in voting they just voted in favor of in 2019, these same legislators. And this bill would essentially have eliminated the use of drop boxes. Furthermore, it rolled back several successful provisions of the Bipartisan Act 77, including reducing the number of days permitted to register to vote and eliminating an option to opt in to receive an annual mail-in ballot. While this bill was fortunately vetoed by Governor Wolf, the threat to suppress the vote in Pennsylvania remains ever present as the legislature continues to work on another omnibus election bill. So once again, the big lie animates the work of Republican politicians in Pennsylvania and throughout the country. And it's not simply a lie, it's a lie that engenders fear. Sometimes fear of losing your election in a primary. We understand that fear. We've seen it play out here as well. But sometimes the fear is deeper than that your own security will be at risk if you don't espouse the big lie. In light of these efforts, it is fair to question, how did Pennsylvania go from a shining example of bipartisan election reform in 2019 to ground zero in the fight against voter suppression and election misinformation in 2021 and continuing into 2022. In the months leading up to the 2020 general election, the former president led an assault on our election system, sowing seeds of division and, without evidence, questioning the legitimacy of voting methods, including mail-in voting, which has been utilized in the nation for decades. And by the way, mail-in voting allowed us to set a turnout record, as I said before, in Pennsylvania for the first time in 60 years to go that high of the voting age population. The former president lost his election to President Joe Biden, but instead of honorably conceding the race, he created the big lie that the election had been stolen from him by raising unfounded allegations of voter fraud, election irregularities in Pennsylvania and across the nation. Of course, there's simply no evidence to justify these claims of widespread voter fraud or irregularities suggested in the AP story in their investigation that undergirds their conclusions, supports that. The big lie is the fraud. If you want to talk about fraud, that's where it is. That is the fraud. The big lie is the falsehood and the con job. It's a deliberate, ongoing attempt to sow instability. We know that in over 60 cases in court after court, from state courts to district courts to circuit courts to the U.S. Supreme Court, all those courts refused to indulge the unprecedented, loopy legal arguments and false conspiracy theories that were put forward by the president's campaign and some Republicans after the election. Despite the lack of any evidence to support claims of widespread fraud, we continue to hear these baseless conspiracy theories and calls to roll back Pennsylvania's Act 77 for one reason and one reason only: to disenfranchise voters. So in order to please one man, rather than support positive reforms that worked in Pennsylvania, that increased turnout in Pennsylvania exponentially like no other law has, lawmakers have introduced all over the country now some 400 voter suppression bills. There are three types of corrupt proposals that I would like to summarize. Number one, shifting election authority. That's one measure of a corrupt practice. Number two, attacking election workers. That's corrupt, and that's what they're trying to do. And number three, restricting mail-in voting. First and foremost, many of the bills attack the most fundamental, foundational element of our democracy: administering our elections. According to a report from Voting Rights Lab in September of 2021, more than 180 of the bills introduced across the country are an effort to subvert our current election administration. Some of these bills would allow the legislature or other partisan actors, really purveyors of the big lie, to exert greater control over elections and interfere with local election administrators. For example, Georgia's Senate Bill 202, which has already been enacted into law, not just proposed, this law will allow a partisan state election board to remove and replace local election administrators. The new law empowers the state legislature to appoint the chair of the election board, ensuring that the majority of the board reflects the partisan will of the legislature. We've also seen numerous lawmakers, including in Pennsylvania, initiate or attempt to initiate partisan election, quote, audits, unquote, into the...
Okay, so Senator Bob Casey, the Democrat from Pennsylvania, talking about what Democrats have been talking about all day on the floor, wanting to get these pieces of voting rights legislation through, and of course, wanting to reform the filibuster to do it. They don't have the support of two key senators in their caucus, Senators Sinema and Manchin. So we'll be tracking all of those movements on the Senate floor, having to do with Senate Democrats as they are in quite a pickle to try to get this through. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more headlines left to get to. There's a lot of live events happening at the moment, but we want to talk about an issue when we come back from commercial break. Dire warnings from the country's airline industry delaying the launch of 5G near airports. We'll have more on that in a couple of minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. Well, airlines say that 5G service will interfere with plane technology. Dire warnings from the country's airline industry. They're saying that 5G service will interfere with aircraft technology and lead to massive flight disruptions. We want to hear from Fox Business correspondent Grady Trimble about this issue.
The major U.S. airlines are putting pressure on government officials and cellular companies, saying that the rollout of 5G could cause chaos for flyers, and it seems that pressure is working because both Verizon and AT&T say they'll delay turning on a limited number of towers around certain airport runways. AT&T says we are frustrated by the FAA's inability to do what nearly 40 countries have done, which is to safely deploy 5G technology without disrupting aviation services, and we urge it to do so in a timely manner. Both companies say they're launching towers everywhere else in the country as planned on Wednesday, with the exception of a limited number of towers near airports. The airlines say the 5G signal would interfere with critical safety instruments on planes, and the rollout could cause mass flight cancellations as well as a suspension of cargo flights.
That means that goods aren't moving around as quickly and effectively as they need to in order to not have supply chain disruptions. So this is something that we are very focused on, we've been closely engaged on, and we want to avoid that and prevent it.
Talks continue between the FAA, the FCC, cell phone companies, and the airlines as Wednesday's 5G rollout deadline gets closer. In Chicago, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
Grady, thanks so much for that update there. We want to talk about this issue a little bit further. Joining me now is Associated Press reporter David Koenig, who covers everything having to do with the airlines, with the aviation industry. And David, thanks for being with us. You know, this deadline is tomorrow. Earlier today, we learned AT&T and Verizon say they are limiting their 5G rollout in certain airports around the country. So the delays are ongoing, but that deadline is tomorrow. Where does this stand?
Where it stands, AT&T and Verizon both announced that they will agree to hold off on activating their systems, their cell towers around airports within a 2-mile radius of airport runways that are identified by the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration. So they'll go ahead with the launch of most of their networks, about 90%, but not in its entirety.
And what are we hearing from, you know, the Biden administration, the Department of Transportation, including the FAA? They requested these delays in order to buy themselves more time, it seems. What are we hearing from them today?
Well, President Biden even issued a statement saying that this is going to avoid they termed it a potentially massive, devastating disruptions to passenger travel. We're very worried by these threats from the airlines that this could lead to delays for hundreds of thousands of passengers and cargo shipments and disrupt the supply chain. So they're hoping that this has headed that off for the moment. And while they continue to talk to the telecom companies and the FAA continues to investigate this interference issue, which we can talk more about in terms of, in hopes of finding a permanent solution to this so that they don't keep doing this every few weeks.
Yeah, and David, let's go into some of these technological concerns that the airlines have with, the tech on the airplanes themselves and the 5G technology with these telecommunications companies like AT&T and Verizon. Where are those fault lines there? What is the concern?
The issue is that these new 5G networks use a part of the radio spectrum called C-band, which is pretty close to the part of the spectrum that is used by instruments called altimeters on airplanes. And altimeters measure how high the plane is above the ground. Pilots need these to land when visibility is poor, say in bad weather, foggy weather, heavy rain, things like that. They also are linked, these machines are linked to other systems on the planes like autopilot. So very concerned that any interference, and interference is kind of like when you hear on your AM or FM radio, you hear a couple of stations running into each other. That's sort of what's happening here, or that's the fear of the airlines. So they're close to the spectrum, close to each other on the spectrum. Verizon and AT&T say there's enough separation that they don't pose any problem, any danger to aviation. Aviation groups disagree. They think it's too close for comfort.
So according to the FAA, they said Sunday that it had cleared an estimated 45% of the U.S. commercial airplane fleet to perform low visibility landings at many airports. When we talk about interference, does that mean concerns with the safety of the aircraft and the passengers on the aircraft? And are we also talking, and we heard from Jen Psaki there in the briefing, this could cause chaos, disruptions, and delays, with Americans overseas. We're also seeing that, international carriers are suspending flights into the U.S. until this is situated. So this is really causing a lot of disruptions. Do you think it's going to go beyond tomorrow to get this all figured out?
Yeah, it looks like they've kicked the can down the road. They will at least temporarily avoid the kind of large, widespread disruptions that were really feared here. But they'll have to come up with a more permanent solution. This will not entirely solve the problem. The FAA says there will still be some issues involving planes that have these devices, altimeters, that are not immune from interference, and that could still be an issue. The administration is saying, though, that there should
of in the weeds kind of policy story, but it affects a lot of people. What do we need to know? What do airline travelers, Americans, passengers need to know going into the next few days when they get on a flight?
Yeah, and I didn't answer your safety question the last time around, and that's an important point. The aviation industry, the airlines and the Federal Aviation Administration said they would not have let it get to the point where it became a safety issue. So what would have happened is, rather than take off on a flight that's going to land somewhere where they may not have a working altimeter, they just would cancel the flight. Or if they took off and then fog socked in the airport and they were afraid of landing around 5G interference, they would just send instead of landing at LaGuardia, your flight might go to Buffalo if the weather was better there. So they say they avoided a safety crisis, but it certainly would have disrupted travel with lots of canceled flights and other flights landing in places where they were not expecting to land.
Okay, and we'll be following it alongside you as well. And thank you for your reporting, David Koenig of the Associated Press. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks so much, Andrew.
Okay, really interesting debate there about this story that doesn't seem to be going away. We'll be following any more developments about it in the next couple of days here. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more headlines coming up in the next hour. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Beautiful live look there of the sun and the clouds. Beautiful. Not too sure where that is. We'll get that to you in just a moment. We want to get to some of these other headlines because the latest COVID surge has hospitals across the country postponing elective surgeries to free up staff and bed space, though health experts warn that delayed care could lead to more deaths. Joining me now to discuss all of that is Fox's Stephen Goen. He is live for us in Cleveland, Ohio. Stephen, good to see you. What have you learned tonight?
Andrew, we're learning that these surgeries, they could be life-changing for people, but they're on hold now. A recent Harvard study actually found 1 in 5 American families have had to deal with a delay in care for serious illness amid this pandemic, as hospitals are stretched thin. A handful of states, including New York, Massachusetts, Illinois, and Washington, in those states, government leaders have either mandated or recommended the delay of certain surgeries considered non-emergency. In other states, like Ohio, where I am, individual hospitals have had to make the decision to shut down elective surgeries. The problem is, the more of those surgeries that are postponed, the more problems that could arise. Some of these surgeries, they are crucial for the people who need them.
So that can include cancer patients, heart patients, people with life-threatening conditions who need surgery quickly. Even people who are coming in through the emergency room itself still might not be able to get a bed or get seen by a doctor as quickly as they normally would.
Now, many hospitals are only suspending specific procedures in this latest COVID surge. For example, in Ohio, the Cleveland Clinic, one of the nation's largest hospitals, they will continue to schedule surgeries for cancer and transplant patients, even as others are delayed. It's recommended patients who do have their surgeries postponed keep a good line of communication with their health provider and also track and report any changes in their condition. It's also important to remember that anyone who does have an emergency should still go to the hospital or call for emergency services if needed. Even as hospitals are filling up, emergency services are still continuing in many places as normal. Andrew?
You know, Stephen, this has been a feature of this latest surge with Omicron, and I was just curious, especially there being outside the Cleveland Clinic, talking with officials there. I can imagine that many people who've had to have their surgeries postponed, even if they are non-emergency procedures, are frustrated. Are they getting a lot of opposition, a lot of frustration because of this?
You can see a lot of frustration on social media, for example, whether it's a knee replacement, whether it's something to do with the heart, whether it's something to do with somebody's cancer. A lot of people are having their surgeries postponed, whether it's weeks or months, and you can see a lot of that frustration very clearly. These operations are considered non-emergency or elective, but for a lot of the people who need these procedures to kind of keep on living their lives, these are crucial operations. So yes, we're seeing a lot from people, like I said, on social media, and I'm sure that these health systems now forced to postpone surgeries, I'm sure they're hearing it too.
All right, as always, Fox's Stephen Goen there live for us in Cleveland. We'll talk to you again, Stephen. Thanks. Okay, and right now we do want to head out to some more top headlines throughout the country here, including in New York City. And you can see that in Times Square, this vigil is taking place to honor the life and remember the life of 40-year-old Michelle Go. On Saturday morning, she was violently killed. She was pushed into an oncoming train at the Times Square subway station. Her assailant, the suspect in this, has been arrested. We saw video of him being arrested and charged just yesterday. We want to show you, though, this vigil from start to finish. We're going to hear from New York City Mayor Eric Adams, and then a little bit later tonight, there's going to be another vigil on the West Coast in the Bay Area where she was from, where she has many family and friends still, in what is just a tragic and senseless death.
We've come today to declare that Michelle lives. We come today to declare that in the face of hate, we bring hope. We've come to declare today that in the face of violence, we lift up voices. We've come to declare today that in the face of fear, we forge forward. We've come to declare today that we will reclaim our city from a cloak of darkness by lifting up Michelle's light. We've come to declare today that we are better than this. We've come to declare today that our past failures will be today's lessons. How we treat one another in the face of sickness and mental health as a city. How do we look past the pain of another because we can't sympathize or empathize? We've come to declare today we are better. We are brighter, and we lift up Michelle's light and anoint this day as the day that New York City rose from the ashes of violence to reclaim her greatness, to give love for hate, to give comfort for pain, to give good public policy in the face of torn communities. We will not leave Michelle behind. We will use her light to forge forward as one city committed to one another's wellness, to one another's well-being. We come to embrace this family, embrace this community, and say there shall be no force strong enough to keep us divided. There shall be no force strong enough to keep us on our knees. We lift up Michelle's light to reclaim our city from the darkness and the cloak of violence. And we will do so hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, heart to heart, mind to mind, and good public policy to good public policy. Let us remember Michelle. Let us remember this family. And let us never forget, New York is only as great as we make her. And we will not give our city over to darkness, to fear. We will not give our city over to hate. We will heal our sick. We will love our neighbor. And we will reclaim our city's greatness in Michelle's name. And the people united shall never be defeated. God bless New York. God bless Michelle and her family. God bless our united community. God bless those who are charged with enforcing the law. Temper them with wisdom and justice, and pour comfort out upon this family, this community, and this city. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. And thank you to all those who have braved the cold to come join us tonight. My name is Benjamin Way. I'm the founder and executive director of Agents Fighting Injustice and the lead organizer of today's vigil. 2 days ago, I saw the news break on my Instagram feed because I check it almost every hour in fear of hearing news just like the news that broke. And as the news came out, that first it was a photo, then it was her age, then where she worked, a pit formed in my stomach. And I thought, wow, that's really close to my age. Wow, she went to schools that my friends went to. And then I looked her up on LinkedIn and realized that we have connections in common. And that actually one of my dear friends worked on the same team of hers at Deloitte. And so I called him and I said, have you heard the news? Is this true? And he said, I don't know. Let me go find out. And that pit sank even deeper because this tragedy of another member of our community, the AAPI community here in New York, being taken from us is one that we've heard way too often over the past 2 years. Sadly, in New York City, in 2020, while everybody was quarantining and hate crimes across the city dropped, hate crimes against the AAPI community rose by 800%. In 2021, it rose by 350% at least. And those were just the ones that were recorded by the NYPD. There has been a painful history in the past 2 years of mentally ill, violent individuals attacking members of our community. I think of the young man in February of last year who was walking down the street in Chinatown, who was stabbed with an 8-inch blade in the middle of his back and went into critical care, almost losing his life and losing many, many vital organs. He was the reason why I got involved in organizing. He was a friend of a friend. And from his memory, I said, I have to do something. And so together, we came and hosted a rally in Columbus Park on March 21st. And a couple days right beforehand, the tragic shootings in Atlanta happened. And again, members of our community were taking for us, the AAPI community in this country. And those attacks have continued. Wilma Kari, who only a couple blocks away was attacked by a mentally ill individual, stomped on the street as 3 security guards watched, and everything was caught on tape. A few months later, Yao Pan Ma in East Harlem, collecting cans to make ends meet because he lost his job due to the pandemic, was brutally attacked, beaten within inches of his life, trying to provide for his family. And sadly, a couple of weeks ago, we heard that he passed away. And so today, we are here not to talk about these individuals, but to honor the memory of Michelle Alyssa Go and pay respects to the way she lived her life. As we put together this vigil today, I heard countless stories from her close friends, her coworkers, who talked about the way she lived. And it wasn't just a job that she performed. It wasn't just her being a quiet neighbor. Those are people who didn't really know the true Michelle. Michelle was giving. She was the best friend that anybody could have. Her friends called her the ultimate friend, who would drop everything with a smile to care for them. And she cared for our city, volunteering with the unhoused and the young, helping them pave a better life for themselves and giving of her time. So today you will hear from a lot of local leaders, and I am honored that they come and share their message of solidarity. I will tell them now, and I have told them before they came here, that we will hold them accountable, that the safety of New Yorkers is a human right. We have a right to feel safe in our streets and in our subways. I was born here, born in Chinatown, and have ridden the subway since I was 10 years old. And our greatest fear as a strap hanger is being pushed onto the tracks. It lingers in the back of our brains. And to hear that happen to a member of our community, a member of our city, we are heartbroken. And so we ask all the electeds here, all the leaders here to deliver on their promises. To one, first and foremost, promise safety. To think about how do we thoughtfully treat mental illness that is sustainable, that is humane, that helps them, but as well as aiding our communities and making sure that our most vulnerable are also not in danger. These are hard problems, and I know we as New Yorkers will be able to solve them together. And so everybody here, everybody listening, please hold our leaders accountable to make sure that the promises they make here today are concrete, that they dedicate fiscal dollars, that they build task forces and committees, and that they are measured by the promises that they make on this platform today. Finally, we ask them to engage with the AAPI community. We know that Michelle studied public policy, that she cared about civic duty, and that we want to honor her legacy by making sure that the needs of the AAPI community, one that makes up over 10% of this fair city and only making up a small percentage of the budget, I believe 1 to 2%, to close that gap and to answer our concerns of safety. We will hear from our leaders. We will also hear from her friends and from her coworkers who want to share messages with all of us today. We will remember her as she has lived and carry her with her in our hearts. I would now like to introduce Congresswoman Grace Meng. The Congresswoman has been a leader for our community, standing up on a national stage and the first and loudest voice talking about the needs of our community. It is with her, she was the first phone call, text message I made, I believe in the middle of the night on Saturday saying, hey, I think we need to do this. And she responded immediately and she said, how can I help? So this was only made possible with her. So let's all please welcome her to the stage.
Thank you to Ben, to your entire team for demonstrating the love that was born out of this year and a half or so of pain and trauma for the AAPI community. Thank you for bringing us all together today. We come here to remember the life of Michelle Alyssa Go. We come collectively to express our sorrow and our condolences to her family, her friends, her co-workers, to all that knew her. I know that people are really scared. People in the Asian American community and many New Yorkers. But we come together today and in the weeks and months ahead to work to honor the legacy of people like Michelle. Michelle sounded like an amazing person, the quintessential New Yorker. A smart, busy woman who took time out of her schedule during the week, weekends, and on holidays to help those who needed help the most. She was a kind and generous person. She volunteered incessantly and worked hard to help others as she sought to make our city an even better place. She was taken from us too early. But we gather here today not just to express our condolences, because the way we carry out Michelle's legacy is not just here on one night with candles and kind words, but in our actions. We need to make sure that we are working to demand equity and justice and answers. There are too many people, especially in the Asian American community, who are terrified to walk the streets, terrified to go to the grocery store, to take the subways, to leave their homes. I really want to thank Asians Fighting Injustice for the incredible work that they have done, especially in this last year and a half. One of the reasons for creating this group and the thinking behind it was through a quote by Dr. Martin Luther King, a quote that is familiar to many of us as we celebrated his birthday and legacy just this week. And justice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. None of us can be safe if there's any community that does not feel safe. And we live in a diverse city. We have different solutions and different answers and different ideas and how we are going to achieve this. Some people want more law enforcement. Some people want less. Some people think more services and mental health support is the answer. And some people even seek to divide us and to try to blame certain communities. I just want to say that none of those solutions on its own is sufficient. This is a complicated problem. The roots are deep, deeply rooted in poverty and racism. And we will not find an answer by simple talking points or just blaming people and pointing fingers. Blaming certain communities and increasing tension will not solve this problem. And I, as an Asian American, want to stand strong and loud and clear that I will not tolerate that. People who need mental health support have been wrongly forced into the criminal justice system instead of getting the help that they need. People leaving the prison system have been inadequately placed into shelters with little to no support. Our police officers have often been forced to act as mental health professionals and first responders as they answer calls and go around the city. So what are the solutions? We need to have the tough conversations. The solution will not be easy, but we need to have these tough conversations. Finger pointing alone is not going to solve the problem. It is important for us to build upon the allies that we have met through this process and in the years past, and that we will continue to meet. It's been a hard year for the AAPI community. I bet you almost everyone here has been to some public event, some Stop Asian Hate rally and protest. But if you remember throughout the last year and a half, when you were at these rallies, the people there were not only Asian Americans. There were a lot of people from a lot of other communities that came out to support the AAPI community. And I say this to make sure that our AAPI community understands the love and the support and the strength that so many other New Yorkers and people across the country have shown us. You can clap for that. This is unprecedented. We made history. And so we have to make sure that we are building upon and expanding those coalitions and not pointing fingers at any other communities. We passed federal legislation in Congress that is just a start. And as we wait for it to be implemented, I want to say, as someone who got that law passed, that I couldn't have done it without support from my colleagues, from the communities, from the Black community, Hispanic community, LGBTQ community, the Jewish community, etc. I could not have gotten that done. And part of that law is to ask for more statistics because, like Ben said, this is a public health crisis and we don't have enough data and statistics to know how bad this problem is. It only feels bad and feels more real because some people were able to capture it on video and put it on social media. But otherwise, we might not have known how bad these incidents and tragedies were. Part of that law also requires more support for our local organizations, many of whom you are a part of, who provide resources and help for people, including for support on mental health issues. And so I accept Ben's challenge, as do so many of my colleagues who are behind me today. They came to show support, not just in words, but in action. We promise to stand with the AAPI community and with so many New Yorkers as we work harder to find better solutions to make sure that this city is a better and safer place for all of us. And I just want to thank each and every one of you for coming out today. Some of you, it's your first event. Some of you may have gone to countless events. And as an Asian American, I want to say I appreciate so much. I so appreciate the support that New York has shown to the AAPI community. We have formed new friendships, and we got to be there for each other. When other communities are suffering, we can't just show up when it's for the AAPI community. We have to show up when other communities are struggling too. So I hope that I see many of you at AAPI rallies, and I hope we can stop having these anti-Asian violence rallies soon. But I hope that I will see you around the city as we continue to build friendships and learn new ways to support each other's communities. Thank you, everyone. Be safe.
I would like to now welcome our newly elected Mayor Adams to the stage. He has worked a lot with the community in his time leading, and I've heard he has really dedicated himself to helping the immigrant community in his borough before becoming mayor. And so we look forward to hearing his vision and working closely with him to making sure that he delivers on his promise. Let's please welcome Mayor Adams.
Thank you so much. Started my afternoon today visiting the family and at a memorial service for Detective McDonald. Detective McDonald was shot and paralyzed in 1986. And he started a significant program. Instead of allowing the violent pain to engulf him, and many people thought it would be the end of his life, it became the start of his journey to end the cycle. I just left Harlem, visiting the wake of young 19-year-old Crystal, shot and killed in Burger King, just a child, and speaking with her parents and feeling the pain. Right here in Times Square, I served as a captain in the police department in that same train station on 42nd Street, many days during the early 80s, wearing the blue uniform as a police officer and the transit police officer, watching where we were, swearing and committing that we would never go back. And I'm saying to you, in 2001, standing with the family members of a young Chinese delivery man who was assaulted, attacked, and robbed, standing side by side with the family to call for justice. I give you that analysis because I'm saying to you, this is not the position I'm taking as the mayor of the city of New York. This is the position I'm taking as my life work. I wanted to be mayor to ensure that we can create a city where we can raise healthy children and families. Losing this wonderful young lady, the death of Michelle ripped at my heart. To see what happened to her and to see what has happened in our city months after month, or what has happened to the AAPI community, and sitting in meetings and meeting family members and seniors and elders who are afraid to walk the street, afraid to do the daily interactions that they've done so many years in this great city. I'm recommitted to ensure that this will not happen in our city. We have to do this together. I don't want the knee-jerk reaction of going through our subway system and going through our streets and demonizing those who have slipped through the cracks and did not receive the mental health treatment that they deserve. We must ensure that we have a plan of intervention and prevention. Intervention is what we must do now. My deployment of law enforcement officers matched with mental health professionals to identify those who are in need, and give them the services immediately is what we must do right now. But then there's prevention. Prevention is to ask ourselves, what city are we living in? A city that's segregated in so many levels, isolated. We are not creatively allowing our children to learn from each other in school. That's why 2 years ago I did Breaking Bread, Building Bonds, 100 dinners over the city, 10 people at each dinner coming from different communities and ethnic groups, and sitting down and doing something revolutionary, talking to each other, knowing who we are and who we represent. We pass each other every day and don't respect the beauty of our diversity in a city as diverse as this. Brooklyn alone, 47% of the people speak a language other than English at home, one of the largest API communities, and we do not interact the way we should. So yes, we must give services to those who are dealing with mental health issues. Yes, we must deal with crime in real time. But yes, there's some things that we can do every day. By saying hello, good morning, and interacting with each other, and no longer allowing our city to be an isolated city where we lean into the places we disagree instead of the places we agree. This is New York City, the most diverse place on the globe. It's time for us to come together as a city and not allow these issues to take place. My heart goes out to this family. I ask the press to please allow the family to mourn, give them the privacy that they deserve, and I ask all of us to see why we're members of the greatest race alive, and that's the human race. Thank you.
Okay, so that was New York City Mayor Eric Adams there at this vigil in Times Square, remembering the life Michelle Go, 40 years old. She was tragically killed on Saturday morning when she was violently pushed into an oncoming subway car. Let's listen in. This is New York Attorney General Tish James.
Latino community, the Jewish community, all of us are one. Shoulder to shoulder, arm in arm, with no space between us. And we stand against hate, and we stand as one. This is the only way that we will resolve this, to show to those that we are one, and we will not be divided. Yes, AAPI lives matter, and AAPI voices must be heard. Scripture teaches me that those who walk uprightly enter into peace. And today, Michelle Ho is in peace. In words of those who knew her best, Michelle Go was brilliant. She was beautiful. She was kind. She loved her neighbors and her friends. And she loved to travel the world and to help others. But she died such a violent, tragic death. I want to express my condolences to the Go family. And I must recognize the fear, the anger, and the grief of the AAPI community. It must be recognized. I want to thank Ben. I want to thank the Congresswoman. And I want to thank all of my colleagues who are here today. But we are here also to talk about a city and a state and a nation in distress. We have experienced a rising tide of hatred aimed at Asian Americans, and I remember as a city council member when there was hate targeted at Asian Americans in my community. And I remember the response that I organized. And I will stand with the AAPI community, and I will continue to stand with them. We must stop the stereotyping of the AAPI community. We must stop the tropes. We must stop blaming each other. We have people living on a street, and we must admit it, who are a danger to themselves and to others. Not all individuals who are struggling with mental illness are dangerous, but let's be honest, some are. And it's time to say enough. Enough. And we must focus our energy and ensure that the state and local governments provide resources to individuals who are struggling with mental illness. It's time for urgent action. We need to do more and to address the chronic and structural and unfair conditions that leave individuals struggling with mental illness on the street and those with untreated and undiagnosed and dual illnesses. We must get them assistance. Michelle Go represents what all of us love about this city. She came here from somewhere else to make this a better place. She worked hard. She enjoyed life. She gave of herself to others, to those who were homeless. And she walked uprightly in life. And now she is no more. Our words cannot restore her, but our actions can honor her. Let us walk uprightly in Michelle Go's heavenly footsteps. And let us work to ensure that the budgets of the state and the city of New York reflect our priorities, and that they include housing, supportive housing for individuals struggling with mental illness, and hospital beds, and treatment centers, and aftercare. New York State dumped millions of individuals onto our streets with no care. And it's time that we address that and provide them with assistance, community-based assistance, but most importantly, psychiatric beds. I pray that what Michelle Go worked for will someday come to pass for all of us in life. And I pray that she rests in peace. And I pray that she finds comfort. And I wrap my loving arms around her family. And I pray for her. But I also pray for our city and our state, that we all come together with real and concrete solutions for those who are living on our streets who need care now.
Next, we have our New York State Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin.
Okay, so we've been listening into this for about the last half hour here there in Times Square. This happened a little bit earlier tonight as New Yorkers are honoring the life and remembering Michelle Go, who was tragically murdered on a subway platform, on Saturday morning. The alleged suspect is in custody. His name is Simon Marshall, a 60-some-year-old homeless man, and he is in custody. So we'll be following this story. There's going to be another vigil on the West Coast a little bit later tonight where Michelle Go had also family and friends as well. Just a tragedy, a life cut short, just so senselessly there in Times Square in New York City. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to be taking a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to be staying in New York. Another deadly fire in the Bronx today that left one dead and several others injured. We'll have an update on that when we come back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft, and take a look at this video from earlier today. This is when NYPD officers from the 41st Precinct in the Bronx arrived at this massive explosion at a Bronx home. They saw flames spreading to the adjoining home, rocked by the explosion. Knowing there was a person inside, they ran in. They found a woman trapped in the debris. NYPD News' Twitter account says that their prayers are with all of those affected right now. But this is just stunning body camera footage from some NYPD officers who responded to this today. We now know that one person died in this home explosion and 8 more were injured there. I'm just going to let this play out. Let's listen in.
1, 2, let's go. Get her over the couch. Get her, Diaz. Get her, come on. Diaz, get her. Get her out.
So just stunning video there, and due to the heroics of NYPD officers in the Bronx, they pulled that woman out. But unfortunately, one person died in this home explosion. 8 others were injured, and you can see the flames there. Right now, though, let's listen to some of those officers who first responded to this earlier today.
Out and then put her out to the safe.
I actually saw a little peek of your body camera video, knowing that the walls could collapse, ceilings coming down any second. What's going through your head?
What was going through my head was just helping people. That's what I signed up for. So that was the most important thing at the moment. just to help the community out as much as I could.
The hands in the body cam are actually Officer Diaz's. Well, you'll see at the head of the woman grabbing her arms. Officer Diaz at that point.
At that point, my partner Beto, we were the first to arrive on the scene. We actually heard the explosion. We were on the other side on Southern Boulevard, driving up to the precinct to get some gasoline. And we actually heard and felt the explosion. We came around, and then this Central pulled her over. And as soon as we pulled up, we realized this is more than anything we see. It's obviously an explosion. There were people inside the building, I guess next door to the house that was on fire. We pulled them out, and one person actually said, "There's somebody still inside." And we went inside immediately, and we could hear the person screaming, "Help, help, help." That's when the captain arrived and all the other guys. For a minute, we thought about the building collapsing, but then we said, we got to get this lady out of here.
How long have you been on the job?
18 years.
Have you ever seen something like this?
Not to this level, no.
Have you ever had this adrenaline rush from a rescue like this?
Yes.
So
in my earlier years, I would say.
The woman you rescued, did you talk to her after when she was brought to safety? What did she tell you?
We spoke to her after we brought her out of the house, on the corner down the street. She was feeling cold, obviously, from having her clothes torn off from the explosion. We were just glad and happy that she was alive, and later on realizing, we were lucky. God was looking out for us.
All right, thank you. Your name, officer?
Anthony.
Anthony Common Spelling?
Anthony Diaz, yes.
Officer Estevez, your first name?
Christopher Estevez.
And
Officer Beato, my first name Francisco.
Francisco, tell us what happened as you were going in with your partner to be the
Like my partner said, we heard the explosion. We went to Brooklyn thinking that because they're doing construction in Brooklyn on the highway. We ain't seen nothing. We went to get gas, but then the radio rang. Call came over. I told my partner, let's go. We heard it. It's something serious because we're hearing multiple calls. We were the first on scene. We rushed to the house. Like he said, one of the civilians said there was a female inside. We rushed inside. We could hear her, but we couldn't identify where exactly she was until we jumped into the living room that was actually submerged. That's why it collapsed. So we had to jump downstairs with the captain and all my co-workers. It was a team effort. Took her out. We took her to the corner, and I stood with her. She was in so much pain, she doesn't recall what actually happened. But I just stood with her to try to keep her comfort.
where exactly did you find her?
She was in the living room towards the wall, towards the third house. So once we moved the sofa and the couch, we seen flames, so we had to act quick because we don't know if it was going to collapse on us as well.
Knowing that there was loss of life, how thankful are you for yours?
You have to be thankful. Every day, you have to be thankful.
Thank you for your service.
I'm sorry, Captain, your first name? We'll do this.
Okay, so those NYPD officers recounting the moments where they went into that home that had just exploded and saved that woman. We just saw that body camera footage that the NYPD released of that harrowing ordeal. Right now, though, let's hear from some of the update from NYPD, FDNY officials. Mayor Eric Adams was there in the South Bronx today about yet another tragedy in the Bronx that left one person dead, 8 others injured. Here's that press conference from earlier.
Thank you so much, and I really want to thank Councilman Salamanca, who represents this area, and his immediate concern for the families here. And I'm really hoping that you can get the video of the responding officers who responded immediately to the scene just to see the heroic action that took place here. And I'm joined here again by Vanessa Gibson, our borough president, who has been dealing with, this is the second major crisis that she has responded to. And I just want to thank you, Vanessa, just for the consistency in being here for these families during this time. Also, Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin and Congressman Richie Torres as well. And we're joined by our agencies. They've had an extremely busy week, but their level of professionalism is what's needed during these times of crises. A crisis will not wait until we're ready for it to respond. We have to always be ready to respond. The FDNY Chief John Hodgins, acting OEM Commissioner Christine Farrell, as well, and the countless number of men and women who are part of the FDNY and the police department responding to this emergency here. Right now, we have 8 injured, 1 fatality. Our hearts go out to the family members of the lost lives, but clearly the action of FDNY and NYPD and residents, their quick response really allowed many that were a part of this crisis not to in some way be seriously injured or to die in this issue. And so I want to thank them. Included in the 2 people in serious conditions at hospital, our hearts again go out to them. This tragic and frightening event after the inferno we saw just days ago just really add the pressure on the Bronx and all those who have experienced and overcoming this issue as it seems to continue to unfold right now. The professionalism that was displayed, the 5 officers that sustained injuries during this rescue efforts, we want to thank them for their actions, but we saved lives today. Our actions saved lives. And when you, as I stated, when you see the body cam video, you're going to see the quick response of the officers going into a burning building next door from the explosion, not realizing if there would have been an additional explosion, but they went inside and carried out a woman who was trapped inside. And we're hearing countless stories from those who are in the hospital, who are the homeowners in this area. So there's so much we need to find out about this incident. It's an ongoing investigation to determine what happened. Con Ed is here. The investigation will determine exactly what happened here. Right now, gas is off on the entire block. As the councilman stated, we want to get the gas back on as quickly as possible because we have a lot of seniors that live on this block. These are small homeowners, and it's really the bedrock of this community. And so the goal is to an expeditious but safe investigation so we can get people back into their homes. We want to make sure all New Yorkers are safe. And that is the goal of what we want to accomplish here. We're going to have the FDNY chief to give an official overview of what took place based on our preliminary investigation. But first, I just want to really turn it over to our councilman. This is his councilman at the district, and having him here on the ground, he's going to be here throughout the night with our services to make sure that we give the support that's needed to these families. As I communicated with them in the church, that we're going to be here for them to make sure they get the services they need. Councilman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate you coming down here to the South Bronx in our time of need. For many of you that know, the Bronx has always been a borough that understands, well, not that understands, that has always suffered back in the 70s and 80s from fires. And this is nothing new here in the South Bronx. When you look around and you look at all these buildings, in the 70s and 80s, many of these buildings were burnt down to the floor. These homes behind me were part of the revitalization of the South Bronx that Father Gigante and Sister Thomas made back in the 80s, late 80s, beginning of the 90s. And to see these fires really breaks our hearts and breaks our homeowners' hearts. But what I did see here today was, as I was talking to homeowners, they knew who and the names of those individuals that lived in each and every one of those homes. They knew who was missing. There was one gentleman who they thought was missing, and they found him in Puerto Rico. They were able to call his family. I cannot say how thankful I am for the 4-1 precincts for really going out of their way, the captain and his other 4 officers risking their lives to save families. When the mayor and I were inside the church, we spoke to a family, spoke to a lady, said she was stuck inside her apartment. She cannot open the door, and the fire department were those that saved their lives. So I really have to thank FDNY and NYPD for really going out of their way and saving lives. En español, le quiero dar las gracias al alcalde por estar aquí con nosotros. Y también quiero que ustedes realicen algo. El sur del Bronx, siempre nosotros hemos tenido la experiencia de fuego. En los 70 y en los 80 sabemos que teníamos muchos dueños de building que se querían salir, y lo que hicieron es que pusieron fuego a estos buildings. Las casas que tenemos aquí atrás de nosotros fue parte de realizar y traer el development para atrás a nuestra comunidad. Estas casas están aquí desde los 80. Es un orgullo para estas familias de ingreso bajo que pueden ser dueños de casa. Lo que ocurrió aquí nos ha devastado a nosotros, pero sabemos el amor.
Okay, so we have been listening in to South Bronx officials joined by the Lieutenant Governor of New York State, also New York City Mayor Eric Adams there, about yet another terrible situation to befall the Bronx for now, for the time being, as they continue with their investigation. And so just really surreal scenes there at that intersection after that home explosion. We now know 1 person dead after that, 8 others injured. So we're going to be following that out of the Bronx as well. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us here on this Tuesday night. There's been a lot of top headlines and major stories. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. We'll have one more story out of New York from today. We're learning and hearing from former Mayor Bill de Blasio about what his political plans are for the future, or lack thereof. More on that in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Beautiful live look there of this sunset there and the clouds. It's quite picturesque. Had to show you guys. We appreciate you being with us and choosing Live Now from Fox for all of your top headlines and biggest stories of the day. Just want to do one more out of New York. We heard from former Mayor Bill de Blasio. He is saying that he is not going to run for governor. He just issued a video on his Twitter account earlier today with that decision. Here's that video.
This is my block right here in Brooklyn. This is where Charlene and I raised our family. We love this place. We love our neighbors. And 9 years ago, this is where we announced my campaign for mayor of New York City. And we said we were going to take on inequality, head on, the tale of two cities, take it on. Naysayers said it couldn't be done, but we proved together we could make a big change. Now, I made my fair share of mistakes. I was not good with groundhogs at all. Probably shouldn't have gone to the gym. But you know what? We changed things in this town. Pre-K for every child, now 3K coming on. Hundreds of thousands of affordable apartments. We changed policing to make it fair. We showed you could do big things. Green New Deal, cutting carbon emissions, making the city greener and cleaner for the future. We proved we could do big things. We took on COVID, global pandemic, went from epicenter to the safest place in this country. Most importantly, we proved once and for all, you can fight inequality. You can turn it around. So this is the right place for me to share some news with you. No, I am not going to be running for governor of New York State, but I am going to devote every fiber of my being to fight inequality in the state of New York. We've got a lot to do together. I'm going to share some more news with you in the days ahead. And let's keep this fight going because we've proved change can happen in New York. Good things ahead. Thank you, everybody.
So the former mayor there saying that, kind of teasing some information in the next couple of days, weeks, months, who knows, but declining to jump into the New York governor's race there. We know Kathy Hochul is running for a full term, so it's shaping up to be quite the primary, although Tish James, the New York Attorney General, had initially jumped in and then jumped out. De Blasio not jumping in, so this will be a race we'll definitely be having our eyes on as the midterms get underway. And of course, this is an election year. So just wanted to make sure you guys saw that. We're going to go across the country now to a tragic story out of Los Angeles where we were learning of the grisly murder of a UCLA grad student. This is her photo right there. Her name, Brianna Kupfer. Now a $250,000 reward is being offered to help Los Angeles police track down and arrest the person responsible for killing her. This was in a random daytime attack at a luxury furniture store. The reward is a combination of public and private funding. It's being offered for any information leading to the arrest or conviction of a suspect or suspects in the stabbing death of the 24-year-old just last Thursday. LAPD held a press conference about this earlier with more information, with more details on the ongoing investigation. Here that is from earlier.
Sorry? No. No. Yeah, PIO would be good.
Okay.
Yeah. Whoever's working.
All right. Good afternoon, all. My name is Captain Stacy Spell. It's S-T-A-C-Y, last name S-P-E-L-L. I'm the Commanding Officer of Media Relations, and today I'm going to be introducing a number of prestigious speakers to talk about the reward for the murder of Brianna Nicole Kupfer. Today you're going to hear from Honorable Councilmember Paul Koretz, as well as Chief Michael Moore. We also have in attendance Chief Beatrice Grimala, Chief Blake Chow. You'll also hear from Lieutenant John Radke of West Bureau Homicide, as well as Captain Sonia Monaco, the Commanding Officer of Wilshire Division. So at this point, I'm going to introduce the Honorable Councilmember Paul Koretz.
The tragic murder of Brianna Kupfer in Hancock Park has shaken
and shocked our community to its core. I want to first address Brianna's family. My own daughter is not that much older than Brianna, and I can only imagine the heartbreak and the anguish that her family is feeling and the pain. I want you to know that you have my heartfelt support and my full commitment that I will help with whatever LAPD may need until every option to find this vile killer is exhausted. We will find this vicious criminal, we will arrest him, and we will get him prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But we must fight for justice for her, even though nothing will bring her back. Our mission and my objective is that the perpetrator who took away Brianna from her beloved parents, colleagues, friends, and our community will be permanently locked away, constantly reminded of his horrible, ugly, and senseless murder of an innocent young woman who had endless potential. On the day this tragedy happened, I was immediately briefed in real time. LAPD has and will continue to have my full and unconditional support to bring the perpetrator to justice. As such, this morning I introduced a motion in City Council calling for a $50,000 reward for anyone with information that leads to the arrest and prosecution of the suspect. We must never allow this type of lawlessness to become commonplace. This horrible murder is an attack on our way of life, our civil society, and our neighborhood. And I thank Chief Moore, Assistant Chief Gurmala, Deputy Chief Blake Chow, Lieutenant John Radke, Detective Herman Fretlor, Captain Sonia Monaco, and Anthony Otero, and the entire team from Operations West Bureau and Wilshire Division. And now I'd like to read a statement from the family. It is with great sadness that our entire Kupfer family mourns the passing of our beautiful daughter, Brianna, as a result of this horrific attack. Brianna, who was born, educated, and was building her career here in Los Angeles, was a rising star in this community, whose ascent was unnecessarily cut short by the actions of a heartless criminal last Thursday. In many ways, she embodied everything that is great about Los Angeles, and the entire city should grieve over this senseless act. Brianna was a smart, funny, driven, and kind soul who only wanted to better herself and her community on a daily basis. While she could be shy at times, she lit up any room she was in and strove to elevate everyone she met so they could be better versions of themselves. She deeply loved her family and friends and made every day better simply by her presence. We will miss her greatly, and there won't be a day that goes by that we will not think of her. We would like to thank the City Council, LAPD, and the entire West Side community for the outpouring of love and support that we have received since this tragedy, and hope that collectively we can find the person who murdered Brianna. This is not only about bringing that person who committed this crime to justice, but at its core, making the community safer and ensuring that it never happens again. We would like to especially acknowledge and thank our friends in the West Side community who have selflessly donated over $200,000 towards the apprehension and conviction of the man who murdered our daughter. This is exactly the type of community support that Brianna sought to provide in everything she did. In addition, we'd like to thank the anonymous donors who have added $25,000 and $10,000 respectively to this amount. Please take the time to hug and cherish your family today as Brianna would have wanted, and in her everlasting memory, work at the grassroots level to make our communities better every day. And with all the public and privately donated rewards added together, including the $50,000 motion I put forward in council this morning, we are topping over $250,000 for the capture and conviction of the suspects. This is important to bring more attention to this crime and to get more public response. We know that the suspect entered other businesses as well. If you saw him, let us know. I want to thank again Chief Moore for his immediate response as always. Not only is he a man of his word, he is a principled family man who shares my deepest sympathies for the family. I'm grateful to have him at the helm of this investigation, and now I'd like to hear from Chief Moore.
Councilmember, thank you for the introduction. This has been a tough week in Los Angeles. When we look across the last 7 days, beginning with the loss of our officer, Fernando Arroyo's, followed by Breonna's murder, senseless murder. Unfortunately, it's also during a time in which we saw a murder of a 70-year-old woman as she stood at a bus bench getting ready to go to USC and be part of that first responder group, those individuals that are putting their lives on the line each day to safeguard all of us. And again, we also have a 16-year-old whose body was cruelly dumped on the side of the road of the 110 freeway last week, and I'll be attending her vigil tonight, Tiana Theus. We're here today because of Breonna. We're here today to call out to this community the cries for your help. This individual responsible for this vicious, senseless, and brutal crime, it walks amongst us. I am convinced of that. I'm convinced of it because of the reports of his activities prior to and in the aftermath of this brutal homicide, where he visited businesses up and down La Brea and along the corridor as well. Businesses large and small. And as he walked about the area, countless thousands of people walked by. On Thursday, our officers from West Bureau Homicide responded and began their intensive investigation. An investigation that has not stopped over the weekend, continues every day, and will continue until this man is identified and brought to the criminal justice system. And in that course of that investigation, they identified closed-circuit television footage that identifies some of the clues and tips that I've talked about here. They've also have imagery that we put a community bulletin together that I draw the public's attention to if they've not seen it. It's available at LEPD online. It showcases an individual with a distinctive backpack, a male, African-American, 6 foot to 6'5", thin build with short dreadlocks, wearing a painter-style face covering. It's been described as an N95, but it's actually closer to just a cone that you would find as a dust filter at, say, a Home Depot or Lowe's. These are very distinctive attributes and a very distinctive identification. And I'm convinced that in a community that began its outpouring to me and the members of my senior staff and the Wilshire station about their care and their concern for this senseless tragedy, I'm looking to that community today to help us solve this crime. I am grateful for Councilman Koretz's motion for $50,000 as a reward, as an incentive. I am grateful for the outpouring of the love and support of this community. And I also extend to the Cooper family, as a father, as a police professional, as just a human being, the unimaginable pain that they must be going through losing a 24-year-old daughter who has a bright and optimistic future and every promise of those brighter days, of those moments of success and pride that every father, every parent wants to have in their son or daughter, and to have that viciously taken away by this brutal homicide. I can't imagine the pain. But let that family and let every family and every member of the community that is feeling this pain know that LAPD stands with you. Our work, not only here in the Hancock community and the Melrose community, when we saw this last year an increase in violence, when we saw an increase in smash and grabs and in robberies, we brought added patrol resources. We marshaled resources that were brought at the hands of council members who brought us the ability to deploy more police officers, a greater visibility, and we saw success and we saw a reduction in crime. But yet we couldn't save this one. Well, with that consequence, that we feel that pain, and let me commit to you that investigatively we're pulling out every stop, and I'm confident in the men and women of West Bureau Homicide, of the Wilshire Command, of this department, to not just stand with this family, but to serve this family by identifying this killer and bringing him before the criminal justice system. That is our sworn duty, to protect and serve, and that we will do. At this point, I'd like to introduce Lieutenant Radke. This individual oversees the West Bureau Homicide Detail, a group of some of the finest detectives in our cadre, if you will, people who are dedicated to bring justice to families who have been victimized in such senseless crimes as we see here. Lieutenant Radke.
Thank you, Chief. What we can say is that 5 days ago at 1:36 p.m. in the afternoon, Brianna was working in this store all by herself. She sent a text to a friend letting her know that there was someone inside the location that was giving her a bad vibe. Regrettably, that person did not see the text immediately. And at 1:50 p.m., a citizen who was coming into the store, a customer, found Brianna lying on the ground, lifeless, covered in blood. That person called 911. Our officers and paramedics arrived out here quickly, but regrettably, they determined that she was dead. The suspect took off on foot, and he was last seen walking through the neighborhood. He walked for miles, both north, south, east, and west throughout this neighborhood. Someone out there knows this man. Someone out there knows what he did, and boy, there's a lot of money on the table. You need to come forward, call the LAPD West Bureau Homicide. Our number is 213-382-9470, and let's give Brianna's family justice. Thank you. The number again, I'm sorry, is 213-382-9470. Are there any questions about the investigation at this time?
Yes, your release said that there were some items that were recovered that lead you to believe that the suspect is homeless. Can you talk about what those items are? Do you still believe the suspect's homeless?
We do believe that the suspect is homeless, and that's in part by the fact that he came on foot, left on foot. He's carrying a backpack, which is consistent with homeless people carrying extra clothing with them and sleeping out in the streets. There's some additional information that I cannot share with you at this point, but we believe that he is homeless.
Do you have any
We have been in contact with LASA, but regrettably we haven't been able to identify what camp or where this guy stays on a regular basis.
Any indication at this point, since you're talking about a staff, this is a personal attack, any DNA evidence, anything else that might have been there at the scene that no identified?
As you can imagine, we did a very careful crime scene investigation. There is evidence that we are awaiting processing at this moment, but at this point I don't have any answer on that. This appears to be a random act. There was nothing taken and no other suggestion of any other crime.
Can you talk more about his movements in and out of stores before this store? Any indication why he chose this particular store and to attack this particular woman, and had they interacted before?
I don't want to speculate, but I will point out the obvious. Is she was working by herself. And I think some of the other locations where he went inside, there were additional people working in the store at the same time. So that probably played into this.
From a historical context, have you ever seen a $250,000 reward in the city for a homicide?
No, this is the largest I've ever seen.
And being developed this fast, I mean, it's one thing when the council, out of their discretionary funds, a $200,000 coming from the public, that's got to be unbelievable.
Yes, very impressive. And the Los Angeles community needs to come together and come together for the right reason. Of course, it's not just the money, but we need to hold this person accountable for what they did.
Lieutenant, is there video from inside the store and any idea how long the suspect was in the store? Obviously long enough for her to send a text message.
The suspect was inside the store for several minutes, and I'm not going to comment on all the video right now.
You said there was evidence. Is there DNA evidence?
Well, I don't know just yet, but I can tell you that we did our best to preserve any evidence that might have been present.
What can you tell us about the murder weapon?
The murder weapon appears to be a knife.
That's it. So that'll conclude the question and answer portion. We'll have Captain Sonia Monaco from Wilshire area. She's going to speak very briefly to some of the overall crime stats. In an effort.
Good afternoon. So first of all, I'd like to say to Brianna's family, our hearts are broken, and we're praying for you. It's a very difficult time. I have a daughter myself, and I want to echo what the chief of police said. We are doing everything in our power. Officers, detectives, everybody's working around the clock. I have reserve folks that have come out canvassing, assisting our detectives with the investigation, working very hard. We have our mountain unit. Everybody is out and about trying to identify and search for this individual. All we ask is a community that continues to work with us. You have been wonderful since I came here to Wilshire last year. You've helped us solve numerous crimes. I ask you to please take a look at your video, talk to each other, and any information that you might have, please contact our homicide detectives. You can also contact our WeTips at 1-877-TIPS 24/7. That's 1-877-TIPS 24/7. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's going to conclude. You'll take.
Well, as we indicated last week at the year-end press conference, the role of persons experiencing homelessness being both victims and suspects in the crime of homicide, shooting violence has increased year over year. And it has been a consequence, I believe, of a couple different things. As I remarked in my social media post the weekend relative to the murder of the 77-year-old woman, the nurse from that works at USC down in Chinatown, I think it speaks of our failed system on mental health. The fact of the matter is that over the weekend, if an individual was suffering a mental health crisis, they're likely the only resource they had was 911 and a police officer or a firefighter. And that's wrong. And that has got to change. When we look at that man's movements across the country, I think you'll find a person who the mental health system failed not only here, but failed in other parts. So our men and women have seen that. Our men and women are also dealing with a homeless environment that has a lack of housing, that has a lack of supportive housing, that also has a lack of obligation of people to take advantage of housing. And not to exist in these very dangerous and perilous circumstances, being called unsheltered or a person who's houseless. So I am encouraged as we come into this year by the steps recently by this council in regards to ordinances that recognize that coupling outreach and engagement services with cleanup and sanitation that follows with enforcement is a comprehensive approach that can not just reduce the size of our homeless population, but can deter those who wish to be or stay in a homeless environment. It is critical to our success moving forward as I move across the city that circumstances of people who are unsheltered and living on the street, we need to approach it, not from a law enforcement standpoint alone, but also not without law enforcement. But we need to do a better job. These stats, these lives are speaking to mental health, substance abuse, housing, and ensuring that people who are a danger to the public are not allowed to remain in our city streets. And that's what I would say. Thank you all for your attention to this matter. We need to find this killer. God bless you.
Okay, so we were just listening into this press conference from earlier today from the LAPD as they were talking about the investigation into the murder of 24-year-old Brianna Kupfer. She was a graduate student at UCLA. She was working in a high-end furniture store on La Brea Avenue when what they believe is a homeless person came into the store and stabbed her to death. She was the only employee in the store at the time. There's the store right there. And so now a combined $250,000 reward is being offered to help police track down a suspect in this brutal killing. So we are going to be taking a commercial break. We are going to be bringing you afterward yet another tragic situation This time outside of Houston, Texas. 3 teenagers are dead. We heard from officials a little bit earlier today about what could have happened. They believe this is a double homicide suicide instance. We'll get more details when we come back from the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a look at aerial pictures from earlier this afternoon over the scene of a home in Crosby, Texas, where 3 teens were found dead inside. The discovery was made by a family member. This is in Crosby, Texas, according to Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez. This was 2 female teens and 1 male teen was found inside the home. It's unclear if the teens were from the area. Gonzalez said preliminary information revealed, based on the trauma that was found, that the case may be a double homicide suicide. Gonzalez added officials don't know the full connection of the teens at this point. And there you can see officers combing through this home in Crosby, Texas, earlier this afternoon. We want to show you the press conference from a little bit ago as well from the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Ed Gonzalez talking to reporters about what they found today. 3 teens dead in this home.
Sheriff, thank you so much for your time. Would you kindly give us an update on what is going on, the investigation behind you?
Ed Gonzalez, Harris County Sheriff, joined here by different members from our team. We have Captain Douglas, the commander out here, Lieutenant Franks, Major Cotter, Chief Lee, Sergeant Stevens. We're out here at the scene, and first of all, our condolences go out to all the family members that are impacted by the loss of life. At this point, the information I'm going to share is just very preliminary. I always like to emphasize that because it's the initial phases of the investigation, and we always want to be cautious not to delve too deep into it. That's why we have a full investigation. Harris County Sheriff's Office homicide and our crime scene unit investigators are out here. So at this point, that initial scene investigation is going on. Earlier this afternoon, a family member discovered 3 deceased bodies inside the residence. They all appear to be teens. Preliminary information that I have is that we have 2 females, possibly ages 17, and we have a male that's possibly 15 years old. I'm not exactly sure about those ages, but somewhere in that range. At this initial stage of the incident, just based on the trauma that was viewed, It appears that this may be a case of a possible double homicide and a suicide, but that is still going to be under investigation. But those are the preliminary observations that we have, and so we're going to continue to investigate further. We're told that the homeowner is possibly away on travel, so we're still trying to figure all that out. So at this point, we're not in a position to be able to positively identify anyone. But that's what we have at this point. Briefly in Spanish, esta tarde recibimos una llamada de que un familiar.
So Sheriff Ed Gonzalez there of the Harris County Sheriff's Office offering some preliminary information about what they think happened at this home there in Crosby, Texas, where 3 teenagers were found dead. They are led to believe that this could be a double homicide-suicide. 2 female teens and 1 male were found inside the home this afternoon. They are still trying to determine how the teens know each other, what the full connection is there. And the motive behind the shooting right now is unclear. Let's listen back in.
Any immediate questions?
Sheriff, you said that 3 of them, that a family member had come home to find these 3 bodies. How many of those bodies and who lived in this, did they live in this home? Were they family members, all of them?
We don't know the full connection at this point. Again, it's still all very preliminary. We know a family member was trying to locate someone. They came to the location. They didn't get a response. I'm not sure, Lieutenant, or you know, if they forced entry? Or,
they did not.
Okay. They gained entry into the home, or perhaps it was unlocked or something?
There's family members that live next door.
Okay, family members that live next door, and went in and discovered 3 bodies. After that, they pulled out our initial, again, observations. There is trauma. Again, it appears that we're seeing some evidence that this could be a case, again, of a double homicide and a suicide, but I don't want to delve too far into that until our investigators get a chance to investigate more fully, and we'll have more updates on that a little bit later.
Sheriff, was there weapons on scene that would help you understand how this happened and what happened?
The initial information that I received is that there is a weapon that's inside the home, but again, I'm going to wait to get more feedback from our investigators and crime scene investigators before I have more specifics about that. But it's my understanding that a weapon has been found inside the home.
And you believe that weapon?
That possibly it appears that it was, but again, it's still preliminary. But a weapon that it appears to have been involved in the scene has been observed inside the residence at this time.
Sheriff, are any of these people in a dating relationship or some sort of relationship?
We don't know. We don't know the full connection at this point. I'm going to wait a little bit just to make sure that we tighten that up a little bit in terms of the possible relationships. We're told that 2 may be related, and the other person may just be an acquaintance or a friend, but we don't know that connection. And again, we want to be careful because, especially if one of the parents involved with this may be away on travel and things like that, we just want to make sure that we get a little bit more information before we can confirm more. Do we have any, when they were last seen?
Probably last night.
Possibly last night, but again, preliminary at this point still.
As far as the weapon, are we talking a blunt object, a knife, a gun? Are you able to say
A firearm was found.
Firearm.
Yeah.
Sheriff, we're talking about 3 teenagers, and the scene has been really tense and emotional. When you have relatives, parents out there, how does that impact your approach, or does it impact the approach at a scene like this?
These are always highly charged, very emotional. We understand that. You know, our condolences go out to the family. There's a lot of moving parts in that initial response, because the main thing is to also maintain the integrity of the scene for processing. At the end of the day, we want to be fact finders and make sure that you know, it's fair for everyone, to make sure that we you know, protect all evidence and things like that. And we also know it's very hard on the family members as well. And family members start getting information, and they'll you know, rumors start spreading. So we understand that it's very difficult. And so it's at the end of the day, though, we have to be professionals and process the scene and try to find the truth. And we also want to make sure that if there's a threat to the community, if we're looking for a suspect of some kind, so all those factors come into play. But anytime there's a child involved, you know, at the end of the day, we're all parents in some way and connected to young people, and it's extremely difficult when we're talking about young people.
And I know that our viewers, they're watching right now, they're interested to know what kind of weapon. Is it a pistol? Is it a gun? A long gun?
I can't speak to those details. There'll be ample time. We know it's a firearm. Like I said earlier, we haven't even gotten in there to really process the scene at this point. So it would be, not good on my part to speak before the investigators get a chance to delve into the investigation.
Understood.
Yeah.
Any word on a possible motive? I know that's also under the...
Yeah, I mean, we don't know the exact motive at this time. Hopefully we'll get more information and glean more information from family members and others that may have known them to understand the dynamics. I think once we put the pieces together, motive is always something that tends to reveal itself at some point, and sometimes it makes no sense. These are all senseless at the end of the day. When you're talking about the loss of life of young people, it's tragic.
What will you be working on now, and is there any outstanding threat to the public?
No outstanding threat to the public that we know of at this point. Again, we're proceeding as if it's most likely, at first glance, to be a double murder and a suicide. But if anything changes, we'll definitely update our media partners with that information. And so right now it's just making sure that we start rolling out an intense follow-up investigation and scene investigation. You're talking about three bodies, and so it's coordination with the medical examiner's office and our crime scene investigation, and so it's very detailed, and you're talking about multiple pieces, so it's a little bit more complex.
Are these Crosby high school students?
I'm not sure what school they were attending or anything like that.
But the teams were all local, the 3 teams?
I don't even know if they're local. I don't know their identity. Other 3 bodies were found, which is basic information. It appears that they are connected to this home, but at the end of the day, I don't know if they were visiting or what was going on.
And just for our accuracy,
How are your deputies handling this?
Yeah, I haven't talked to the initial people that observed it. We've been talking, and again, we're just talking how, again, it's traumatic for everybody anytime young people are involved, and we want to make sure that we do a thorough investigation, especially to make sure that if it's something that we're not drawing conclusions up front, that we just be thorough. And so again, our condolences go out to all the family members.
were the bodies all found in the same part of the house, just so we're accurate in our reporting?
I think 2 may have been together and another one maybe separate, but inside the home. 3 inside the home.
Because of the ages of these individuals, they're teenagers, is there anything that would lead you to believe charges may stem from this? I know it's still early, but there is a weapon and teenagers.
All those things will be part of for consideration, and when you're talking about making a weapon accessible and those type of things. But at this point, I mean, we don't know. The investigation will lead to those determinations at some point. If there's any other charges that are applicable on anybody, at this point it seems to be confined to the 3 individuals. But if there's other things that could apply, then we'll look at those aspects as well. We leave no stone unturned. That's why we say preliminary, because we start with one thing and it may lead us somewhere else.
Sheriff, you mentioned the homeowner has been away for some time. Do you have an estimate how?
I don't know. I just believe they were just away on a trip. I don't think it was an extended period of time necessarily, but that's just, I don't know those details other than the homeowner we were told was possibly away on a trip at this time.
No sé si tengan más preguntas ellos en inglés, pero me gustaría si puede hacer comentarios en español sobre los detalles que nos ha
Sí, ¿cuál pregunta en específico?
En específico sobre que el dueño de la casa no estaba ahí, cómo encontraron estos cuerpos.
Como mencioné anteriormente, llegó alguien, descubrieron los cuerpos y nos llamaron, y es cuando llegamos y encontramos a 3 personas. Ya mencioné las edades. No tenemos más detalles sobre esa.
Okay, Harris County Sheriff there, Ed Gonzalez, taking questions from reporters about this grisly scene his officers came upon today there in Crosby, Texas, outside of Houston, where they found 3 teenagers dead inside that home. Preliminary information suggests that this could be a double homicide suicide, but we hope to get more information in the next couple of days. We're hoping also to speak with our Fox 26 Houston reporter who was assigned to that today, maybe a little bit later tonight, to give us an update on where the investigation stands right now. But just a terrible situation there in the Houston area. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on this Tuesday night. We have a lot more headlines left to get to. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about some of these major commercial, business, economics headlines. Microsoft making a huge acquisition in the gaming sphere. Also, what's going on with inflation. And the U.S. Mint debuting last week their new set of quarters profiling many major influential American women. More on that in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We just got this Live Now look up out of Cape Canaveral in Florida. SpaceX is targeting tonight for a Falcon 9 launch of 49 Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit from Launch Complex there at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This will kick off around 9:02 p.m. Eastern. So that's in about 7 or 8 minutes here. The boosters supporting this mission previously launched, and following stage separation, SpaceX will land Falcon 9's first stage on the A shortfall of Gravitas drone ship, which will be stationed in the Atlantic Ocean, of course. Each of Falcon 9's fairing halves previously supported one Starlink mission. So just another SpaceX launch as they send up 49 new satellites to low Earth orbit. We'll have that once it takes off there in a couple of minutes here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. Let's talk, though, about some of these other top headlines today. Fox 13 in Tampa looked a little bit closer at some of these inflation woes that are hitting Americans' pocketbooks. Here's that conversation.
Well, prices have shot up on just about everything because demand is up and supply is down. And we'll start with demand. That is up because people have much more spendable income on average than usual. It's all the money people saved up through quarantine that they are now very hungry to go out and spend, as well as the flood of government money through COVID relief. When you have pent-up demand to buy stuff, that drives inflation. And at the same time, the pandemic disrupted manufacturing and deliveries. We made progress in freeing up some of the bottlenecks through the holidays. But then the Omicron wave drove more disruptions in manufacturing and shipping, and when supply goes down, that also drives inflation.
Inflation is very hard to stop once it gets going because you get a little consumer price index increase, then wages have to rise to match that, wholesale prices have to rise, and it becomes a system that feeds on itself.
You ought to know, Arthur Laffer was one of the best-known economists of the 1980s in the period known as the Great Inflation. And they ended the great inflation by raising interest rates, which is exactly what the Federal Reserve is now considering to bring down the current rush of inflation.
If we have to raise interest rates more over time, we will. We will use our tools to get inflation back.
When the Federal Reserve raises interest rates, it increases the cost of lending money to banks, which banks then pass on to consumers, individuals, and businesses in the form of lending money from banks. And so raising interest rates reduces people's ability to borrow and spend, which drives down demand to buy stuff and therefore keeps rising prices in check. But there is a downside to doing this. Raising interest rates tamed inflation in the 1980s, but we paid for it because it triggered a recession. When you suppress spending to tame interest rates, it can also bring down stock prices and slow the job market and the real estate market. That's why the Fed has not already raised interest rates, because solving one problem can cause others. But unless inflation levels off soon, and economists say there are no indications that it will, expect interest rates to go up.
If this inflation, takes further root, then the Fed's going to want to act sooner rather than later, because the medicine to get rid of inflation when it's got deep roots is much more bitter than sort of nipping it in the bud.
They did not nip it in the bud in the 70s and 80s. We had sustained double-digit inflation, which they addressed through sharp and jarring increases in interest rates. At this point this year, the strategy appears to be to gradually raise interest rates to, well, we're not sure to what, but the projections at this point from economists suggest that by the end of the year, we'll go from currently near zero to around 2.5 to 2.75%, with gradual increases possible or likely in March, June, September, and maybe December. Of course, projections can and do change, so we'll continue to track the models and what it means for our economy and our job market and the prices we pay in the coming rounds of money, power, and politics.
Craig, thanks so much for that there. You always do such a good job of distilling these kind of complex issues for so many of us to understand. Inflation being on the tops of minds of a lot of Americans right now. And we're also waiting to see what those interest rate rises will be this year. The Fed has indicated as much. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We are going to go out back to Cape Canaveral there in Florida at the Kennedy Space Center as this SpaceX launch will soon be underway, I believe in about 2 minutes' time. So let's watch this launch. They are putting up 49 more satellites, low-orbit satellites, as part of SpaceX's Starlink mission. Let's listen in.
At T-minus 60 seconds, Falcon 9 will be in startup, so this means that the rocket's autonomous internal flight computers will have taken over the launch countdown, and just
Stage 2 lock throttle back.
And just inside of T-minus 2 seconds, we will light the Merlin 1D engines, and we're set for liftoff. Starlink payload continues to be healthy, and Falcon 9 team is not tracking any issues at this time. Here at just a little over T-minus 2 minutes, we are moving into the terminal countdown.
Stage 2 LARX loads complete.
We've finished the second stage liquid oxygen loading. We are now fully loaded with over 1 million pounds of kerosene fuel and liquid oxygen. We are waiting for T-minus 1 minute when the Falcon's internal flight computers will take over the countdown. And stage 1 and stage 2 will begin pressurizing for launch.
Falcon 9's in startup.
Falcon 9 is in startup. We're waiting for that final launch director go for launch in just a few seconds.
Launch director, go for launch.
We have that final go from the launch director. All systems are go. Let's listen in to the terminal count and watch as Falcon 9 takes our 49 Starlink satellites to orbit.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition and liftoff.
Vehicle is pitching downrange. Stage 1 chamber pressure is nominal.
Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center, carrying our stack of 49 Starlink satellites to orbit. Moments ago, we throttled the engines down
Telemetry nominal.
in preparation for max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure, which will happen here in just a few seconds at T plus 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Falcon is supersonic. Max Q.
We have just passed through max Q, and this is the maximum aerodynamic pressure that the stage sees. Next, we'll have 3 events happening in quick succession. First, we'll have main engine cutoff, followed by stage separation, and then second engine startup 1. Now, first main engine cutoff is where all 9 of those M1D engines on that first stage will shut off to slow the vehicle down in preparation for stage separation. This is where the first
engine chill has begun.
This is where the first and second stages will separate, with the first stage starting to make its way back to Earth for landing, while the second stage continues on its journey to the third event of second engine startup 1. And this is where that single MVAC engine on the second stage will light up and propel the second stage along with the Starlink satellites to orbit. We're a little under 30 seconds away from these 3 events. You'll want to watch out for fairing deploy, which is going to happen shortly after that. Hopefully we get cool live views from the second stage camera of those fairing halves popping off.
Nico. Stage separation confirmed.
Okay, so we have been watching this SpaceX launch there. Always really, really cool to see. This was a Falcon 9 launch of 49 Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit there at Kennedy Space Center. And there you can see these stage separations. They will land Falcon 9's first stage on the A shortfall of Gravitas drone ship. They'll be stationed in the Atlantic Ocean. Each of the Falcon 9's fairing halves previously supported 1 Starlink mission. And so there they are, falling back to Earth. So, very, very cool to see. I love that we get these live pictures and we can bring them to you here if any rocket or science nerds are out there. Hope you guys were watching. In the meantime, we do want to move on to some of these other top headlines. We just got another live look that just popped up. I believe this is in the Bay Area. And remember, we have been reporting all day about the tragic death of that 40-year-old woman who was pushed into the New York City subway tracks. Michelle Go is her name. Well, this is a candlelight vigil being done in San Francisco because she was a Bay Area native, although she worked and lived in New York City. So once this gets underway here, we will bring those to you, those live pictures. In the meantime, we do want to talk about some more of this business and economics news at the moment. We had a guest segment on today talking about a major acquisition by Microsoft, paying nearly $70 billion for Activision Blizzard. It's the maker of games like Candy Crush and Call of Duty, as it seeks an edge in the fiercely competitive business of mobile gaming. My colleague Daytona Everett spoke with Fox Business correspondent Jerry Willis about this today.
Microsoft is paying nearly $70 billion for Activision Blizzard, the maker of Candy Crush and Call of Duty, as it seeks an edge in the fiercely competitive businesses of mobile gaming and virtual reality technology. To break this all down for us, Fox Business's Jerry Willis joining us live now on LiveNOW. Hi, Jerry. How's it going?
Hi, Daytona. That's right. This is a big, big story. As you say, this is Microsoft's largest acquisition ever, $68.7 billion to acquire Activision Blizzard, possibly the biggest name in gaming. This company owns amazing brands that are known by gamers all over the world, including, as you say, Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, even Candy Crush, which I think everybody knows, right? So this company has really made a mark in gaming. It's very well known. And now Microsoft, you might be surprised, is buying it. Why? Well, Microsoft thinks this will be a big addition to its effort to get into what they call the metaverse. You remember Facebook changed its name to Meta, saying the metaverse is the next step for all technology, right? What is that? Well, guess what? That's like an alternative universe in which you might play a game as an avatar, buy clothes for your avatar, and play in this kind of fake world, do all kinds of other things, maybe have meetings, business meetings there as well. So there's this view that we're all going to be sitting with these AR headsets on our heads and doing things virtually, but in a realistic way. So this is Microsoft's play into this. And I have to tell you, they're going to add all these games to Xbox Game Pass when the deal closes in 2023. This should really propel Microsoft's efforts in gaming quite a bit.
Yeah, Jerry, just like anything, though, this is being met with a little bit of opposition. Is this a gamble for Microsoft? We know that Activision has been under a little bit of scrutiny because of their culture. A frat-like culture is what we're hearing, the SEC looking into that. So is this a gamble?
Well, I have to say, I don't think their products are a gamble, but the culture of the company, it's not just a little bit of controversy. It has been headwinds of controversy. They've had settlements with the EEOC. They're supposed to pay out $18 million. I believe they are trying to push back on that now. But at the heart of all of this is some 700 complaints of activity, especially sexual harassment within that company. And they have let go 37 people as a result of investigations into this. Another 44 have faced disciplinary actions. This is serious stuff. It's gone all the way to the top of the company, to CEO Bobby Kotick, the guy who founded the company. He's also been accused of activity as well. So this is something the company's been dealing with for some time. At the heart of it, Kotick at one point was accused of not informing the board of what was going on, and that is a very big problem. Now, one big debate that's going on right now, and I think it's very interesting, will Kotick keep his job as CEO once Microsoft takes over the company? The press release said yes, but people now saying no way.
Yeah, there's some reporting that he's not going to be staying on as this deal closes. Like you said, though, 2023, so we've got a little bit of time. Well, there's a lot of people who may be watching this who are big gamers right now. What does this mean for exclusivity? Because we know that Microsoft is now going to have autonomy over these Activision games. So does that mean it is just going to be on Xbox or PC, or how is that all going to work?
Well, we know they're going to be on Xbox. That's going to be the main venue. And guess what? 25 million people are signed on to Xbox. As to how it will be further distributed, that's a great question. I don't know that we have answers very much on it right now, but you can bet that Microsoft is going to find every way it can to monetize these assets, which are substantial. It's interesting. This is a company that has pivoted several times in its recent past to take advantage of marketplaces that are opening up. They went to the cloud. They did very well there with Azure, that part of their business, and now gaming really tripling down on this with this Activision acquisition. By the way, Activision Blizzard shares are up 25% today.
Right.
So it's a very big deal. And going forward, I think you can expect a lot of tech companies and a lot of companies in biotech and healthcare to be doing the same kind of M&A activity this year going forward. We're going to see a lot of it, that's for sure.
Right. You mentioned at the very beginning that this is really a future play into virtual and augmented reality. I'm curious, there's been so much conversation about the metaverse and what the future is going to look like. When you saw this acquisition, what were your initial thoughts?
Well, I think this cements really what's going to be ground warfare among the nation's largest tech companies to seek out their own real estate in this increasingly competitive arena, right? Everybody's trying to get in front of everybody else for the next big thing. The next big thing is the metaverse. I have to tell you, when Facebook first changed its name, at first I thought, hey, you know, they're just trying to duck the negative publicity they've gotten as Facebook. But the more I looked at it, and now the more I'm seeing big tech companies like Microsoft respond, I'm thinking this is a serious thing, and there's going to be a lot of money spent on this, a lot of people hired to develop the kind of programming, to write the kind of code that's necessary to get this done.
Yeah, as we know, successful big companies react early because things are constantly changing. So I imagine a lot of companies are going to be hopping on here. Any last thoughts, Jerry?
Last thoughts, okay, watch out for that market. You know, we had a sell-off going on this morning. The good news, and I love to end on good news, it's eased up just a little bit. We started down 500 on the Dow. I just looked before I came on here. We're now down about 300, I believe, on the Dow. So that's at least something this morning. I know everybody's worried about their portfolios this month. This has been a tough 2022, but today a little better than it started.
Yeah,
back to you.
No doubt on that. All right, Fox's Jerry Willis joining us live here. We appreciate you. We've got a look at the big board right here as we're now down 430, so not looking great right there, but hopefully it'll look better come soon.
Okay, all right, I stand corrected.
All right, thank you, Jerry. We're going to take a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back with more of the top stories from across the country.
And just a great conversation there with my colleague Daytona Everett and my colleague from Fox Business, Jerry Willis, talking about this major acquisition from Microsoft today. So we'll be following that as well. We want to head out now to the Bay Area where friends, family members, colleagues, and coworkers are remembering the life of 40-year-old Michelle Go. She was tragically murdered, senselessly killed on Saturday morning as she was waiting for a New York City subway. She was pushed into the tracks. The suspect in that has been arrested and charged, but now people are remembering her life. Let's hear from her friends and family in San Francisco.
In Fremont, California. She's one of us in the Bay Area. 1998, she graduated from American High School, where she was a cheerleader in Honor Society. She graduated from UCLA in 2002 with a degree in economics. And after graduating, she worked for Ferguson Plumbing Supply in Pasadena as customer service and a sales rep. A few years later, she attended NYU Stern School of Business and received her MBA in 2010. She then joined Barclay Capital in their investment banking group, where Michelle later joined the consulting group Deloitte. I know several of her coworkers from Deloitte are here today, so thank you for coming. Michelle had a love of life, loved her family, and loved to meet and work with people. She made and kept up with countless friends from grade school to college to graduate school and at workplaces. Her friends would tell them that Michelle was smart, funny, big-hearted, and a role model. Michelle loved to travel the world to meet new people and different cultures. Most recently, Michelle had traveled to Maldives with her friends to celebrate her 40th birthday and New Year's 2022. She will be deeply missed by her parents, her brother, her many aunts, uncles, cousins, as many friends and colleagues who will speak here today as well. Thank you all for being here. We'll now pass it off to Urji, or Gary.
Hi everyone, my name is Gary Tan, and Michelle was a high school classmate of mine, and she lit up every room that she was in. She was just someone I looked up to, she was 1 year ahead of me, and she just showed what it meant to be alive, to be human, to strive, and to be one of us. I want to read a statement from one of our mutual friends who is also very close to her. Michelle, and this is from Ray Ma, who was her year. Michelle had a way of making everyone feel liked with her winning smile. I know it sounds trite, but she was one of those people who was always smiling. She had a simple, matter-of-fact style. She really looks identical from 2 decades ago, and she was just so easy to get along with. In high school, her main loves were cheerleading, and a classmate and I were just reminiscing about that's how we remember her. Always upbeat, athletic, full of energy, bouncing around in that uniform. And as an adult, she fell in love with traveling, and sometimes would be in part of my world, but unfortunately we managed to miss each other quite a few times. When I read all the articles about Michelle's devotion to nonprofit work, it did not surprise me in the least. She was just very kind through and through, and it makes this tragedy all the more senseless and difficult to bear. Condolences to her family and friends. I just want to say thank you all for being here. This is a horrible, senseless tragedy. We all deserve to be safe and to achieve our dreams.
I was a client and she was a consultant at our office, so I had the pleasure of working with her for about 6 to 8 months in cold Minnesota in 2019 and 2020. She came across as somebody who was really kind, always happy, like Gary mentioned. She was always smiling even when we did not meet the deadlines. She was incredibly smart and got along with everybody at our client office at my workplace. I would like to share a specific story. We were in Miramar, Florida for a workshop, and Michelle and I are similar in age, similar background, both of us got our MBAs. So we're at this workshop. Okay. We were at this workshop, and before our flight back to Minnesota, we decided to grab drinks. And we were just sharing a pizza, having a couple of glasses of wine, and we were joking about how I could never be a consultant because I'm terrified of flying. And she comforted me, and she was like, I've done this a million times, nothing will happen, it's one of the safest modes of transportation, we're going to be okay. So we got on that flight, and I was anxious as usual, but I kept thinking, okay, Michelle's here, she's traveled a lot, it's going to be fine. The flight picked up speed on the main runway and stopped right before it was going to go in the air. So there was some mechanical issue. We parked on the side. 20 minutes later, the pilot's like, "Oh, we're good to go. Let's fly." So as you can imagine, I didn't trust that. I was anxious throughout. I landed. Everything was fine, and I opened my mailbox, and there was this email from Michelle, who I'd had one happy hour with and 6 months of work experience with, emailing to check if I was okay. And that was just so sweet and touching. She didn't need to do that, and I remember her till today because every time I get on a flight, I think about Michelle and that incident. When we found out about what happened, I was sharing these stories with my ex-manager, who was also very close with Michelle. We had a great working relationship, and I told him this story about this airline in the email, and his response was very simple. His response was, "That's so Michelle." And I think that was just her in a nutshell, who was somebody who was super caring, somebody who made friends easily, and somebody who was so memorable and kind. And it's just so unfortunate that this happened to her. And she deserved to be safe that day, and she didn't deserve this. So thank you for coming out here, and thank you for having me speak. My heart goes out to her family and friends. If I knew her for 6 months and she had such an impact on my life, I can't imagine how her family's feeling right now. So,
thank you for speaking, Urja. So next, I would like to welcome a fellow ally that I met also last year from organizing, City Attorney David Chu.
Brothers and sisters, good evening. I am sorry that we are gathered here today. It is with heavy hearts that we come to the heart of our Chinese community here in San Francisco, here in Chinatown. To Michelle's family and her friends, we grieve with you. We mourn with you. For those of us who did not have the opportunity to get to know her personally, we know that Michelle was a sister in spirit, was a friend in spirit. I know many of us have been thinking many thoughts since Saturday, but let me just share some of mine. I've been thinking a lot about New York City, in part because I used to live in New York City. I used to take the number 6 train. I used to stand at the platform in Times Square. And I think many of us have been thinking, how is it that Michelle was standing on that platform on Saturday at 9:40 in the morning when this should not have happened? I've also been thinking about New York because when I served in the state legislature representing Chinatown, a dear friend of mine is my counterpart, the state legislator who represents Chinatown. And we were in touch over the last couple of days in the wake of this tragedy. And we were both thinking about the fact that at the beginning of the pandemic, before a single COVID case was diagnosed in either of our states, in the Chinatowns in San Francisco and New York City, we saw business drop by 50% before a single COVID case, due to the virus of racism, due to discrimination, due to stereotypes, due to the fact that we had certain leaders in our country, so-called leaders, that referred to the Chinese virus, to Kung Flu. And we all know there have been at least 10,000 documented incidents of violence against members in our community. We will likely never know why this happened, but the one thing I will say is we're here today because we have to come together to say this has to stop. We're here because we are lighting a candle to a beautiful soul who we know will continue to exist in our souls, in our communities. But what I would suggest is we have to ensure that she did not leave us, that we are going to take the spirit of her brilliance and her kindness and her desire to serve, and we're going to use that to continue to fight for a better world, because we have to, because the violence has to end. So let me just say on behalf of our city and on behalf of our region, again, we are so sorry that this has happened, and we can't allow Michelle's departure to have happened in vain. Godspeed.
Thank you for your words, David. Following that, we have another fellow Asian American woman, a leader, a mother, Nancy Tang. Again, she is a mother. She's busy with her baby. But okay. If there is anyone here tonight that knew Michelle personally, if you want to speak, feel free to come up and share a story or a memory of her. Hi, Nancy.
Okay, so we have been watching this vigil there in San Francisco in the Bay Area as friends, coworkers, family, and colleagues remember the life of Michelle Go. She was senselessly killed over the weekend in New York City. She was from the Bay Area, but she lived and worked in New York. She was a consultant for Deloitte, but she was pushed into the New York City subway by an attacker who has since been arrested and charged, a homeless man by the name of Simon Marshall in his 60s. Let's listen back in here as we continue to follow this tragic story. This is live in San Francisco right now.
Street. You could be going to the store, you could be taking the subway in San Francisco, in New York, in Seattle, in Chicago, in Atlanta, and still something like this could happen. And at a moment where our API community is still reeling from the effects of COVID, the financial burdens, the societal burdens, the heartache, and also the influence of rhetoric that has been damaging to our community, it just feels all the more devastating to lose someone like our sister Michelle. In San Francisco, we've had grandmothers stabbed, grandfathers killed, and people just harmed, daily assaults on our community. And so the question is, what will come out of this tragedy? What will come out of any of these tragedies? And really what I want people to walk away with is this idea that we owe it to Michelle, we owe it to Grandpa Vicha, we owe it to everyone in our API community, we owe it to everyone in our greater community to bring safety back to our nation, for our Asian American community, and also back in San Francisco. We should be able to walk down the street without fear of being assaulted or spit upon or getting cursed at. We should be able to wash our cars in our driveways without fear of being assaulted, robbed, and our lives being put in danger. We should be able to walk down the street after going to community college and not worry about being killed. So all of these things, we owe it to them. We owe it to all of the victims over the last year, over the last 2 years, over the last 5 years, over the last 10 years.
Okay, so we are listening live there in San Francisco to community leaders and family, friends, coworkers of Michelle Go. She was senselessly killed over the weekend. She was pushed into the New York City subway tracks, waiting for one of the subway trains in the Times Square station. The attacker, the suspect, has been arrested in that vicious assault. And we'll be following this story here on Live Now from Fox. We want to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about some of the COVID-19 news of the day, testing. Also, is the Omicron surge peaking? More on that in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. And of course, we learned today Americans can now order their at-home COVID test kits from a new White House website. There you were looking at it right now. COVIDtests.gov is up and running and taking orders 1 day earlier than expected. Orders are limited to 4 test kits per household. The kits are free. They include 4 individual rapid antigen COVID-19 tests. President Biden has pledged to secure 1 billion free tests for Americans as Omicron surges. The test kits should be shipped within 7 to 12 days of ordering them. Joining me now to discuss this development alongside many more headlines on the COVID-19 pandemic is Dr. Peter Chin Hong. And of course, we always appreciate your time, Doctor. What did you make of this today? Is this too little, too late for Americans as we suffer through the Omicron surge?
I think it's a little bit late, Andrew, but not, I think not completely useless. I think a lot of the anxiety in the beginning was the fact that people couldn't get enough testing in time. And certainly that will lessen the blow now. And Omicron is not going to be over, even though it's dipping in some states, particularly in the East, New York, DC, Chicago, Cleveland, California maybe. But it's certainly in some states, it's coming up, like Oregon, Alaska, more than 400% increase. So what you're seeing is some country parts are going down and some are going up. Nevertheless, even if descending from South Africa, we know that it takes about 3 to 4 weeks.
So, Doctor, are you seeing the similar kind of trajectories and peaks like we've seen with previous variants now? So you're saying not everywhere, but in some places?
Yeah, so I think with previous variants, say like Delta, which we were very used to hearing about recently before Omicron, it probably lasted about 3 months in total. But Omicron is expected to descend as quickly as it ascended, which is about 2 months or 6 weeks. It also depends on how cold probably the particular area is. If it's colder and people can only gather indoors, it's going to be a little bit slower on the peak and descent.
Okay, Doctor, I wanted to move on to, well, let's stay with testing, actually, because there seems to be some confusion for some Americans. And I want to talk about the Binax Now antigen test. So say I test negative. How accurate are negative tests now that we are in the Omicron surge? Because there can be false negatives depending on where you test, whether it's the nose or the throat. How far along are you into exposure? How confident are you about the efficacy of these tests?
Well, Andrew, I would say that if you have symptoms, the test performs the best at home. So say you had a dry cough, a scratchy throat, some nasal congestion, you have about a 90% sensitivity of the test at that point. Say you don't have symptoms and you went to a gathering that you were afraid of and you tested right soon after, that's probably the worst time to test. You kind of have to wait the viral load to go up. If you test too late, probably not going to be enough virus to pick it up. So it performs best at around the peak of most symptoms, in general.
Okay, so I want to move away from testing for the moment because, hopefully with this website up and running, some of the backlogs can abate and get over with. But this has presented a whole host of issues for Americans trying to get tests. We'll see if that alleviates any of these issues. I want to talk about COVID booster shots as well. We're hearing, especially, not here, but elsewhere internationally, about a 4th COVID booster. Do you think that's premature to be talking about, especially, many people still haven't gotten, 1 booster shot just yet. Where are we on 4th COVID boosters?
I think we're a little bit far away from that right now in the United States. Right now, the data from Israel, doesn't really give you much more bang for the buck with a 4th dose. Of course, it's preliminary data. But 3 doses with a booster included does pretty well at preventing serious disease, hospitalization, and death. The 4th dose, maybe a little bit more prevention of infection, but not as much as people had hoped. So as an infectious disease doctor, if you told me I had a vaccine that kept me away from the hospital, kept me away from the ICU, kept me away from a breathing tube, and kept me away from dying, I'll be excited. That's what 3 doses does so far for most people.
Okay, that's so interesting because, like you mentioned, Israel does seem to be going forward with this, that it will become available very, very soon if any Israeli wants a 4th COVID booster. My next and last question is, because we haven't spoken in about a couple of weeks, but the CDC issued updated guidance, I guess you would call it, about the types of masks that are best at preventing transmission of the virus. I want your opinion because, not many people that I know have been walking around wearing an N95 or a KN95 for the duration of the pandemic. They were wearing just cloth masks, but now we're being told that, those might not be as effective at preventing transmission. So that also caused some confusion. Do you think the CDC needs to clarify?
Yes, I mean, it's hard to communicate what I'm just going to tell you in a few minutes, but essentially it all depends on who you are and how long you're going to stay in the risky environment. Personally, I think N95 is really comfortable, so I don't really need to wear it myself unless I'm really a high-risk patient in the hospital where there's a lot of aerosols being generated. In general, I like the surgical masks. I probably haven't worn cloth masks during Omicron. And the next level after that is probably a combination of surgical and cloth, then a KN95, and at the top of the totem pole, it's the N95. But to give you some perspective, if you're in a place that's about an hour and everyone's wearing a mask, you'll probably be fine. If you're there for several hours, probably better to wear a KN95 or N95 in the age of Omicron.
Okay, well, I don't know if you have anything else to add. Those were kind of my questions about where we are in this pandemic coming up on the 2-year mark here. Dr. Peter Chin Hong, as always, we appreciate your time.
Thanks so much, Andrew.
And we do want to keep on talking about Omicron for now. Some of our Fox affiliates from around the country, they do really great segments about this, talking about your concerns with the pandemic. Where does the pandemic stand currently? We're going to go out to Fox 13 in Tampa right now. They looked at whether you get Omicron and whether the antibodies that come with it persist. Here's that conversation.
More bad news for the world's #1 tennis player. Novak Djokovic may not be able to play in the French Open because he's not vaccinated. He was already banned from the Australian Open following that 2-week saga that cost him his visa. Australia and France have laws requiring visitors at sports arenas to be vaccinated. Djokovic tried arguing that he already had COVID and therefore should qualify for a medical exemption. Although his argument didn't work, it does raise questions about antibodies. So joining us right now is Dr. Cami Kim. She's Director of Infectious Diseases and International Medicine at USF Health. And we thank you for being here. We want to get right to this. We didn't know a lot about the antibodies, like how long they last, how much protection they afford. And do we know more now about how much protection we get if you've had COVID?
Well, it's pretty clear that either being vaccinated or having prior COVID does confer some protection, but for both of them, the antibodies wane. And when you have a variant like Omicron that's a little bit different than what you had before or what's in the vaccine, the more antibody, the better off you are. So that's why it's really important, whether you've been vaccinated before, if you had COVID, to have a booster. And the antibodies do decline. So even if you had those protective antibodies, they will go down. And so when you have a new variant, you want as much antibody in your body as possible. So that's why we recommend that everyone be vaccinated, whether or not they've had COVID or a vaccine.
Okay, so if you haven't had your booster yet, but you did get COVID, you should go ahead and get that booster. That's what I hear you saying here, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you'll be protected somewhat if you've had COVID. It's true. But I think all the studies and the best evidence suggests that the more antibodies you have, the better. And that with the new variants, your antibodies that were good for the last variant aren't necessarily going to be as good for the next variant that may come off after Omicron. And I think that's unfortunately what Omicron's telling us is most people probably had immunity to Delta because of the vaccine or getting Delta, but that hasn't been completely protective for Omicron, and the people who do the best are the ones who have the most antibody.
And you know, some people seem to think that the natural immunity you get after getting sick with COVID, whatever the variant, is better than what you get from the vaccine. So what would you want to say to them?
You know, I think it's really hard to say for certain because this virus has been so tricky, so it's been changing so much. So there probably are things that you get protection from a natural infection that are different or maybe better than the vaccine. But the thing is that COVID can be so severe that it's sort of playing Russian roulette. So I think that since the studies are pretty clear, the vaccine is very safe, it's effective, and the best correlation with high protection is having the most antibody, that the best scientific evidence would suggest get the most protection you can.
The most protection you can. And what about this idea that maybe you can get too many vaccines, that could weaken your immune system over time? Is there any truth to that?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, obviously, there's all these things that need to be studied further. But, you know, I think I'm a believer in deal with the danger at hand rather than the danger that might theoretically be in the future that isn't proven. We have a big deal problem with COVID. We need to protect ourselves and our loved ones. So I think you don't want virus around, so you need to have as much antibody to prevent yourself and your family from getting sick.
All right, bottom line.
And I mean, seriously sick. You may get a mild COVID, but you want to prevent yourself from getting severe COVID.
Yeah, exactly, because that could mean a world of difference right there. Exactly.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Dr. Cami Kim with U.S. Health, we thank you again for all your good advice.
Okay, and we want to stay with this track of stories here. Let's hear from Fox 13 in Tampa yet again about some of these shifting numbers we've seen on the Omicron case counts. Here's Fox 13 in Tampa yet again.
All right, let's talk COVID now, but this is perhaps some news in the positive direction. The Omicron wave appears to have peaked in Florida. Cases are nudging down slowly, but projections do show that the next few weeks will still be challenging. Fox 13's Craig Patrick in now to show us what's going on now in Florida and what to expect in the coming weeks. Craig?
Hi there. Looking through the latest data, it certainly shows us that cases are moving in the right direction in Florida, and that is truly good news. That said, of course, we know that hospitalizations and death statistics do lag the case counts, and that's one of the reasons why, again, the next few weeks will certainly be difficult or challenging, and infection rates are still significantly higher than anything we've seen in the prior waves. The CDC has a color-coded map to show us where we're seeing the highest infection rates across the nation. But right now, it doesn't reveal anything we don't already know because Omicron has lit up the entire nation at once. But there is positive movement in Florida. USF epidemiologist Dr. Jason Salemi shows Florida is seeing a decrease in cases, as are Georgia, Ohio, Michigan, New York, and New Jersey. Meaning while infection rates are still very high, we've already peaked. Here's the movement we've seen in Florida through the past week. And in terms of what's next across the nation, here's the chart from the CDC. The projection shows as a nation we'll peak in a couple of days and then cases will drop through February. But infectious disease experts say the next few weeks will still be very difficult because we rose so high it will take a few weeks to wind back down. And hospitalizations and deaths will likely still tick up as new cases wind down because they naturally lag reports of new cases. Here's the CDC's projection showing fatalities continuing to rise through February, eclipsing the Delta wave and following a similar track as we saw this time last year. In terms of progress in fighting the variant, while existing vaccines provide a significant layer of protection, particularly against serious illness, Moderna is working on an Omicron-specific dose that could be ready by March. Now, that may not matter as much if it wanes as we hope by then, but it would be highly valuable if the models are off or if Omicron rekindles. Beyond that, they're also working on an all-in-one dose that people could take to protect against multiple variants of COVID-19 and the flu, and that could be ready next year.
Our goal is to be able to have a single annual booster so that we don't have compliance issues where people don't want to get 2 to 3 shots a winter, but they get one dose where we get, a booster for corona and a booster for flu and RSV to make sure that people get their vaccines.
In the meantime, we appear to have crested, but what's not clear is the rate of decline we'll see in the coming days. We certainly hope it will be a sharp fall off, just as it was a sharp increase. But our infectious disease experts say it just isn't clear. It depends on a number of factors, including the social distancing measures that people take, how often they mask when they go out indoors in public settings, and of course, vaccination rates, which have crossed the 60% mark, and booster rates as well. So the hope is that we will drop sharply, but we cannot say that yet with certainty.
Yeah, the reverse hockey stick is what we hope to see in coming weeks. Craig, what about the other? What about the rest of the world? What are they seeing there? Are cases peaking overseas like they are in the U.S.?
In parts of the world that preceded the United States with the surge, and that certainly spells good news. It does seem to bode well for us. London, for example, saw a sharp rise and then a very sharp drop, which is something we're hoping that replicates in the United States. Improvement in parts of Africa as well. However, there are other parts of the world that are just now beginning to see cases of Omicron, including China, that's enacted a number of lockdowns in the run-up to the Olympics as well. So we don't know to what extent it will take hold in other parts of the world, and therefore to what extent it could, again, rekindle based on the levels of natural immunity that people have from those who get infected the first time around. We don't know exactly how long that lasts. That's still a matter of study.
Craig Patrick with the latest on the COVID trend in Florida and in the U.S. Thanks, Craig.
Craig, thanks so much there. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're coming up on the top of the hour here on this Tuesday night. A lot more headlines left to get to. When we come back from break, we'll be talking about some of these international stories that we have been reporting on for the last several days, including that underwater volcanic eruption that is really wreaking havoc, the aftermath of for the Pacific island nation of Tonga. We'll have an update. Also, Russia-Ukraine tensions increasing as ever before. We'll have an update on that as well. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. We have some breaking news we want to report right now. The LAPD just put this on their Twitter page in which they have identified a suspect in the connection of the murder of 24-year-old UCLA grad student Brianna Kupfer. I want to read the tweet. It says, 31-year-old Sean Laval Smith has been identified in connection with the murder of Brianna Kupfer, which occurred in the 300 block of North La Brea Avenue on January the 13th. That was last Thursday. He should be considered armed and dangerous. If seen, do not approach, call 911. And there they posted 3 photos of the suspect, Sean Laval Smith. And so they are issuing this community alert as this suspect now is wanted in that grisly murder there of that 24-year-old grad student at UCLA who was just working in a high-end furniture store when she was stabbed to death. We heard that press conference earlier today. So we'll give you any more updates if we get them on that story. In the meantime, we do want to move on to some of these other top headlines, international headlines from around the world. Officials in Tonga releasing details of the damage caused by the volcanic eruption and tsunami over the weekend. Fox's Anna Eliopoulos has the latest on this story.
Saturday's devastating volcanic eruption and tsunami in Tonga, killing at least 3 people, according to the government's first official update. Among the victims, a 50-year-old British woman who was swept away. The written statement released Tuesday also detailing the loss of homes, including an entire village on Mango Island. On another nearby island, only 2 houses remain. This comes as we're seeing some of the first images of the eruption and aftermath. Satellite photos capturing the main eruption, the massive plume of smoke could be seen from space, and these before and after images punctuating the extent of the damage. The island's shoreline now covered in ash and vegetation.
The ash is proving quite problematic, not just for water and sanitation, but in terms of access for the aid from Australia and New Zealand. And other flights.
Hundreds of volunteers are working to clear the runway to make way for planes bringing aid. Large ships carrying loads of much-needed supplies like water, volunteers, and equipment also making their way to the island. The eruption sent smoke and ash 60,000 feet into the air and triggered tsunami waves in the Pacific. 50-foot-high waves rushed inland, destroying everything in their path, knocking out all access to phones and internet. A concern for loved ones who are looking for answers.
The worst fear is the suffering of other people. That's hard to cope with.
In New York, Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
Anna, thanks so much for that update there, and we'll be continuing to monitor that and the relief efforts underway as the citizens Tongans there pick up the pieces after what was a massive underwater volcano. So we send our hearts and prayers out to them there. Right now, though, let's get an update out of the Russia-Ukraine situation. White House officials, national security officials are growing increasingly concerned that a Russian invasion of Ukraine is imminent, leading to the Secretary of State today, Antony Blinken, to travel to Kiev in Ukraine. He tweeted this as he flew off today. I'm traveling to Kiev and Berlin, where I will meet with our partners and allies before meeting with my Russian counterpart in Geneva. This is a diplomatic effort to de-escalate tensions surrounding the unprovoked Russian military buildup on Ukraine's borders. Right now, let's hear from Fox's correspondent Caroline Shively on the latest in this conflict.
Fears of Russia invading Ukraine grew on Tuesday as Moscow added more troops to the 100,000 already gathered near the border.
Let's be clear. Our view is this is an extremely dangerous situation. We're now at a stage where Russia could at any point launch an attack in Ukraine.
Russia claims the troops are amassing for training.
We don't threaten anybody with anything.
Foreign policy experts in the U.S. aren't buying it.
They've got a loaded gun aimed at Ukraine right now. They've got lots of options, including a blockade in the Black Sea, further invasion in eastern Ukraine, and potentially even attacks all the way to Kiev.
NATO officials warn Russia it's time to back down or face penalties from the West.
The risk of a conflict is real. NATO allies call on Russia to de-escalate, and any further aggression will come with a high cost for Moscow.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken left Washington for Ukraine Tuesday afternoon to discuss diplomatic efforts to deter further Russian aggression.
I think this is shaping up to be the biggest moment of the Biden presidency. World wars start in Europe, and so far, President Biden has not marshaled the world and has not put together a sufficient package, apparently, to deter Vladimir Putin.
After a flurry of meetings in Europe, Secretary Blinken is scheduled to meet his Russian counterpart in Switzerland on Friday. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thanks so much for that update there. And we will be following that. We'll be speaking with our foreign policy experts that we bring on here at Live Now to discuss how imminent, how likely some type of invasion is going to be in the next couple of days, weeks, or months. We have you covered here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a Live Now look right now. We have a picture of the White House. It's about 10 o'clock there on the East Coast. It's about 8 o'clock here Mountain Time at the top of the hour. And of course, we are anticipating a highly watched press conference that President Biden will be partaking in tomorrow afternoon. And of course, he's going to be asked questions about a lot of these top stories we have been bringing to you here today, including what's happening with voting rights. What will Senate Democrats do or not do to the filibuster? They're still on the floor at the moment, so you can see the floor still active right there. Senator Warren speaking out on the floor about voting rights legislation. We're also going to probably get a lot of questions from reporters as well about the situation in Russia and Ukraine, about COVID-19, the Omicron surge, and the lack of testing capabilities. But right now, we do want to keep further talking about what might happen with Russia and Ukraine. We heard from the Pentagon press secretary, John Kirby, today. Let's hear from him at the briefing talking about all of these things.
Enabling many key weapons systems, and we think this is a positive step forward to help ensure that critical mission area stays relevant and viable into the future. And with that, we'll go to questions. Bob, I think we got you on the phone.
Yes, thank you, John. A couple quick questions. The statement on the Abu Dhabi attack says the U.S. is committed to helping UAE defend itself. I'm wondering if you can put something concrete behind that. Is there some consideration of increasing some sort of air defense support, or something of that nature? And the second question regarding Ukraine. So where do things stand right now in terms of plans for further arms transfers to Ukraine or perhaps increasing in-country training, that sort of thing?
Yeah, Bob, thanks. On UAE, I don't have any additional announcements to make today. I think, as you know, we have a very robust defense partnership with the UAE, which does include foreign military sales of various different types of weapons and platforms. And so that will continue, of course. And obviously, we're in constant discussion and dialogue with our Emirati partners about ways we can strengthen that defense partnership, but nothing today. I think today it was really important. The Secretary felt it was important to make clear that that just like elsewhere in the administration, we take these attacks on the Emiratis seriously, and we're going to continue again to look for ways to make that defense partnership and their ability to defend themselves stronger and better. On Ukraine, nothing to announce today either with respect to additional defense articles. As we've said all along, we're going to continue to look for ways to help Ukraine defend itself, and that does include additional security assistance. But again, nothing to say today about that. On trainers, I think, as you know, Bob, the Florida National Guard has members currently deployed to Ukraine in this rotating advise and assist capacity, and they remain at work alongside their Ukrainian counterparts, again advising and assisting and helping train, and we expect that mission will continue. Now, obviously, as I said last week, we're going to continue to watch the situation on the ground, and if we need to make decisions for force protection purposes, we'll do that. But there are no planned additional rotational troops to Ukraine at this time. No changes to what the Florida National Guard is doing on the ground. Janie.
Thank you, John. Do you know the North Korea first time the missile launches? Does the United States have what kind of missile North Korea launches?
You're talking about the one on the 16th, 2 days ago?
Yes, I think 17th.
Okay.
In Korea.
A couple of days ago. Anyway, we've assessed them as ballistic missiles, and we're still running the traps on that. So I don't have more detail than that.
South Korean defense ministry said that attempts Army tactical missile system KN-24. Are you confirm that?
No, I cannot.
Because South Korean defense minister, they announced yesterday that, and also South Korean Minister of Defense announced that North Korea's recent missile launches assessed as a threat and a serious military threat to ROK. My question is, are you devaluing these missile launches because they don't threaten United States?
Are we what about these launches? What was the verb you used?
Yeah, devaluing.
Devaluing?
Yes.
We're not devaluing anything, Janie. Not at all. And we have a treaty alliance with the Republic of Korea. We have actual tangible security commitments to the defense of South Korea. We take that very seriously. So there's no devaluing at all. We're obviously, and we have as an administration, condemned these missile launches and called them out for what they are. Clearly violations of various UN Security Council resolutions and dangerous to the region, certainly dangerous to our allies and partners, and we're taking that very seriously. There's no devaluing of anything.
Because Indo-Pacific commander always said that where U.S. is not threatening, so as far as
we're not what?
Indo-Pacific statement, commander statement about the North Korean missile launches, they said that there's no threatening the United States. So that means our neighbor alliance countries so concerned, so worried about the North Korean missiles. But it seems like if North Korea not threatening the United States, you don't care, right?
No, that's not true. That's not true. And I would encourage you to look at the rest of the statement that the Indo-Pacific commander continues to put out in these cases. I mean, he talks about the destabilization to the region and the threat that it poses to allies and partners. In this case, or in that case, he wanted to make clear, I think, to the American people, which they have a right to know, if these things are posing a threat to the homeland. But I think you can, again, go back and look at his statements, and he's very clear about the threat that this program continues to pose, not only to our ally in South Korea, but to others of our partners in the region. And we're not, we're continue to take this threat and this improving program of Pyongyang's very, very seriously.
Is this missile interceptable or not?
I'm not going to get into any more specifics of our assessment on these individual launches from the podium. I won't do that.
Thank you.
Pierre.
Thank you. Do you assess that the attack yesterday on the United Arab Emirates was a threat to U.S. soldiers and U.S. citizens in the area?
It was certainly a threat to our Emirati partners, and that's enough. But we know of no U.S. casualties as a result of this, and we're still taking a look at the attack itself. So it's difficult to say positively that there was no threat to U.S. personnel or American citizens on the ground. It was clearly designed to go after this particular facility.
We understand that the U.S. facilities in the United Arab Emirates and maybe also in Qatar were able to detect the attack. Why is it that nothing has been done to stop it?
Again, I'm not going to get into the operational TikTok here, Pierre. We continue to work with our partners in the region to make sure that they have robust enough capabilities to help defend themselves, and that includes the ability for early warning and indications. As we've seen, even in places where we ourselves are attacked by these UAVs. Even the best of systems isn't necessarily going to get every single individual threat. And we continue to see, in this case, it was the Houthis, supported by Iran, but we continue to see in Iraq and Syria, militia groups supported by Iran, sort of choose this tactic, this way of conducting attacks using UAVs, and it's an evolving threat, and that we are constantly trying to make sure that we can stay ahead of. But it's a difficult threat to constantly make sure you can stay ahead of. So while we'd love to say, we have 100% coverage in every single one, that's going to be a very difficult thing to achieve as the threat continues to evolve, and evolve, quite frankly, Pierre, in real time. Yeah, Fadi.
Okay, John, so you just said that the Houthis, supported by Iran, were behind this attack that the Secretary described as terrorist. However, he did not assign any blame. He didn't mention the Houthis. So first, are you, based on your assessment, are you confirming that the Houthis actually...
I think I've spoken pretty clearly to it.
So okay, and based on that, are you able to say whether the weapons used, the system used in this attack and the type of the attack mark any development in the Houthis' capabilities?
I'm not going to get into intelligence assessments, Fadi.
Were the U.S. forces stationed in Al-Dhufra Air Base in the UAE able to share any early warning with their Emirati?
I'm not going to talk about operational details.
Is the U.S. last question, since I'm not getting answers?
No, you're getting answers. I'm answering all your questions.
I'm not sharing. You're not sharing anything. That's the answer. So, are the U.S. forces in the UAE now supporting their Emirati counterparts in any way, shape, or form in dealing with this attack?
I know of no requests by the Emiratis for U.S. assistance in terms of investigating and responding. Obviously, as I said, and as the Secretary said, they're close partners, and if they desire U.S. assistance, I mean, clearly we'd be positively disposed to look at that, but I know of no requests for support right now. Let me go to the phones. We've got lots of folks on the phones, and I don't want to ignore that. Carla Babb.
Hey, thanks, John. Quick question about some Afghan Army helicopters. There were about a dozen that went to Tajikistan and Uzbekistan on August 15th, and now the Taliban is looking to get them back. And I'm just wondering what the Pentagon thinks about that and where the Pentagon feels that those Army helicopters should go. Thanks.
Still working out the disposition of those helicopters, Carla. I don't have an update for you on any decisions about how they will be handled, but I think it's safe to assume that they will not be sent into Afghanistan to be used by the Taliban. But as to what they end up doing and where they end up going and who ends up with them, we are still working our way through that decision-making process. Sylvie, you there?
Hello, yes. Sorry, I didn't hear you were calling me. The Russians have announced that they are going to start new exercises with Belarus. Do you assess that there are some military troops movements near the border which are consistent with these exercises, and what is your comment?
Yeah, I try not to comment for the to the operations and exercises of another country. They can certainly speak for themselves in that. What I would tell you, Sylvia, is we continue to see a sizable force presence by the Russian armed forces in the western part of their country, around the eastern border and northeastern border with Ukraine. It continues to be concerning to us. There's no sign, no indication that the Russians are willing to de-escalate. And as we said well, as our diplomat said more than a week ago, that one of the things that we were willing to talk to the Russians about was changing the scale and scope of our exercises if and only if there was going to be reciprocity on the Russian side. Again, we see no signs of de-escalation, so we're going to continue to try to pursue the diplomatic path and as an administration make sure that we're ready should that path fail and should there be another incursion of Russian forces into Ukraine. Oren?
You've been watching Russian movements now for a few months. Is it any clearer what President Putin's goal is here, and what other options do you have either to deter Russian action or respond to it, if you can detail any of that, and then a follow-up?
I think it would be difficult for us to say with specificity and certainty what we know Mr. Putin is driving at here, what his actual goals are. He clearly is building up a force posture there that provides him multiple options. It's just difficult to know right now what options he's going to choose. And we still don't believe that he's made a final decision. Of course, the option that we would prefer is for him to de-escalate, to take the tensions down. And of course, one of the easiest ways to do that would be to remove some of that force presence. That's not happening. And I'm sorry, you had another. I missed another one.
What other options does the U.S. have either to deter or respond?
So look, I think the president has spoken to this very, very clearly about severe consequences. And that includes in the economic domain. And I obviously won't speak to that with great specificity here from this podium. What we are prepared to do, and what we've said publicly, is if there's another incursion and if our NATO allies request capabilities and support and resources for their reassurance as part of NATO, we will be positively disposed to consider those requests and to see what's possible. And so we're ready to do that. We've thought through various permutations here, and we're ready to do that if asked.
One more quick question. Russia's demands, if I'm not mistaken, also included demands of Scandinavian countries not joining NATO, NATO not moving eastwards, for example, with Finland.
Yeah.
Is there any concern or suspicion that a Russian move on Ukraine might be accompanied by some sort of action against Finland or other countries there?
I wouldn't speculate. That's that's a couple of jumps ahead of where we are right now, Oren, and I wouldn't speculate. I certainly won't speak for Russian intentions here. We're focused on the issue at hand, which is making sure that Ukrainian sovereignty is respected, that there's not another incursion, and trying to find a way, as an administration, finding a way to diplomatically de-escalate this. And we still believe that there's room for diplomacy. We've heard the bluster and the rhetoric out of the Russian side. We still believe that there's room for diplomacy to succeed here. And here at the Department of Defense, we want to provide all the time and space that can be provided to our diplomats to do that. Let's see. Mike Brest, Examiner.
Thanks, Mr. Kirby. Two quick ones. The cigar report that was declassified today, I was wondering if you wanted to comment on that, specifically as it relates to the Afghan Air Force's inability to sustain itself without U.S. assistance.
So, I mean, we're aware of the Special Inspector General's recent re-release of a newly declassified report from January 2021 on the status of the Afghan Air Force. And I would remind this was from January 2021, which also included data that was well before that time frame. And what remains clear is our longstanding insistence and open acknowledgement of three key tenets surrounding the importance and the long-term viability of what was the Afghan Air Force, the important role that they had in supporting the ANDSF on the ground, the need and the importance that we recognized of continued funding and maintenance, logistics and training support, which again, the Special Inspector General found as well, and the challenges, of course, faced with continuing such support amidst a withdrawal of on-the-ground forces. The specific challenges that were presented in this report were well known to us. In fact, were being actively addressed by the department and our coalition partners as presented by the responses that we issued to the Special Inspector General's 3 main recommendations. And these were responses made by Headquarters U.S. Forces Afghanistan, the Combined Security Transition Command Afghanistan, and NATO Special Operations Command Afghanistan. What we said at the time, nothing changes about that. You know, as we were heading into the summer, it was an Air Force that we and our coalition partners helped make much more capable. That they were flying the majority of missions in support of their troops on the ground, that was also true. And that they had capabilities far more advanced than they had ever had before, and that the United States was going to continue. This was the original plan, of course, was to continue our support for the Afghan Air Forces. So we absolutely recognized the shortcomings and the issues that the Special Inspector General made back in January of 2021. We were addressing those, and we made it very clear that we were going to continue to try to find ways to make the Afghan Air Force even better. Tony Capaccio.
Hey, John, thanks. I had 2 quick questions. One on DoD health issues. Is there a contemplation of going to health condition Delta? And what are the personnel implications if you go to health condition Delta?
There's no plan right now to go to Delta, Tony. I don't have a list of the criteria of what Delta would require, but we can certainly get that for you. That's easy. I just don't have it with me, so I don't want to speculate. Obviously, it would. It's more severe, more strict restrictions on people here at the Pentagon. But I'm not aware of any discussion to move from Charlie to Delta at this time.
Quick Ukraine question. Last week, a Russian reporter asked Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Yabkov in an interview that was broadcast on Thursday whether Russia was considering deploying military infrastructure in Venezuela or Cuba. He responded, "I don't want to confirm anything or rule anything out." Question for you. Has DoD or Southcom picked up any indications that Russia intends to move any military hardware to those nations, or that officials of those nations have invited such a move from Russia?
Well, I'm not going to speak about intelligence issues here from the podium, Tony, and I'm also not going to respond to Russian bluster about something like that. I would just point you to what Jake Sullivan said last week, and that is that we take our responsibilities to defend this country and our national security interests very, very seriously, and we will continue to do that in whatever case that those interests are going to be threatened by anybody. And I think I'd leave it at that. Tara Kopp.
Hi, John. Thanks for doing this. One on COVID. With Force Protection Charlie, what's the guidance for DoD civilians on attending conferences or official travel? Is that all on hold for right now? And then I have one on Ukraine.
It's allowed right now, and again, Charlie applies to the Pentagon reservations. So it's not the entire Department of Defense, but the only travel that's permitted is what's considered critical to national security. So, participation in conferences obviously is put on hold, and that applies to everybody, uniformed and civilian alike.
Okay, thank you. And then on Ukraine. In your earlier responses, you noted that, change is possible if force protection measures make it necessary. Is it also possible that DoD would be withdrawing U.S. troops from Ukraine, or is it just to augment those and guarantee better force protection in case of an incursion?
That we'll do what we need to do to keep our people safe and secure. And I don't want to jump ahead of where events are right now or speculate about possible outcomes. But we will do whatever we need to do to make sure our people are safe and secure. Steve Bynum, military.com.
Thank you, John. Hey, with all the issues on
time, they're running out of water, they're getting in trouble drinking as such like that. Is there any authority for the Pentagon to investigate the state mission, or is there any want to do so or step in any way on that?
Not aware of any effort to investigate the border mission that the Texas governor has ordered his National Guard under his authority to conduct. I'm not aware of it. Obviously, we've seen the press reporting about some of the issues there. Whether a National Guardsman or woman is in Title 10 or Title 32 status, we obviously are concerned whenever we see reports about behavioral conduct issues that are detrimental to good order and discipline. But I know of no efforts or no design right now to investigate those. I'll go to a couple more, and then I promise, Goyle, I won't forget you, buddy. All right, Heather from USNI.
Thank you. I was wondering if there's any update on the DOJ's review of the injunction that was ordered by the federal judge in the case of the Navy's Special Warfare Community and vaccine mandates.
Ellen from Synopsis. A couple more seconds there, Ellen. Okay. Let's see. Kelly from Nexstar.
Hi, John. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear us okay?
Yep, I got you.
All right, great. Just an update since Friday regarding the false flag intelligence. Is Russia making any other movements to provoke an invasion? Any kind of intelligence that you're seeing that you could share?
Yeah, again, we're mindful of being careful about talking about specific intelligence. I would tell you, again, without getting into too many details, we continue to be mindful of indications that the Russians will look for opportunities for what we call false flags, to create the appearance of or an impetus for, a pretext for them to launch an invasion. So what we talked about last week, we still believe is valid, but I simply wouldn't go into more detail than that. Jared Suba. Okay, Jared, we'll come back to you. Goyle.
Thank you. Two questions, please. One, going back to Texas incident. Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan said that Dr. Siddiqui in Texas federal jail is a political prisoner, and I will do everything in my power to get her out of the country. And he never said that whatever incident took place, British, citizen, of course, background is from Pakistan, but he never said or condemned the issue. My question is, what message you think could Secretary have for the terrorists? Or do you believe, I'm sorry to interrupt you, do you believe this is a political jail for her for 83 years, and she was, of course, caught in Afghanistan for doing some terror activities?
Yeah, the department's not going to weigh in on a legal law enforcement issue, Goyle. I think in that we take very seriously our responsibilities to defend this country, our national security interests, and our people, and that does mean continuing to conduct counterterrorism operations where and when needed, and that's our focus, and we're going to continue to do that. The only thing I would say about the events in Texas is to I think, and you just have to, when you look at it, just congratulate those law enforcement personnel, the FBI, local law enforcement, who work so efficiently and so well to get everybody out safely. I think that's remarkable, and we obviously extend our thoughts to the community there, as well as specifically the Jewish community. So, but beyond that, I think we'll let the Justice Department speak to this.
John, going back to Afghanistan. Afghanistan's newly Taliban government is seeking recognition from the military and other powers and countries to recognize them. But at the same time, what promise they made the Taliban government to the Pentagon and to the global community, they are not holding their promises, and they are still after the innocent women and children and all that sort. But my question is, you think Pentagon is going to recognize them as far as military power is concerned or military support is concerned? And again, what is the Secretary's message for the Afghan Taliban as far as supporting terrorism?
State recognition is not the purview of the Department of Defense, so I'd refer you to our colleagues at the State Department to speak to that. The Taliban have not been recognized as the official government of Afghanistan. And what we would say is, I think what everybody has said across the administration, that we want to see human rights, civil rights. We want to see the promises made by the Taliban actually delivered in terms of how people are going to be treated in Afghanistan. And separate and distinct from that, here at the department, we're going to stay eyes on to what's going on there. And again, back to my earlier point, we have serious, significant counterterrorism responsibilities. And we have over-the-horizon capabilities that we can avail ourselves of. And we're going to continue to make sure that Afghanistan doesn't serve as a safe haven for an attack on the homeland again. Yeah, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Question on the Africa Sahel. As you know, France is scheduled to wind down its Operation Barkhane counter operation in the Sahel the first quarter of this year, and then gradually draw down troops from about currently 5,000 to 2,500 by next year. So last year, September 2021, Secretary Austin, he had a phone call with France's Armed Forces Minister Florence Parly, and he assured her that the Pentagon remains firmly committed to supporting France's counterterrorism mission in the Sahel. So how will France's reducing drastically its amount of troops cut in half impact on the U.S.'s support for this counterterrorism operation? Will they increase their support or pull back?
I think it's too soon to tell. I mean, and I certainly would refer to the French Ministry of Defense to speak to their operations and how they're going to conduct them. But nothing will change about our commitment to continue to support France in these efforts. So broadly speaking, that doesn't change. How they change their footprint or their operations is really for them to speak to. But the Secretary was very clear, and we've been consistent. We're going to continue to support them as they need it. And as their needs change, regardless of footprint, and as their needs change, we'll adapt our support to best meet their requirements, and frankly, ours too, because we have a shared security interest in dealing with terrorism threats there in the Sahel. Does that answer your question? Okay, I got to go. Thanks very much. I think I got to everybody on the phone. Yes, I did. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you later this week.
And that was the briefing there out of the Pentagon earlier today, discussing everything from COVID-19 and crime across the country. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going to talk about the top headlines from today and, of course, the Omicron surge across the country, but how you can now get some free at-home tests delivered right to your door. All the details after the break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Melissa Brennan. Thank you so much for joining us. It is a little past 8:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona, about 10:30 out on the East Coast. We're going to go now into some top political stories that have been making headlines all day today. Voter dissatisfaction with President Biden is growing as he completes his first year in office. Now, the surging crime crisis is also casting a spotlight on the president's attorney general, who is taking considerable criticism. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has the story.
We are a government of laws.
President-elect Joe Biden surprised many by choosing a respected federal judge as his pick for the nation's top law enforcement officer.
The rule of law is not just some lawyer's turn of phrase. So help me God.
Weeks into the job, Merrick Garland made clear civil rights investigations tied to demands from the left for sweeping police reforms would be a priority. The DOJ announced probes into multiple local police departments, including Minneapolis, following the death of George Floyd. Last fall, the administration released $139 million in grants to hire more than 1,000 local police personnel. Some Democrat mayors, once calling for defunding the police, now begging Washington for more help.
We cannot continue to endure the level of violence that we are now experiencing.
The move came after a summer of violence, including in major cities, with progressive prosecutors at the helm. In Los Angeles, District Attorney George Gascon has opposed seeking the death penalty and backs charging fewer juveniles as adults. Crime victims are outraged.
Enough is enough.
Garland himself spent weeks fending off criticism for his memo responding to the National School Boards Association's call for federal help dealing with angry parents at public meetings.
Arguments against school boards are protected by the First Amendment. Threats are not.
To kick off 2022, Garland highlighted the work of the department, responding to the attacks on the Capitol 1 year before. His critics, often Democrats, argue he needs to up the ante.
You have, again, an attorney general who is, feckless and has not been helpful in terms of preserving our democracy.
But 1 week later, Garland's DOJ announced charges of seditious conspiracy against the head of the anti-government far-right Oath Keepers and 10 others. It's the first time the charge was used in the January 6th investigation. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
And of course, President Biden will talk about the past 12 months and how it's gone. And of course, what comes next for him and his administration during his first news conference of the new year that is set place to take tomorrow. It comes amid falling poll numbers and increasing criticism over several matters, including, of course, his pandemic policies. Here's Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich.
On the eve of President Biden's first full year in office, Americans will be able to finally order 4 free tests per household, with covidtest.gov going live.
We can't guarantee there won't be a bug or two, but the best tech teams across the administration and the Postal Service are working hard to make this a success.
But critics say the long shipping timeline, 7 to 12 days, with the first orders going out in late January, may outrun the Omicron peak. And moreover, the administration included no way to collect data on at-home positivity rates, forcing some states and towns to launch their own forums for results. It's a drag on momentum the administration is trying to build as members of the president's own party ratchet up criticism Biden hasn't fulfilled key promises. 5 Democrat senators asking why the White House didn't expand testing sooner, telling the COVID response team this administration either knew or should have known that testing shortages were occurring across the country. Steps to increase testing access should have happened before the current wave hit, not several weeks into the surge. Others say it's time for a reset ahead of the midterms. Congressman Ro Khanna calling to replace Dr. Rochelle Walensky as CDC director.
So I had floated Ashish Jha, there may be others, but I do think we need a clearer, better communication.
President Biden will close out his first year in office with a rare press conference tomorrow amid deepening angst over legislative losses, lagging polls, escalating foreign policy challenges, and surging COVID cases, only some of what's haunting the administration. But the White House is trying to spotlight accomplishments.
It was the biggest year of job growth in American history. If we look to a year ago, only 1% of adults were fully vaccinated. 74% of adults are fully vaccinated now. 46% of schools were open a year ago, now over 95%.
The president also recently announced plans coming soon to make high-quality masks available to Americans for free. It reignited the debate over what constitutes a high-quality mask after the CDC recommended use of N95s but said any mask is better than no mask. And critics, of course, wonder how much it'll pay off, given that those masks will only be good for a couple of uses. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
And of course, we can't bring up the Omicron surge without thinking about kids. All across the country, schools and universities being affected by this new surge and new policies and mandates put in place from a bunch of different levels that, of course, are affecting them. There are some issues, though, of children, of course, at the younger age losing a primary or secondary caregiver due to the virus and how that is affecting families across the country. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner takes a look.
The NIH reports over 140,000 children in America have lost a parent or primary caregiver to COVID. That's roughly 1 in every 450 children, and other groups say the number's even higher. 70% of children who've lost parents during the pandemic are just 13 or younger. That parental death toll is now prompting experts to warn America's kids are suffering an ongoing secondary tragedy caused by COVID. Doctors say the resulting trauma in kids is unlike anything they've dealt with before.
You can't focus on geometry or multiplication tables when you're worried that mom or dad might not be alive when you get home after school.
The impact of losing parents can include anxiety, depression, PTSD, substance abuse, academic decline and school dropout, and worse.
Even cases of suicidal ideation where the child doesn't want to live anymore. They want to be in heaven with mommy or daddy. We're trying our best to be here for families, particularly those where the children are just, in shock or devastated.
A large share of the burden is falling to schools, where teachers and counselors are helping students recover academically and psychologically. But the president of the Children's Hospital Association says it takes a village.
I think it's important to watch kids as they go back out into the community, when they return to school, when they return to normal activities.
Experts insist the effects of all this trauma will be with us for a long time.
It's going to take all of us working together to make sure our kids come out on the other end of this in really good shape. But that's not going to be just next year. That's going to be 5 years from now or 10 years.
While kids themselves are far less likely than adults to die from COVID, infection still carries significant risks for them. The CDC recently reported American kids and teens under 18 who had COVID are 2.5 times likelier to develop diabetes later on. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
And one of the next big questions is, what type of masks are the best to wear? Well, of course, we know that answer with N95s. But now the CDC is saying that cloth masks might not be as effective as originally thought. Here's the latest on the mask situation and what officials are saying.
To our big story at 5. In less than 24 hours, city leaders in Milwaukee will vote on whether or not to bring back a citywide mask mandate.
This comes as the state sets a single-day record for cases, 35,746. Our Angelica Sanchez has more on what this mandate would enforce for everyone ages 3 and up in indoor public spaces.
I think we're going to have a good debate at the council tomorrow, and I'm hopeful that it passes.
Some Milwaukee establishments have this sign outside their doors, but the wording could change, as the Common Council will soon be voting on whether or not to bring back a citywide mask mandate to combat the rise of COVID-19 cases. A few weeks ago, the Public Safety and Health Committee debated the topic. Alderman Mark Borkowski read an email with concerns on the impact this could have on businesses.
With none of the suburbs having such an ordinance, this will also be unnecessarily harmful to Milwaukee businesses, especially restaurants.
Acting Mayor Cavalier Johnson says the approach to mask wearing should be educational and not enforcement.
We have the best tool to defeat COVID or to substantially reduce people's symptoms, which is vaccination, and so we should be pushing folks to do that.
Previously, Health Commissioner Kristen Johnson said the health department lacks the resources to enforce a mandate because efforts are currently going into testing and vaccination sites.
When we're looking at the data, we know where it's transmitting, and it's transmitting at home, and a mask mandate wouldn't touch that.
Alderwoman and mayoral candidate Marina Dmitrievich is co-sponsoring the resolution. She says the language on the potential ordinance is still being worked out. She admits enforcement will be challenging.
We really hope that everyone will comply. That's the best way to stop the spread.
If the measure passes by a majority vote on Tuesday, it will then be up to acting Mayor Cavalier Johnson to sign it or reject it. Reporting outside City Hall, Angelica Sanchez, Fox 6 News.
And of course, with the latest surge of Omicron, what does it mean when moving forward with antibodies? Does it help? Is there this crowd control that we can get a hold of? Here's a look at that.
More bad news for the world's #1 tennis player. Novak Djokovic may not be able to play in the French Open because he's not vaccinated. He was already banned from the Australian Open following that 2-week saga that cost him his visa. Australia and France have laws requiring visitors at sports arenas to be vaccinated. Djokovic tried arguing that he already had COVID and therefore should qualify for a medical exemption. Although his argument didn't work, it does raise questions about antibodies. So joining us right now is Dr. Cami Kim. She's Director of Infectious Diseases and International Medicine at USF Health. And we thank you for being here. We want to get right to this. You know, we didn't know a lot about the antibodies, like how long they last, how much protection they afford. And do we know more now about how much protection we get if you've had COVID?
Well, it's pretty clear that either being vaccinated or having prior COVID does confer some protection. But for both of them, the antibodies wane. And when you have a variant like Omicron that's a little bit different than what you had before or what's in the vaccine, the more antibody, the better off you are. So that's why it's really important, whether you've been vaccinated before, if you had COVID, to have a booster. And the antibodies do decline. So even if you had those protective antibodies, they will go down. And so when you have a new variant, you want as much antibody in your body as possible. So that's why we recommend that everyone be vaccinated, whether or not they've had COVID or a vaccine.
Okay, so if you haven't had your booster yet, but you did get COVID, you should go ahead and get that booster. That's what I hear you saying here, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you'll be protected somewhat if you've had COVID, it's true. But I think all the studies and the best evidence suggests that the more antibodies you have, the better. And that with the new variants, your antibodies that were good for the last variant aren't necessarily going to be as good for the next variant that may come off after Omicron. And I think that's unfortunately what Omicron's telling us is most people probably had immunity to Delta because of the vaccine or getting Delta, but that hasn't been completely protective for Omicron, and the people who do the best are the ones who have the most antibody.
And you know, some people seem to think that the natural immunity you get after getting sick with COVID, whatever the variant, is better than what you get from the vaccine. So what would you want to say to them?
You know, I think it's really hard to say for certain because this virus has been so tricky, so it's been changing so much. So there probably are things that you get protection from a natural infection that are different or maybe better than the vaccine. But the thing is that COVID can be so severe that it's sort of playing Russian roulette. So I think that since the studies are pretty clear, the vaccine is very safe, it's effective, and the best correlation with high protection is having the most antibody, that the best scientific evidence would suggest get the most protection you can.
The most protection you can. And what about this idea that maybe you can get too many vaccines, that could weaken your immune system over time? Is there any truth to that?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, obviously, there's all these things that need to be studied further. But, you know, I think I'm a believer in deal with the danger at hand rather than the danger that might theoretically be in the future that isn't proven. We have a big deal problem with COVID. We need to protect ourselves and our loved ones. So I think you don't want virus around, so you need to have as much antibody to prevent yourself and your family from getting sick.
All right, bottom line.
And I mean, seriously sick. You may get a mild COVID, but you want to prevent yourself from getting severe COVID.
Yeah, exactly, because that could mean a world of difference right there. Exactly.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Dr. Cami Kim with U.S. Health, we thank you again for all your good advice.
A great conversation from our colleagues there at Fox stations across the country. Of course, as we talk about COVID-19, what does that mean with numbers? We hear that there is this surge that is flaring up across the country, but where do the current numbers stand? Here's a look at that.
Let's talk COVID now, but this is perhaps some news in the positive direction. The Omicron wave appears to have peaked in Florida. Cases are nudging down slowly, but projections do show that the next few weeks will still be challenging. Fox 13's Craig Patrick in now to show us what's going on now in Florida and what to expect in the coming weeks. Craig?
Hi there. Looking through the latest data, it certainly shows us that cases are moving in the right direction in Florida, and that is truly good news. That said, of course, we know that hospitalizations and death statistics do lag the case counts, and that's one of the reasons why, again, the next few weeks will certainly be difficult or challenging, and infection rates are still significantly higher than anything we've seen in the prior waves. The CDC has a color-coded map to show us where we're seeing the highest infection rates across the nation. But right now, it doesn't reveal anything we don't already know because Omicron has lit up the entire nation at once. But there is positive movement in Florida. USF epidemiologist Dr. Jason Salemi shows Florida is seeing a decrease in cases, as are Georgia, Ohio, Michigan, New York, and New Jersey. Meaning while infection rates are still very high, we've already peaked. Here's the movement we've seen in Florida through the past week. And in terms of what's next across the nation, here's the chart from the CDC. The projection shows as a nation will peak in a couple of days and then cases will drop through February. But infectious disease experts say the next few weeks will still be very difficult because we rose so high it will take a few weeks to wind back down. And hospitalizations and deaths will likely still tick up as new cases wind down because they naturally lag reports of new cases. Here's the CDC's projection showing fatalities continuing to rise through February, eclipsing the Delta wave and following a similar track as we saw this time last year. In terms of progress in fighting the variant, while existing vaccines provide a significant layer of protection, particularly against serious illness, Moderna is working on an Omicron-specific dose that could be ready by March. Now, that may not matter as much if it wanes as we hope by then, but it would be highly valuable if the models are off or if Omicron rekindles. Beyond that, they're also working on an all-in-one dose that people could take to protect against multiple variants of COVID-19 and the flu, and that could be ready next year.
Our goal is to be able to have a single annual booster so that we don't have compliance issues where people don't want to get 2 to 3 shots a winter, but they get one dose where they get, a booster for corona and a booster for flu and RSV to make sure that people get their vaccines.
In the meantime, we appear to have crested, but what's not clear is the rate of decline we'll see in the coming days. We certainly hope it will be a sharp fall off, just as it was a sharp increase. But our infectious disease experts say it just isn't clear. It depends on a number of factors, including the social distancing measures that people take, how often they mask when they go out indoors in public settings, and of course, vaccination rates, which have crossed the 60% mark, and booster rates as well. So the hope is that we will drop sharply, but we cannot say that yet with certainty.
Yeah, the reverse hockey stick is what we hope to see in coming weeks. Craig, what about the other? What about the rest of the world? What are they seeing there? Are cases peaking overseas like they are in the U.S.?
In parts of the world that preceded the United States with the surge, and that certainly spells good news. It does seem to bode well for us. London, for example, saw a sharp rise and then a very sharp drop, which is something we're hoping that replicates in the United States. Improvement in parts of Africa as well. However, there are other parts of the world that are just now beginning to see cases of Omicron, including China, that's enacted a number of lockdowns in the run-up to the Olympics as well. So we don't know to what extent it will take hold in other parts of the world, and therefore to what extent it could, again, rekindle based on the levels of natural immunity that people have from those who get infected the first time around. We don't know exactly how long that lasts. That's still a matter of study.
Craig Patrick with the latest on the COVID trend in Florida and in the U.S. Thanks, Craig.
And of course, when we are talking about COVID-19, we have to talk about cleaning because I don't know about you, but since really March of 2020, I have been a clean freak, making sure everything around me is clean. Of course, wipes everywhere, hand sanitizer everywhere, really what's becoming the new norm. So what are some doctors and health officials saying how you should clean up after yourself around your house, around your kids? Let's take a listen.
As COVID cases surge and children return to school, parents are more concerned and are looking for ways to keep their homes clean and safe. Joining us this morning to discuss all of this, Tanya Harris, the author of The Slightly Greener Method. Tanya, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being with us. Okay, so your book says it all, The Slightly Greener Method. You're talking about non-toxic alternatives when it comes to unhealthy cleaning products.
That's right. There's so many different ways that we can clean. And the good news is we don't have to go in with really harsh chemicals. There are some things such as hydrogen peroxide and rubbing alcohol that can actually kill some of these germs that we're worried about rather than using major disinfecting wipes.
Yeah, and some of the stuff you already have in your home, right? So you're just reminding us, hey, use what you have. You don't have to go out there and buy all the stuff you think you need. Okay, so we discussed the fact that, you know, after winter break, parents sent their kids to school. Some parents waited a little. I know a lot of parents waited a week or two, actually, because of the surge in numbers. But they're worried because when their kids come home from school, they're bringing with them all the germs, which really hasn't changed. That's always been the case. So you have a list of things that you can do at home in order to minimize the amount of stuff these kids bring home.
Exactly. And this is good for just about anything. It's just good practice to do this because if we do things such as designate a specific area for your kids to do homework, that really cuts down on the amount of germs you bring in. So the first thing I recommend is having an area inside your home where the kids come in and it could be either inside the garage or in a mudroom, but where you have some shelves and some hooks. And that way kids can hang their backpack and their lunchbox and they can take off their shoes so they're not bringing that into the home. The next thing you can do is, again, designate that specific area, one area in your home for kids to do homework or to study. And again, this will really cut down on the amount of germs that you bring into your home if they're not spread all over the place. Another thing I recommend is to separate and have a separate set of pens and pencils in your home because at school, so many people touch our pens and pencils or it's easy to grab someone else's. So if we just have that separate set at home, that's a really good idea. And again, after doing homework, go ahead and put your stuff away right away back into your backpack. So put your textbooks back, any supplies you used, and then wash your hands really good after. And you can also wipe down the surface. So clean it first. I always recommend using a multi-purpose cleaner. And then if you want to disinfect, you can spray it with something like isopropyl alcohol or hydrogen peroxide. Let it sit for a few minutes before wiping away. And again, really just washing your hands. And for the backpacks, you can wash those probably once a week. Just check the care instructions. And then when it comes to our masks, make sure that you're disposing of the disposable masks every time you use them, or wash the cloth masks at least once a day, or not, just wash those every time you use them, and always have a few on hand just for each child.
The backpack thing, I have to tell you, I hadn't thought about that. Ooh, yeah, I hadn't washed that backpack. Maybe I need to get on that. But we do leave it right by the door. It never really comes inside. Again, see, this is good because it's not just about COVID, because we know you're not really getting COVID from surfaces, but it's just good hygiene, and children are always bringing in germs. So this is what this is all about. I do two things. I want to share them with you, and you tell me, because sometimes I think people think I'm crazy. I always make my daughter change her clothes like fully when she comes home from school. And the second thing I do is when, let's say they go to the library and bring a book home, I always Lysol that book. And it's not even because of the germ factor. I'm telling you, when I Lysol that book, it's covered in just dirt.
Exactly. It's definitely not a bad idea. Same thing with cell phones. We can wipe those down too. And you can just use a simple alcohol wipe and that'll really cut down on the germs because yes, we bring in so many germs from so many areas. So I love what you do.
Okay, good. All right. I'm glad. Thank you. Even though my producer said, okay, crazy, we're going to wrap after that. Tanya, thanks so much. Really appreciate you coming on and reminding us of all the things we need to do to keep ourselves clean and safe. It's a problem that just seems to be getting worse, I think, right? Especially now. So we really appreciate it. And we want people to check out your book, The Slightly Greener Method. Always a good reminder.
A great conversation there from our colleagues out at Fox 11 in Los Angeles, making sure that homes are safe, of course, for kids, family members, everyone during another surge of COVID as we've been living in this for what seems like a very, very long time. a few years nonetheless. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but before we head out, I'm going to take you to some live views from across the country. Of course, this beautiful shot we have of the Capitol, and I will leave you on the White House as we take our break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is currently 9 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 11 o'clock on the East Coast. You're looking at a beautiful shot of the Capitol out in Washington, D.C. We're going to go and play the White House press briefing from earlier. Here is the latest from Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
1-year mark here in the administration, and we just wanted to note a couple of the points of progress that have been made that you'll hear the president talk more about and members of our administration also talk more about over the coming days. And you know how we love charts around here? So we have some charts that lay out a pretty stark contrast between where we started and where we are now. So just to highlight a couple of pieces. During the president's first year, we saw the most dramatic change in our economy of anywhere in the world. It was the biggest year of job growth in American history, and it was the direct result of actions taken by President Biden and Democrats in Congress, including the American Rescue Plan. The vaccination effort, it helped fund, and now the bipartisan infrastructure law. And you can see the economic data there quite starkly. I mean, look at the initial unemployment claims. They're on average, they were at 812,000 a year ago. They're now at 210,000. The unemployment rate and obviously job creation the year before the president took office and the last year. As it relates to COVID, if we look to a year ago, only 1% of adults were fully vaccinated. 74% of adults are fully vaccinated now. In terms of at-home tests on the market, now we've talked about tests a lot, 0 on the market a year ago. Now we have 375 million people per month, or tests are distributed, I should say, per month. 46% of schools were open a year ago, now over 95%. This is progress that's been made. Obviously, there's more work that's going to be done, that needs to be done. The job is not done yet, but we have a plan to address the challenges we're facing, and we're going to stay at it. With that, Colleen, why don't you kick us off?
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask about negotiations over voting rights. I wanted to see, what you guys are expecting this week, and then what's plan B if things go south, to secure elections and ensure voting access if the bills don't pass.
Well, as you all know, the negotiation or the debate is starting in the Senate. The president's view is that the American people deserve to see where their leaders stand on protecting their fundamental rights. That is a reason to move forward with this debate and this vote this week. And his view is also that opposing rule changes to make the protection of voting rights a reality is supporting an obstacle to protecting voting rights. It's part of the important process. In terms of so we will continue to, and you've heard the president say, and I'm sure he will reiterate for you if anyone asks him tomorrow, that until his last breath, he will be fighting for the protection of voting rights. And that means conversations and fighting to get legislation at the federal level through is going to continue. And those conversations will continue. I will note that in addition, we have also been working with organizations all across this country who are building diverse coalitions to pass voter laws and push back against those that make it harder to vote and threaten free and fair administration of elections, in addition to doing the critical work to register and educate voters. These organizations have built grassroots leadership at the state level. They're providing training, policy, research, messaging guidance, and directing organizing to register voters, deploy voter protection teams in states that are rolling back voter protection. I'd also note the Vice President knows Americans at every level are focused on this fight, and she will continue engaging and leading this effort with activists, policy leaders, and elected officials around the country. But right now our focus is on the debate, on the vote that is going to be happening, and on the fact that it will highlight very clearly for the American people who stands with them in protecting their voting rights and who stands against it.
What do you hope to achieve with the Secretary of State heading not only to Ukraine but then later to Geneva to meet with Lavrov, especially since talks over Ukraine aren't exactly going all that well right now?
Well, let me just give you a little bit of an update on where things stand. And obviously you're following this closely, but this morning Secretary Blinken spoke with Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov. They agreed to meet in Geneva, as you noted. At that meeting, Secretary Blinken will urge Russia to take immediate steps to de-escalate. He will also fly to Kyiv to consult with President Zelensky and Ukraine's leaders, and to Germany for consultations. As you also know, there is a congressional delegation that is also on their way there, and it's I would note that just indicates that support for Ukraine has always been a bipartisan issue, and we welcome that. But where things stand right now, President Putin has created this crisis by amassing 100,000 Russian troops along Ukraine's borders. This includes moving Russian forces into Belarus recently, joint exercises and conducting additional exercises on Ukraine's eastern border. So let's be clear. Our view is this is an extremely dangerous situation. We're now at a stage where Russia could at any point launch an attack in Ukraine. And what Secretary Blinken is going to go do is highlight very clearly there is a diplomatic path forward. It is the choice of President Putin and the Russians to make whether they are going to suffer severe economic consequences or not. Go ahead. Oh, let me go around to people who have questions. Go ahead. Trevor.
Could you, when you're talking about kind of this meeting that the Secretary of State is going to have with Sergei Lavrov, what is the, is there an expectation that he's going to provide some sort of response to the issues that were raised in the January 10th meeting?
Oh, well, again, I don't have anything for you to specifically preview on the behind-the-scenes negotiations and discussions, but our position has been crystal clear from the beginning, the position of the President and the Secretary of State, that there are two paths. There's a diplomatic path forward. We certainly hope they take that path. There's the other path. It is up to the Russians to determine which path they're going to take, and the consequences will be severe if they don't take the diplomatic path.
Consequences. There's been reporting out of Europe that essentially this idea that's been floated about taking Russia out of the SWIFT financial payment system is basically off the table at this point. Is that accurate?
No option is off the table. In our view, we continue consulting closely with European counterparts on severe consequences for Russia if it further invades Ukraine.
And do you have a commitment from the German government that they will end the Nord Stream 2 pipeline?
I think, as you know, it is not functioning currently. You've seen the steps that they have taken recently. Germany's Federal Network Agency has suspended the certification process as well of Nord Stream 2. And our view continues to be that stopping the Nord Stream 2 pipeline is a critical credible peace we hold over Russia at this point in time, especially since it is not functioning. And if sanctions are imposed right now, which some are proposing, and Russia views these sanctions as a sunk cost, then this would be one less consideration in its calculus. So, of course, we're consulting closely with all of our partners and allies in this, but I would just note again that the pipeline's not operational, that Germany's Federal Network Agency has suspended the certification process. Go ahead.
Thanks. Staying on Ukraine and Russia, what does the White House make of the evacuation of Russian diplomatic staff from their embassy in Kyiv? And do you think the threat of invasion is getting higher or lower?
Well, I think, as I noted a few minutes ago, we believe we're now at a stage where Russia could at any point launch an attack on Ukraine. I would say that's more stark than we have been. In terms of the decision to move to evacuate their embassy or to move personnel out of their embassy, we have information that indicates the Russian government was preparing to evacuate their family members from the Russian embassy in Ukraine in late December and early January. We certainly would refer you to them for more specifics about what their decision is, but we don't have an assessment on why in the meeting.
Another one on reports that the White House is in talks with the FAA and wireless providers on the 5G rollout and there's potential disruption to airline travel. Is there anything more you can tell us on this agreement you're working on, and are you trying to prevent any flight cancellations which could start as soon as tomorrow?
Well, we are. Those conversations are ongoing. I don't have an update at this moment, but they're ongoing right now, I would say. So we have the safest airspace in the world. We're committed to reaching a solution around 5G deployment that maintains the highest level of safety while maintaining disruptions, while minimizing disruptions to passenger travel, cargo operations, and our economic recovery. We certainly understand what's at stake for both industries. We are actively engaged, as you said, with the FAA, FCC, wireless carriers, airlines, and aviation equipment manufacturers to reach a solution. And we believe that with continued cooperation, we can chart a path forward. But certainly, minimizing flight disruptions, ensuring safety in travel is a top priority.
And then one more, going Bloomberg on you. Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard will create the world's third biggest video game company. Does the White House have any competition concerns with this acquisition?
Well, I would just note that today there is an announcement by the FTC and the Justice Department that's probably happening now. Broadly speaking, this is not about this specific case, which is, in our view, a critical step towards delivering on one of the key priorities of the executive order the President signed, which is strengthening enforcement against illegal mergers. And it basically kicks off the technical process to review merger guidelines. As it relates to a specific case that you mentioned, I don't have a comment on a specific merger, but I just wanted to point you to their announcement, their press conference that may be going on right now. Go ahead. Oh, Joy, let me go ahead. Let me go ahead so I just get to people and ask questions.
Thank you. There's bipartisan supply chain resiliency legislation in the House, the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act. Is the White House engaged in getting lawmakers on board with this?
Very closely engaged, and we've been advocates for investing in manufacturing here in the United States, including investment in our chips manufacturing capacity, but we're very closely engaged in these discussions.
Can you say a little bit more about that? What kind of discussions you're having and where there's...
Just that we've been engaged from the beginning. The President has long been an advocate for increasing investment in our manufacturing capacity at home, and we are looking forward to it moving forward.
Okay. Another one. Does the President think that members of Congress should be prohibited from trading stocks? The President is prohibited from doing this, so where does he stand on this, and should their spouses be too?
The President didn't trade individual stocks when he was a senator. That is how he approached things. He also believes that everyone should be held to the highest standard, but he'll let members of the leadership in Congress and members of Congress determine what the rules should be. Go ahead, Michael.
Thanks, Ben. A couple questions on what happened in Texas over the week.
Sure.
How is it that an individual who was known to MI5 in Britain, who was on a watch list as of 2020, ended up in a synagogue in Texas? How did that happen?
Oh, well, our understanding, and obviously we're still looking into this, is that he was checked against U.S. government databases multiple times prior to entering the country, and the U.S. government did not have any derogatory information about the individual in our systems at the time of entry. We're certainly looking back, as I referenced, at what occurred to learn every possible lesson we can to prevent attacks like this in the future. Beyond that, I'd certainly refer you to the Department of Homeland Security.
obviously the president referred to the incident as an act of terror. What is the significance of referring to the individual as a terrorist or referring to the incident as a terrorist incident?
I think, and I talked to the president about this that day as well, I think there's no question that when somebody goes into a house of worship and threatens and holds hostage individuals who are there, that is an act of terror. That is terrorism. That is why he called it that, because we don't need to be, because it's very clear it's what it is. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks, Jen. Getting back to voting rights for a minute, you mentioned that the White House administration is going to continue to push back against state legislatures. The president mentioned this as well last week. But just to drill down on that a little more, can we expect to see more litigation from the Department of Justice around this? And if you look at cases that have already been filed under Section 2, we know historically that takes a very long time, years to resolve. Are you confident that there is any action you can take that would result in any outcome before the midterms?
Well, I really refer you to the Department of Justice. As you know, they have doubled their funding for voting rights protections, but in terms of individual cases or legal intentions or actions, I would point you to them.
To shift a little bit to healthcare and the Affordable Care Act, that was something that President Biden ran on, expanding the ACA. He was able to do that, of course, through the rescue plan, but some of those other pieces were tied to Build Back Better, expanding Medicaid, again, addressing subsidies. Is there a plan B, a consideration of what steps could be taken if Build Back Better doesn't pass?
Well, here's the good news. There's a lot of interest, excitement, and engagement with a broad range of members of Congress about the shared desire to get something done and to lower costs for health care, for elder care, for child care. And there are a range of conversations that are ongoing, lots of ideas that we're discussing and we're engaged with. That is the status. The president proposed this as part of his package because he, as you said, he has advocated for, he ran on, he has fought for an expansion of access to health care, lower costs for health care. He also feels very strongly about lowering the cost of prescription drugs, something he thinks is frankly shouldn't be controversial in this country. If you're not for lowering the cost of prescription drugs, what are you for, Republicans in Congress, is his basic fundamental question. So this is something we will continue to discuss. We're continuing to fight for and work for, but I know there have been a range of reports out there, and I would just make very clear there is no specific proposal we are putting forward. We are just engaged in a range of conversations with members of Congress about what to do next. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Can you provide an update on the COVID testing website? Sure. Is it ready to go? Has the hotline number been created? Resiliency against crashes, that type of thing?
Sure. So covidtest.gov is in the beta phase right now, which is a standard part of the process typically as it's being kind of tested in the early stages of being rolled out. We didn't start from scratch here, of course. The Postal Service already runs a website that sells goods to the public, as you know. Every website launch, in our view, comes with risk. We can't guarantee there won't be a bug or two, but the best tech teams across the administration and the Postal Service are working hard to make this a success. So it will officially launch tomorrow morning. It's in the beta testing phase right now. And I would also note that the U.S. Digital Service, which was an organization founded after healthcare.gov, after the healthcare.gov rescue, has been supporting the Postal Service to ensure that they have what they need to be successful in this critical moment. So looking forward to an official launch tomorrow morning, and right now it's in the beta phase.
On Ukraine and Russia, I know you said that the United States is ready for Russia to engage at any time. I wanted to ask you, though, about the media narrative of the falsifying or alleging that Russia is going to say that Ukraine is going to attack Russia. Have you seen any indications of that? Has that narrative been put into work yet?
We talked about this a fair amount on Friday because we've seen efforts to push that narrative in the media and in the public. And I think one of the key roles we can play here is making very clear that there is a long history of propaganda from Russian leadership, that they use it as a tool to spread misinformation as a means of gaining ground, and we should be very clear about what's accurate and inaccurate, and that's an inaccurate narrative. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you. Since there are so few reporters in here today, I'd like to ask briefly about 3 transparency issues. The first one, I'm kind of amazed hasn't been brought up more in this room. That is that Vanity Fair reported recently that on October 22nd, a group of health experts from Harvard, the Rockefeller Foundation, and other groups proposed on a Zoom meeting with administration officials a plan to mass distribute coronavirus tests to homes before Christmas to prevent a winter surge of COVID-19 cases, but that they were told 3 days after that Zoom meeting that that idea was dead. So I emailed you about this yesterday and again this morning so that you'd be able to track down a firm answer on 2 details here. The first detail is which administration officials attended that October 22nd meeting. For example, did Drs. Fauci and Walensky participate? And was President Biden personally briefed at the time on that recommendation before it was passed over?
Well, maybe people haven't asked about it because we've done a lot of what was discussed in that meeting that happened a couple of months ago, including massively expanding our testing program and capacity. And the issue at the time, which was a very small part of the conversation, was that the market had not expanded enough to at that moment in time be able to launch the website we're launching tomorrow. And the president, used the Defense Production Act, invested $3 billion to expand it, quadrupled the size of our testing capacity, and now we've ordered 1 billion doses. So we see that as our COVID team, the members who participated, saw that as a very constructive meeting, a good meeting, a lot of which we've worked to implement.
So the idea, though, to mass distribute tests to homes before Christmas and New Year's, that idea was not adopted. How can President Biden shut down the virus if he's, not being briefed on these ideas? That's my question. So I'm wondering who were the advisors, and was President Biden briefed on this idea at the time?
Well, I think I just answered your question, which you may not have been listening. Maybe you were waiting to read your next question, which is fine. But I just answered your question. Let me finish, Stephen. Stephen, I'm finishing. What I said to you just a minute ago is that we did not have the capacity at the moment. We had a very constructive meeting with this group. We agreed in the need to expand our testing capacity. That's why we quadrupled the size of our testing capacity and why the president had already used the Defense Production Act to invest $3 billion. But the market did not have the capacity at that moment to do what we're doing tomorrow.
Yes, I hear what you're saying, but that's not the question I asked. The question I asked was,
do you have another question? I think I've answered your question.
Was President Biden briefed at the time?
Again, I've answered your question. If you have another one, I'm happy to answer it. Otherwise, I'm going to move on to the next person.
I didn't get answers there, but I'll move on to another one.
Great.
The second question is that in light of President Biden's first year coming to a close, the data indicates that he spent a quarter of his days at least partially in Delaware. In light of that, will the White House be reconsidering the decision not to release visitor log information from his Delaware residences?
Well, the president goes to Delaware because it's his home. It's also where his son and his former wife are buried, and it's a place that is obviously close to his heart. A lot of presidents go visit their home when they are president. We also have gone a step further than the prior administration and many administrations in releasing visitor logs of people who visit the White House, and we'll continue to do that. Go ahead in the back. I think we're done, and we're going to move on. Go ahead in the back.
The Reuters reported this morning the Biden administration is reviewing e-commerce giant Alibaba cloud business for U.S. national security reasons. Can you confirm?
I'd really have to check with our national security team on that. I'm happy to do that, and we'll get back to you after the briefing. Go ahead in the back.
Hey, Jen. I want to pivot back to voting rights,
sure.
Particularly the president's speech last week. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how it came together, but also I wonder if you'll respond to some of the criticism about it, that it was too aggressive or divisive, and that some of the rhetoric that he used wasn't conducive to getting folks who are opposed on board.
Well, sorry, which piece did you want me to start with?
Whichever one is best for you.
Okay. Well, I would say first that, the president delivered a powerful speech about the protection of people's fundamental rights in this country, which is their right to vote, the right to vote for anyone they choose, whether it is him or someone else. It was not a partisan speech. It was intended to lay out for the public exactly what's at stake and lay out for elected officials what's at stake. And he stands by everything he said in that speech.
Can you talk a little bit about how it came together, though? Like, who did he or the White House consult with? Like, how did he land at this point? I'm just trying to get to the genesis of it.
Well, he consulted. There have been discussions for months on voting rights on the Hill with Democrats, certainly an open door to Republicans to have a discussion among members and among staff about a path forward, something that 16 Republicans who are serving today have supported in the past. And also he consulted a lot with civil rights leaders. We consulted with civil rights leaders, with voting rights activists, and others who have been working around the clock to advocate for voting rights. Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
Let me ask you a couple questions. First, what is the administration or the White House doing today on the 5G controversy, if anything, in the remaining hours before the midnight deadline?
So there are ongoing discussions right now with members of our economic team who are closely engaged with at the FAA, FCC, wireless carriers, airlines, and aviation equipment manufacturers to reach a solution. As you noted, tomorrow is the deadline. Our objective is, of course, to reach a solution around 5G deployment that maintains the highest level of safety while minimizing disruptions to passenger travel. That's what we're working towards, but everyone from Secretary Pete Buttigieg to members of our economic team are closely engaged in these discussions.
And heading into the president's press conference tomorrow on the eve of his one-year anniversary, he has long said that he would talk straight from the shoulder, I think is his words, to give an honest assessment of things. What is your honest assessment of the last year of the Biden administration, and how can the voting rights failure not be seen as some type of a metaphor for these challenges?
Well, I would say in terms of voting rights, his view is that it's never a good idea not to shoot for the moon with what your proposals are and what you're fighting for. And the alternative is to fight for nothing and to fight for nothing hard. And that sometimes, oftentimes, as you know, you've covered a couple of administrations, you don't get everything done in the first year. But what we feel good about, and this is why I brought some of these charts to show the contrast, is that coming into an incredibly difficult circumstance, fighting a pandemic, an economic, massive economic downturn as a result, an administration that was prior to us that did not effectively deal with a lot of these crises, that there's been a lot of progress made. We need to build on that. The work is not done. The job is not done. And we are certainly not conveying it is. So our objective, and I think what you'll hear the president talk about tomorrow, is how to build on the foundation we laid in the first year. Go ahead.
On 5G, the FAA has had 2 years to come up with a plan for this to deal with this implementation. Should they have acted sooner to minimize disruption? Did the FAA drop the ball here?
You know, I think, Mary, there'll be lots of time to look back and see how we got here, and I know many of you will do that, and of course that is understandable. But right now, over the next 24 or less than 24 hours, what we're focused on is trying to come to a solution that will minimize travel disruptions to passenger travel, cargo operations, and our economic recovery, and that is why it's so important to hopefully come to an agreement and ensure more planes are flying out there.
On voting rights, unless something has dramatically changed, which it doesn't seem likely this is going to fail, you have made clear that the president, is going to keep up this fight with every last breath he has. Does that mean that this is the top priority going forward legislatively? I ask because obviously BBB is still stalled as well. Where's the president even putting his energy?
We can and will advocate for both, and that is reflective of what's happening now too. Of course, voting rights is right now being debated. It's going to be on the floor. The president was out last week, as you know, giving a powerful speech about why this is so important to move forward. At the same time, we're having a range of conversations on Build Back Better because we also want to get that done. So we're going to keep fighting for both. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. The airlines are using some pretty dire language to describe what's going to happen tomorrow if the president doesn't step in and take action. They're saying that the nation's commerce will grind to a halt, that the vast majority of the traveling and shipping public will essentially be grounded. Does the president share the view that the airlines have about how bad this is going to be if the White House doesn't step in?
Well, I think what we're trying to do now is come to a solution to avoid exactly that. And it is true that if there are hundreds or thousands of flights that are grounded, that means not just disruptions to passenger travel, that also means cargo operations. That means that goods aren't moving around as quickly and effectively as they need to in order to not have supply chain disruptions. So this is something that we are very focused on, we've been closely engaged on, and we want to avoid that and prevent it.
Can you explain why the FAA and the FCC seem to have different views here? The FAA seems to share some of the concerns that the airlines have about the possible implications of implementing 5G, whereas the FCC has said, based on the data it's seen, it's not a problem.
Well, I think part of this is having a negotiation and trying to find a solution. I'm not going to speak for the FCC, which is, of course, independent. Our objective is to prevent this from becoming the economic disruption that you referenced in your question. Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, thanks, Janet. You mentioned the beta testing is already underway in regards to the COVID-19 testing website. One of my colleagues discovered that they're already you are already able to purchase them, or not purchase them, order them for free online. So, you know, for people who are purchasing them today, are these orders being registered? Are they going to be?
Yeah, that's beta testing.
Okay.
So meaning we're going to launch it formally tomorrow morning, but this is how we did vaccines.gov as well, so it's kind of a part of the process.
Do you have an official rollout tomorrow morning? What time in the morning can we expect?
I don't have the exact time for you at this moment, but again, it's going to be out tomorrow morning, a mid-morning tomorrow, and we're looking forward to getting free tests out to the public.
And on the same topic, Maryland Governor Larry Hogan yesterday on Face the Nation said the federal government has, quote, fallen short in a couple ways recently in regards to its COVID-19 response. He pointed to these 500 million rapid tests, saying the federal government has purchased tests that his state had already contracted rather than purchasing new tests. He said, quote, we're sort of hijacking the tests that we already had plans for, and we're now getting some of those providers to tell us they no longer have the rapid tests. So what is the White House's response to that criticism that the federal government is purchasing the same allotment of tests and hamstringing some state efforts here?
I'd have to check into that, on the accuracy of that with our COVID team, and I'm happy to do that. All right, thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that was the White House press conference. They're out of D.C. earlier today. We're going to take a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to hit other top stories from the day, including the controversy around 5G rolling out near airports across the country and how it may impact you if you are traveling anytime soon. All the details in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Melissa Brennan. It is currently 9:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 11:30 out on the East Coast. We are going to talk about crime with our next story as crime continues to tick up in major cities across the U.S. Fox News Chief Correspondent Jonathan Hunt has all the details.
I'm not blaming anybody by name. What's endemic in our society right now is that everybody seems to be oriented on giving back rights and bestowing favor on people that rob others of their rights.
Todd Kupfer's 24-year-old daughter, Brianna, went to her part-time job at this furniture store in Los Angeles last Thursday. Hours later, she was stabbed to death by a man police believe is homeless and who was seen in an alley moments after the killing. On the same day, 70-year-old Sandra Shells was sitting at a bus stop outside LA's Union Station when a homeless man approached her and for no apparent reason punched her. She died 3 days later in the hospital. Before these two killings, there had been 10 homicides in the first 8 days of 2022, one less than the same time period last year, but double the number at the start of 2020. The LA County Sheriff accuses Liberal District Attorney George Gascon of emboldening criminals by introducing what the sheriff has called, quote, stupid policies.
If you cannot be counted on to hold people accountable for breaking the rule of law in such a depraved manner, what good is your local district attorney?
An eye for an eye is not the way the government should behave.
There is a similar debate underway across the country in New York, where the murder of Michelle Go, shoved in front of a moving train at a Times Square subway stop, has renewed the focus on the homeless and mentally ill roaming the streets and subway system. Democratic Mayor Eric Adams today toughened his language after previously talking about New Yorkers' perception of fear.
We're going to drive down crime, and we're going to make sure New Yorkers feel safe in our subway system.
In Virginia, meantime, the new Republican Attorney General has announced an investigation into the state's parole board, saying the board broke the law by approving the early release of violent criminals, all part of a growing national debate about the causes of crime and the effects of punishment. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
And of course, another kind of area of crime, I don't know if I want to call it crime, but is disinformation on social media. Now, a new bill aims to hold social media platforms responsible for what their users post with the hopes of eliminating harmful posts on different platforms across the web. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has the story.
The goal of this bill is to hold social media companies accountable for what users post, though it really all comes down to free speech. The new bill is sponsored by Democratic State Senator Brad Holman of New York. It's one of at least a dozen proposed bills as legislators try to regulate big tech companies like Facebook, right now working to remove harmful content like vaccine disinformation, self-harm, and posts which can lead to eating disorders. This bill focuses around those algorithms which promote what some lawmakers call toxic content. But under federal law, tech companies are not liable for what users post. Experts tell us that lawmakers have to address these changes without violating free speech.
There's going to be really significant First Amendment challenges here. The ability to amplify speech or to suggest it to certain readers or to make efforts to try and deliver it to the people who you think will be most interested in it. Those are all the types of your speech that's protected by the First Amendment.
The sister of a federal security officer who was allegedly killed by a right-wing extremist during 2020 protests is now suing Facebook's parent company Meta, the family accusing the tech giant of promoting extremist content. Social media giants like Facebook and Twitter have also been under fire for censoring posts, including banning information about the COVID lab leak theory and even removing posts about the virus, and lockdowns now reversing course on those. Experts tell us it's hard to police these platforms because the information evolves over time. In New York, Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Another big story that is making headlines across the world today and yesterday was airlines sounding the alarm on 5G. Cell phone providers are pumping the brakes on the rollout of their 5G technology. This is after the airline industry raised alarms about potential interference with important systems on planes. Fox Business Network's Grady Trimble is at Chicago O'Hare International Airport with this story.
The major U.S. airlines are putting pressure on government officials and cellular companies, saying that the rollout of 5G could cause chaos for flyers, and it seems that pressure is working because both Verizon and AT&T say they'll delay turning on a limited number of towers around certain airport runways. AT&T says we are frustrated by the FAA's inability to do what nearly 40 countries have done, which is to safely deploy 5G technology without disrupting aviation services, and we urge it to do so in a timely manner. Both companies say they're launching towers everywhere else in the country as planned on Wednesday, with the exception of a limited number of towers near airports. The airlines say the 5G signal would interfere with critical safety instruments on planes, and the rollout could cause mass flight cancellations as well as a suspension of cargo flights.
That means that goods aren't moving around as quickly and effectively as they need to in order to not have supply chain disruptions. So this is something that we are very focused on, we've been closely engaged on, and we want to avoid that and prevent it.
Talks continue between the FAA, the FCC, cell phone companies, and the airlines as Wednesday's 5G rollout deadline gets closer. In Chicago, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
And there is some big news out of the gaming world today as Microsoft makes a huge acquisition. In fact, it's the biggest in their history. Here's your World Business Report.
Microsoft is not playing around when it comes to video games. The maker of Xbox shelling out more than $68 billion in cash for Activision, which is the creator of popular games like Candy Crush and Call of Duty. Now, the deal will make Microsoft the world's third largest video game company behind Tencent and Sony. Markets getting crushed on Tuesday. The Dow, the S&P 500, and the Nasdaq all falling over some new worries about inflation and rate hikes from the Federal Reserve. Home builders' confidence cooling a bit in January after 4 monthly gains. Builders also are concerned about inflation, with the cost of construction materials now jumping nearly 20% in the last year. And we end with the pitfall of potholes. A recent study by WalletHub ranked Iowa as the best state to drive this year. The study compared roads in all 50 states based on accessibility, safety, infrastructure, and the cost of maintenance. Hawaii was ranked as the worst. That's business. I'm Connell McShane.
And our next story here, we're going to go out to the U.S. Mint because they have begun shipping quarters featuring the image of poet Maya Angelou, the first coins in its American Women Quarters program that is going to be started soon. Of course, shipping across the country. So if you do see them in circulation, here is a look from our very own Christy Larson, who spoke about it and where this collection might be going in the future.
You may want to start saving those coins that are in your pocket or purse, because the very first African American woman is being featured as part of a brand new program, and it's already happening here across our nation. So let's go ahead and bring in Ventris Gibson. She's the Deputy Director of the United States Mint, and thank you so much for being here. Let's just talk about this quarter that is now being distributed across the nation.
Certainly, and thank you for the opportunity. The American Women's Quarters program is a unique opportunity for us to honor a diverse group of women whose achievements and triumphs and legacies really reflect the strength and resilience of our nation. And this marvelous quality of coins that were sculptured to reflect each of their contributions is significant to all of us. Why is it so significant? It's significant to me for 3 reasons. One is their contributions were groundbreaking. They had a lasting impact on our society when you think about Maya Angelou and her impact. And none of them ever settled or accepted the status quo. So we're very excited that For the next 4 years, 2022 now through 2025, we will be highlighting 5 women each of these years, with Maya being the first.
And let's just talk about some of the accomplishments that Maya's known for. Of course, a lot of people know her not only as an author, but a poet, an activist. So I'm sure there's so many reasons why she was chosen to be on the back of these quarters.
Certainly, Maya not only was she a poet and a writer and a social activist, where she addressed many issues that face the communities at large, but she also was a teacher. And her book that resonates to me personally, because it was required reading when I was in school, which is I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, pretty much speaks to a number of women of color and to other women as well in her upbringing, and how she so eloquently defines it, and how she rose from that to the prolific artist that she has become known to all of us. She has received the Medal of Freedom from the former president of the United States. She also was the first African-American woman when former President Clinton was inaugurated to speak. And just all of her contributions really mark this place in time for her to be recognized. And we, the United States Mint, and the workforce that we have, and the designers that brought this to life, and the employees that minted each of these coins, we really stand proud and honored to bring this to the American people.
And let's just speak about, since she is such a trailblazer, what this is really going to say to, women and girls everywhere when they're starting to see all of these different remarkable women on the backs of these quarters.
That's right. That's right. It speaks to a model of perseverance through adversity. It gives us as young women hope that we can aspire to the heights that these 5 women reflect and accomplished. Also, it lets us know that we don't ever have to quit, that we can look forward. And there are women, like you said, trailblazers, that we can move forward in time and make our contributions known, that we can aspire to heights of greatness as these women have, and that there's really nothing to stop us.
Well, and you touched on something I wanted to talk about as well. Not only is she a woman who didn't, accept, limitations, but she's also an African-American who really pointed out sometimes just kind of the ways that there's a difference between they are raised, the way that they're looked at. And so that's also something that I'm sure a lot of girls are going to be looking up to her for.
Looking up to her, exactly. Looking up to the astronaut, Sally Ride, looking up to the first Native American woman who was the principal chief of the Cherokee Nation, Wilma Mankiller, and the other 2 women as well. These are women who are not bound by circumstance, but paved a way for themselves to achieve greatness. And we're recognizing them over the course of this year, and other women over the next few years as well.
And let's touch on then the design that you guys came up with her, with the bird in the background. I'll let you describe it and kind of walk us through,
Certainly.
Why that design was chosen in the way it was.
So the design was chosen. First, we involved a number of organizations within the community of coinage. And that includes the selection by our Secretary Yellen. The design for Maya Angelou has her arms outstretched, which is the breadth and depth of life, against a bird that is flying away. And the stripes on the quarter is the sunrise. So it's very positive, it's very inspiring. Gosh, it gave me chills when I think about just outstretched arms and a bird in flight, and that you can achieve anything you put your heart, your mind, and your soul towards.
And that's really kind of a voice that she was for, African Americans, was continuing to be, we really do need to be set free.
Yes, yes.
So when you guys think about this program, the American Women's Quarter program, and you are going to be rolling out these, how did you make the decision on these remarkable women to choose?
So we made the decision by, as I said earlier, we consulted with a number of our organizations that we work with. The Women's History Museum, We also consulted with our Coinage Advisory Council. We consulted with the Women's History Initiative. We opened a portal, and there were over 11,000 submissions. And I just applaud that we had 11,000 submissions from which to make a very difficult decision, because we want to recognize all, obviously. That process started early on in 2021, and the secretary approved the first two women, Maya Angelou as well as Sally Ride, for us to roll out pretty quick. And we actually just this morning, the number of quarters that we have sent out containing Maya Angelou, 76 million. Wow. That is huge. Isn't that something? And exactly. So we are so excited that we've gotten this out. I just have no other words, but we are inspired by the greatness of these women and their accomplishments and what they really have done for us as women. It reflects the power of a woman. It reflects the prominence of a woman, the performance of a woman. So I can think of all of the great things that we do and that these women reflect.
Well, and I think too, it just kind of says something that, women are being recognized for helping shape our history, because that's something that hasn't always been done in years past.
And can you imagine, as a teenage or young lady, looking at Maya Angelou coin right now, a quarter in her hand, and knowing that she can connect to her by her accomplishments and by her having seen Maya on television or in a movie. So it speaks volumes to how we can, as women, make sure that we train up those that we should be trailblazers for as well, those that come behind us. And I'm just personally so connected to this because of the upbringing I had and because of being an African-American woman myself and knowing the struggle, but also knowing that we can aspire to greater heights because of these women and others.
Well, and that's something you said in the beginning too, they didn't really have limitations. They kept pushing beyond those boundaries that had been set for them in, previous times. And they said, no, I'm going to go beyond that.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
So when we think about the future after these next 4 years of the American Women's Quarters Program, what do we think is also going to be happening in the future? Any other projects you can kind of clue us in on?
We have a number of projects that we have in tow, as I like to say. And one, we want to focus on our youth and some of the accomplishments our youth have made and appealing to them to become coin collectors and to recognize that they too can achieve greatness. And we like to say in the U.S. Mint, we are connecting Americans through coins. And we will, highlight space. We will highlight, we just rolled out the Purple Heart program, as well as the Negro League Baseball program. So there are so many other programs on the horizon. So stay tuned. We're excited to share as we go into the next few years.
So if people want to get their hands on a Maya Angelou quarter and all of these other women that are going to be coming out here in these next years to come, how do we make sure that we're collecting them?
Well, you can go, hopefully you can get them at a bank. That's the start. That's where I would recommend we start. Try and get them from a local bank.
Yeah. And again, it's just one way that we can all just kind of pay tribute to all these women who had such an important mark on our history. So we do appreciate you taking some time explaining this new rollout of this wonderful program. Anything you feel like we've left out that you wanted to make sure we touched on today?
Just that please make sure that we, if women wish to collect these coins, start with Maya Angelou, Sally Ride, Wilma Mankiller, also Nina Otero Warren, and Anna Mae Wong. These are the 5 for this year and will be rolled out this year. And they can begin collecting them and give them to your daughter, give them to a niece, even give them to a nephew and enlighten them about the accomplishments of women. I think everything we can do to educate and inform is very important.
It could be kind of a fun way to introduce them again to these remarkable people in case they haven't got to hear their life's stories as you collect coins as they come out. So again, Fentress Gibson, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. She is again the Deputy Director of the U.S. Mint. So we do appreciate your time, and hopefully people can start collecting them and sharing their stories.
Thank you. And thank you to the nearly 1,700 U.S. Mint employees who produce coins every day.
A great conversation there by my colleague Christy Larson. Of course, if you do see these coins out in circulation, definitely want to keep your eyes out and, maybe save a few for those strong females in your life. Well, of course, we are speaking about money, and without money, we got to talk about inflation. The numbers came out just a few days ago, record-breaking numbers. Here is the latest on where inflation currently stands.
Well, prices have shot up on just about everything because demand is up and supply is down. And we'll start with demand. That is up because people have much more spendable income on average than usual. It's all the money people saved up through quarantine that they are now very hungry to go out and spend, as well as the flood of government money through COVID relief. When you have pent-up demand to buy stuff, that drives inflation. And at the same time, the pandemic disrupted manufacturing and deliveries. We made progress in freeing up some of the bottlenecks through the holidays. But then the Omicron wave drove more disruptions in manufacturing and shipping, and when supply goes down, that also drives inflation.
Inflation is very hard to stop once it gets going because you get a little consumer price index increase, then wages have to rise to match that, wholesale prices have to rise, and it becomes a system that feeds on itself.
You ought to know, Arthur Laffer was one of the best-known economists of the 1980s in the period known as the Great Inflation. And they ended the Great Inflation by raising interest rates, which is exactly what the Federal Reserve is now considering to bring down the current rush of inflation.
If we have to raise interest rates more over time, we will. We will use our tools to get inflation back.
When the Federal Reserve raises interest rates, it increases the cost of lending money to banks, which banks then passed on to consumers, individuals, and businesses in the form of lending money from banks. And so raising interest rates reduces people's ability to borrow and spend, which drives down demand to buy stuff and therefore keeps rising prices in check. But there is a downside to doing this. Raising interest rates tamed inflation in the 1980s, but we paid for it because it triggered a recession. When you suppress spending to tame interest rates, it can also bring down stock prices and slow the job market and the real estate market. That's why the Fed has not already raised interest rates, because solving one problem can cause others. But unless inflation levels off soon, and economists say there are no indications that it will, expect interest rates to go up.
If this inflation, takes further root, then the Fed's going to want to act sooner rather than later, because the medicine to get rid of inflation when it's got deep roots is much more bitter than sort of nipping it in the bud.
They did not nip it in the bud in the 70s and 80s. We had sustained double-digit inflation, which they addressed through sharp and jarring increases in interest rates. At this point this year, the strategy appears to be to gradually raise interest rates to, well, we're not sure to what, but the projections at this point from economists suggest that by the end of the year, we'll go from currently near zero to around 2.5 to 2.75%, with gradual increases possible or likely in March, June, September, and maybe December. Of course, projections can and do change, so we'll continue to track the models and what it means for our economy and our job market and the prices we pay in the coming rounds of money, power, and politics.
A great piece there by our very own Craig Patrick out in Tampa. Right now, you are taking a live look at our studio here in Phoenix, Arizona, as we are just minutes away from 10 o'clock again here in Phoenix. And it means that it is nearly midnight there on the East Coast. But this is a live look at our studio. This is what we do. I have everything here in front of me to get what you see on screen. The right thing. We got to match it all up, and that's what we do here on Live Now, live, raw, and unfiltered. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Before we do that, though, here are some live looks around the country. Of course, D.C., a lot of news out there today. There is one shot of the Capitol and, of course, the White House. We'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we are going to go into some entertainment news, and people are still, of course, honoring the late Betty White just one day after she would have turned 100. That story after the break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Melissa Brennan. It is 10 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, midnight on the East Coast. Of course, right before it turned 2022 on New Year's Eve, Betty White, the loved Betty White, passed away at 99 years old. Her 100th birthday would have been yesterday, January 17th. But people are not forgetting her, and they will definitely keep her memory alive. And an artist in Florida is paying tribute to her. Now, the artist decided to auction off a portrait of the actress that she painted entirely out of lipstick. Fox's Jordan Bowen tells us 100% of the proceeds from the auction will go to the Humane Society of Tampa Bay. Of course, if you've followed Betty White at all, you know she is a huge animal lover, and she donated thousands of dollars to rescues all across the country throughout her life, and even with the Betty White Challenge, which is a trending social media game to donate money to your local charity rescue place in your neighborhood. This is very fitting. Here's the story.
For Alexis Fraser, lipstick is much more than just something you'll find in a cosmetics aisle.
It's just really kind of funky and cool. I think it's a really fun and unique, totally original type of artwork.
Fraser started painting with lipstick back in 2012 as a way to set herself apart from other artists.
But it's really evolved into so much more than just being a medium that's different. It's honestly a medium that, you know, it's a feminine product, right? So lipstick. So it's all about beauty and personal empowerment.
Her Sarasota studio is now filled with lipstick masterpieces, including her latest, this painting of a young Betty White. The entertainment legend passed away last month, just a few weeks shy of what would have been her 100th birthday. Fraser's aunt died the same day.
It was always in her wishes, as well as Betty's, both women, no children, but really, really put forth a lot of passion towards bettering the lives of animals.
Both women's strong passion inspired Fraser to use her talents to forward their cause. It took Fraser about a week to finish White's portrait. To honor both women, she's now auctioning it off and giving 100% of the proceeds to the Humane Society of Tampa Bay.
I've always had animals growing up. I love animals. My husband and I, we had, you know, our dog was our child before we had, you know, real children. And so we've always wanted to bring animals back into our home.
Monday, they did just that, adopting these 2 kittens from the Humane Society of Tampa Bay after she says they were found abandoned in a box. Now, both off to a fresh start with a loving family. Fraser hopes her work can inspire more families to do the same.
I really love when I can say I've made an impact with something that I can do. And so just honestly, just the self-fulfillment that I feel to be able to do something powerful and impactful with my rare and unusual talent is pretty awesome.
Reporting in Sarasota, Jordan Bowen, Fox 13 News.
That is an awesome story there, of course, honoring the life and legacy in a unique way for Betty White, which is very fitting because that's who she was through and through for 99 years, so close to 100. But I'm so happy that she is being honored in all of these unique and exciting ways. Well, here's another story for you here that you may fit into as a lot of people like to snack in an unhealthy way at night. Now, a new poll of 2,000 adults reveals Americans are overindulging in unhealthy snacking at night. 6 in 10 surveyed says they sacrifice taste over nutritional value when it comes to picking a snack. The average person who was polled admitted to eating unhealthy snacks at least 3 nights a week. 7 in 10 say they prefer snacking throughout the day instead of eating a full meal. Now, despite the poll, 3 in 4 said they are attempting to choose healthier snacking choices by focusing on nutritional facts when shopping. That is one of the perks of working this later shift because I don't eat that much. And if I did eat that much, it would be very unhealthy, I will admit. So very happy to be at work right now. And I'm glad that you are joining me again at 10 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, midnight on the East Coast. Let's go into more Hollywood news right now, the latest in what's streaming, the drama, everything out in Hollywood.
Radcliffe gets weird, a new list of nominees are revealed, and the Grammys make an announcement in the Hollywood Nation. The Recording Academy has decided on a new date and location for the 64th Annual Grammy Awards that were postponed earlier this year due to the surge in COVID-19 cases. The ceremony will take place in Las Vegas at the MGM Grand Garden Arena Sunday, April 3rd. The 53rd NAACP Image Awards announced its 2022 class of nominees. Streaming giant Netflix takes the overall lead with 52 nominations in TV and film, including its Western The Harder They Fall, which earned 12 nods. HBO's Insecure also pulled in 12 nominations, including Best Comedy Television Series. And R&B singer Her received the most nods in the music categories. Winners will be announced February 26th on BET. Harry Potter star Daniel Radcliffe will play Weird Al Yankovic in a new biopic for Roku. The film, titled Weird: The Weird Al Yankovic Story, will chronicle the Grammy-winning singer and actor's life, from his rise to fame with early hits Eat It and Like a Surgeon, to his celebrity love affairs.
Hello, and welcome to Staying Awake. I have a sleeping disorder.
And Marvel Studios released the trailer to the Disney Plus series Moon Knight. It features Oscar Isaac joining the Marvel Cinematic Universe as the new superhero Mark Spector, a mercenary who gets caught up in a deadly war among the powerful gods of Egypt. It debuts March 30th. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
And from Hollywood now to New York City, some exciting news for the president and vice president as Madame Tussauds unveils its wax figures of the president and vice president. The likeness of President Joe Biden and VP Kamala Harris was put on display at the Times Square Museum, complete with an interactive experience that includes an imitation of the Oval Office. Both Biden and Harris figures are dressed in recreations of the clothes they wore to their 2021 inauguration. Now, this is the first time the attraction has featured a wax figure of a vice president as well. It took the artists around 6 months to complete, And it's really interesting, you know, when you see pictures of these wax figures, sometimes you can right off the bat say, oh, that's a wax figure, I can easily tell. I have to say, these are very well done. When I was looking at these pictures earlier, very, very impressed. I know that there have been some, I don't know if controversy is the right word, but questions about the how similar they look. But look at that. I bet you would assume that is just we are taking a press conference, right? That's how good they are. All right. We're going to take another quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to go back into COVID-19 news. Of course, the World Health Organization talking about the new surge, how it's affecting schools across the country, parents, childcare, you name it, they're talking about it. That's right after the break.
UN agencies, humanitarian partners, and the Tongan government. Information on the degree of destruction is still being gathered, but WHO will do all it can to support the people and government of Tonga. I visited Tonga myself in 2019. I recognize how vulnerable to natural disaster and the climate crisis the country is, but also how resilient and resourceful the people are. All the very best from WHO, and we will do everything to support Tonga. Omicron continues to sweep the world. Last week, there were more than 18 million reported cases. The number of deaths remains stable for the moment, but we're concerned about the impact Omicron is having on already exhausted health workers and overburdened health systems. In some countries, cases seem to have peaked, which gives hope that the worst of this latest wave is done with, but no country is out of the woods yet. I remain particularly concerned about many countries that have low vaccination rates, as people are many times more at risk of severe illness and death if they're unvaccinated. Omicron may be less severe, on average, of course, but the narrative that it is mild disease is misleading, hurts the overall response, and costs more lives. Make no mistake, Omicron is causing hospitalizations and deaths, and even the less severe cases are inundating health facilities. The virus is circulating far too intensely, with many still vulnerable. For many countries, the next few weeks remain really critical for health workers and health systems. I urge everyone to do their best to reduce risk of infection so that you can help take pressure off the system. Now is not the time to give up and wave the white flag. We can still significantly reduce the impact of the current wave by sharing and using health tools effectively and implementing public health and social measures that we know work. I'm proud COVAX delivered its 1 billionth dose over the weekend. Of course, it's not enough, and we should do more. At a time of Omicron, it remains more important than ever to get vaccines to the unvaccinated. Vaccines may be less effective at preventing infection and transmission of Omicron than they were for previous variants, but they still are exceptionally good at preventing serious disease and death. This is key to protecting hospitals from becoming overwhelmed. We have been able to track new variants like Omicron and this virus evolution in real time thanks to efforts of thousands of scientists and experts around the world. More than 7 million whole genome sequences from 180 countries have now been submitted to GISAID, which was initially set up to track flu. This pandemic is nowhere near over, and with the incredible growth of Omicron globally, new variants are likely to emerge, which is why tracking and assessment remain critical. New formulations of vaccines are being developed and assessed for how they perform against Omicron and other strains. I'm concerned that unless we change the current model, we will enter a second and even more destructive phase of vaccine inequity. We need to make sure we share current vaccines equitably and we develop distributed manufacturing around the world. We can only beat this virus if we work together and share health tools equitably. It's really that simple. On Friday, WHO recommended 2 new COVID-19 treatments based on data from 7 trials, again increasing the arsenal of tools used to fight severe illness and death. A rheumatoid arthritis drug called baricitinib, and a monoclonal antibody called sotrovimab. Again, the challenge is that high prices and limited supply means access is limited. WHO is working with our partners in ACT Accelerator to negotiate lower prices with manufacturers and ensure supply will be available for low and middle-income countries. We urge manufacturers to use WHO's COVID-19 technology access pool to share technology, know-how, and voluntary licensing in order to facilitate increased production capacity globally, which would save the most lives. WHO's COVID-19 clinical management guidelines have been critical to policymakers and health workers so that they can access the latest information on how best to treat patients with COVID-19. Sharing clinical data remains critical so that WHO can generate up-to-date scientific evidence regarding Omicron. WHO invites all member states, health facilities, and research networks to voluntarily contribute to the WHO Global Clinical Platform for COVID-19, which is available through our website. Next week, the WHO Executive Board, which is made up of 34 member states, will meet to discuss the world's health challenges. The pandemic will remain at the forefront, particularly how to more effectively share tests, treatments, and vaccines equitably, and to meet the 70% vaccine target by July 2022. However, the impact of the pandemic on other health issues has also been devastating, and member states will be discussing how we can stop the backsliding and recover together. WHO will be working to accelerate progress on negotiations around a pandemic accord, as well as sustainable financing. If we're serious about strengthening health systems, preparing for future pandemics, and tackling the litany of health challenges we collectively face in a heating world, WHO and the whole global health infrastructure will need to be sustainably financed. Reports from the Global Pandemic Monitoring Board, the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, and the Review Committee on the Functioning of the International Health Regulations all recognized the need for predictable and sustainable financing at all levels of the organization. We don't need more reports or speeches. Now is the moment for financing that fits the health challenges of our time. This month is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, and I'm pleased to see both action and advocacy taking place. Yesterday, Serbia announced that this year they would introduce vaccination against human papillomavirus, or HPV, the pathogen responsible for 99% of cervical cancers.